Simon gave an opinion. So the problem is that Miellyn can't dodge the Cyclops' attacks, right? Then I can help her with summoning magic. How? Skeletons. I'll take out the undead to distract the Cyclops while Miellyn prepares a dark flare and attacks it. It was undisputed that Miellyn's dark flare was the most effective means of attacking in Group 7 right now. And if protecting Miellyn was a problem, Simon could make a move in terms of summoning. Not only could he attract attention, but he could also receive the attacks directed towards her with his undead instead. Oh. Miellyn smiled a content smile. Now talking. So a special admission is a special admission, huh? And a solution to the most important problem of Miellyn's survival seemed to be showing. There were no other good ideas, so Rick had to accept his role too. Miellyn turned her head, face lit up. What about you, Kami? Are there any binding skills in hemomancy? Kamabra scratched the side of her head and smiled. Blood magic is a versatile study, absolutely focused on offense, so I think it would be better for me to just choose curses. Miellyn nodded, satisfied, and looked at Rick this time. Rick, who was squeezing out the idea, finally sighed profoundly and resigned. I'll train exhaust for a week. MHM, that's for the best of the team, said Miellyn as she became high-spirited. Simon comforted Rick with a smile. We haven't finalized the strategy yet. We still have time until our next strategy assessment class, so let's keep thinking. Why yeah. After answering with that, Rick saw Simon in a new light. The group leader was Miellyn, but it was Simon who coordinated the differences between the members and brought up the atmosphere like a real leader. And all the while, he also took what he could. If he could protect Miellyn, who was the core of the attack, with his undead, high valuation in the teamwork grade was definitely guaranteed. As they discussed the specifics, the bell rang, announcing the end of the class. Jane got up and said, "By next class, prepare a 10-minute presentation on how to hunt the Cyclops. The role of each member and the dark magic used must be clearly stated in the document. That's all." "Thank you for the class." Simon's face, which was serious from the discussion, finally broke into a wide grin. The moment of a class ending was pleasant no matter how many times he enjoyed it. "Run, Simon," said Rick while reaching into his bag. "There's a limited hamburger steak at Restaurant 3. Simon smiled and stood up. "I can't miss that." After finishing the meal, Simon and Rick arrived at the lecture room for poisonous alchemy, where the last class of the day would be held. To be precise, it wasn't a lecture room, but a place called Poisonous Alchemy Second Lab, and large magic pots were placed under the writing desks. When Simon and Rick were unpacking their things while sitting somewhere in the middle, "Hey, merchant." Miellyn entered the lecture room wide-eyed. Kamabras was following next to her while smiling. "Your information was wrong. You said there's a hamburger steak in Restaurant 3, didn't you?" "It wasn't even on the menu." Rick giggled. "That sold out in 5 minutes and was removed from the menu right away." So annoying. "That's why you should run like crazy to the shortcut like me and Simon." "I don't know such a way." "Would it kill you if we move together?" Rick waved his hand. "What? You want to eat together with us too?" "That's too much. Let's not act like we know each other except in beginner dark magic." "I don't like it either." Miellyn said so and unpacked her things on the seat next to Simon. "But there's nothing I can do until the Cyclops performance assessment. I'll make it clear, if you guys are uncooperative and drag down my grade, I won't just sit back." "Whoa, how frightening." "You won't just sit back and what?" As she stood still speechlessly, Rick came over and pricked up his ears. "I'll listen to you closely." "So what?" "What are you going to do?" "Calm down and say it." While snarling, she said, "I'll curse you." "I'm going to place 100 cursed dolls in your room." Rick laughed. "Before that, you'll either get caught in my information network and get arrested for breaking into the men's dormitory, or be found dead because of an angry Kajan Edvald." "Who's Kajan Edvald?" "A certain someone." Rick grinned and supported the back of his head with his arms. "Who are they?" Miellyn was shouting at Rick to tell her, and Rick was teasing her that he won't. While they were quarreling like children, Kamabras and Simon's eyes met. She gave a smile with her eyes. "Hello, hello." After a while, other students came in, and the lecture room became full. Then, the professor of the poisonous alchemy entered the classroom too. "Who's the class president in this class?" The professor's name was Lang Strauss, an old necromancer with a skinny body, a bent back, and a wrinkled appearance. "We don't have one yet." "Then you do the greeting from now on." "Yes, sir." Jamie Victoria stood up. "Everyone, stand up, bow to the professor." "Hello, sir." "Yes, yes." "Welcome." Lang was the only professor in Kizan who made the students stand at attention and bow towards him. He slowly climbed up to the platform with his cane. "So what's your class again?" "We're Class A." "Oh, right." "Was this the first class for Class A?" "Yes. Right," Lang said as he opened the textbook. "Then everyone, please turn to page 1 of the textbook." Lang then began to read the textbook in a slow tone. The impact was great. 10 minutes after class started, the eyes of the students started to droop. The destructive power of his way of speaking and slow class tension was truly outstanding. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he almost liked spraying sleeping gas from his mouth. Therefore poisonous alchemy isn't just about handling the poison. Combining and arranging various potions too. Dosing. Rick's head dropped down all of a sudden. Simon let out a wry laugh and hit Rick with his elbow to wake him up. He got up in shock, but his head went down again in 5 minutes, making Simon's efforts be in vain. Under the guise of reading a textbook, a boring theoretical explanation continued for 40 minutes. Half of the students were resting their heads on their desks. Lang raised his head and said, Then we'll try to make the low-grade poison potion written in the textbook." At last, a practical exercise. The students who were dozing off raised their heads one by one. The teaching assistants, who started working for the first time ever since the class began, moved quickly and put the potion ingredients in front of the students' desks. Then we'll begin. Let's see. Brewing a potion requires a thorough measuring and quantitative regulation, with a thorough measuring and putting order were the most important. Students accurately measured the materials with a gauger on one side. The assistants filled the pot with water and sliced in poisonous Gurodan mushroom and frog's tongue. And the next is cough, cough. Suddenly, Lang bent his back and began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. The students' eyes popped out of their sockets from the surprise, and the assistant teachers rushed in to check Lang's condition. There was something like purple blood on his hand as he coughed. "Professor, you overstrained yourself." "You should get some rest," said the assistant. Lang shook his head even though he was coughing. "That can't be. The class wouldn't run without me." "It's going to be practical exercise now. We can conduct it under our control." "You need to take care of your health." After being earnestly persuaded by the assistant teacher repeatedly, in the end, Lang went out of the classroom with the support of other assistant teachers. The students blinked their eyes, wondering what was actually going on. And instead of Lang, an assistant with red hair stood up on the platform. She let out a small sigh and found a male student who was still dozing off among the students. She lightly lifted the heavy textbook with one hand and threw it at the student. Slam! The textbook crashed into the male student's desk, and he woke up in shock. "Everyone, stand up?" Stand up. The students recovered their senses and jumped to their feet. The red-haired assistant folded her arms and glared at the students. "What kind of rude attitude are you showing to the professor? Class A, sleeping on the desk because the class is boring? How can a rotten bastard like you guys be students of Kizan?" A tremendous force. Everyone stood up straight with a tense face. She stayed silent and put her hand on her forehead as if trying to cool herself. "Let's keep the common courtesy to each other. Do you understand?" "Yes, ma'am." "Sit down." The students who were all of a sudden behaving took their seats. She let out a deep sigh and tied her hair up with a hairband. Professor Lang's assistant, Francesca Velmond. "Starting now, I'll conduct the class on behalf of Professor Lang. The product for this exercise will be a low-grade poison potion. Please close your textbooks." Students closed their textbooks with bewildered faces. She took the chalk and walked to the blackboard. "The most important factor in brewing a low-grade potion is the brewer's flexible response, not the variable control with the thorough measure and unification of steps. The water should be boiling in the pot by now. Add salamander power and barley power from the ingredient pack on your left." One student raised their hand. "How much should we put in?" "The quantity doesn't matter. Add as much as you want." Simon and the students freely put the materials in, following Francesca's instruction. Soon, Simon's magic pot turned green and started to smell bitter. Now, for the students who see blue smoke coming out from the pot, please raise your hand. Around half of the students raised their hands. These students will make a poison potion with a paralyzing effect. What about the students with green smoke from the pot? The rest, including Simon, raised their hands. The students with green smoke will brew a poison potion with an acute headache and hallucinogenic effects. It's useful against magicians or necromancers. The students blinked and looked at each other. Indeed, this was know-how that wasn't found in textbooks or prior learnings. She stepped down from the platform and moved around the students, pouring out information like a rapid-fire cannon. Students with green smoke, please take off your uniform jackets and hang them on your chairs. The assistants will prepare additional materials. From now on, it'll be the same steps for everyone. Use a ladle to remove the oil that's spreading in a light layer on the surface of the liquid. Vegetable fatty acids make the poison less potent. Keep stirring. You need to stir continuously until the potion develops some viscous consistency. If the heat is too strong, the potion may harden. So please be careful about controlling the fire. Perhaps because it was after Lang's class that just made the students sleepy, Francesca's class was colorful and even dynamic. She also passionately taught her students while dripping with sweat. Perhaps influenced by her skills and efforts, the students began to follow her, their eyes twinkling. My potion has a yellowish color. Is this okay? A job very well done, student. The slightly yellowish color is a special product among poison potions. That would be enough to be sold at Rochester. A potion that could be sold. Hearing the unexpected compliment, the student's face brightened up. Friends next to her congratulated her by tapping her with their forearms. I am Catherine Meyer. My pot had blue smoke at first, but it turned into green smoke. It's because the ingredients on the floor rose up and the effect changed as you stirred with the ladle. I guess you'll have to change towards the hallucinatory effect. Teacher Hess, please prepare the ingredients for the green smoke here. Francesca began to look after the pots while walking around the students. Then, a female student raised her hand. I'm Claudia Menzies, Professor. My potion seems a bit. Francesca's expression hardened up. Claudia soon realized that she had made a mistake and quickly covered her mouth. I'm not a professor, Claudia. I am sorry, assistant teacher. Yeah, so what's the problem? Her anger didn't last any longer than that moment. Francesca instructed Claudia with her potion, a gentle smile on her face. When Claudia heard the explanation and added more salamander power, Francesca even stroked her hair, saying she did well. Hey, Simon. Rick leaned his head towards Simon and whispered quietly in his ear. I think I now know why the old geezer Professor Lang survived in Kizan. The assistant is insanely capable. Right. Claudia even started consulting about her major as she got hooked on poisonous alchemy. Simon was looking at Francesca softly answering Claudia, feeling an odd mix of emotions. What's wrong? Nah. It's nothing. The class was now reaching its end. Francesca gave free time to the students who successfully completed the potion and taught the students who failed by giving them another chance. Simon, who succeeded in making the poison potion, was browsing through his textbook. Simon, wanna prepare some of this for the Cyclops battle? Don't you think the poison potion will have some effect? Simon laughed because he was thinking the same thing. Going to have to push your skills to the limit this week to face the Cyclops. Instead of taking class carelessly, make it your own and use it for the performance assessment. He felt that all the class contents could be combined with reality. Certainly, Jane's skill in class was great. Idiot. Something like this won't work. Then, Milan approached with her arms folded. Kumabara also stood next to Simon with a smile on her face. Low-grade poison won't work starting from medium-sized monsters, let alone a Cyclops. Is that so? Simon was browsing through the textbook without saying a word, but his hand stopped on a certain page. The ingredient is Lehak mushroom. It was the mushroom that Anna Polentia sometimes used for cooking after neutralizing the poison. Simon kept his head down and read through the text. Milan, how about this? What is it? Milan came close and looked at the part Simon was pointing at. After being silent for a while, Milan lifted her head and ran to her seat. Simon. What page is this again? 254. Milan hurriedly opened her textbook and began to read the contents seriously. Guys, if we can actually make this, I think it'll work. It'll work? What kind of potion is it? Rick and Kamabra also approached with interest. On the page Simon opened up, there was a description of the potion. It temporarily paralyzed the functions of the tendons and contracted the muscles. It's named Nervy, apparently. Milan roughly circled the name of the potion. Looking at the symptoms, it's a neuroparalytic poison that weakens muscle strength, and it's written that it works equally well on small and medium-sized monsters of class 3 or higher. It won't show a dramatic effect, but it's going to slow down the Cyclops movement for sure. How do you apply it? Either let them drink or use it on the wounded area. I think it's going to work somehow if we throw the glass that contains the potion after making a wound. Everyone nodded with serious faces. It was good to have something ready to help them hunt the Cyclops. For the magic pot, we just need to reserve a lab. The problem here is the materials. Milan slightly bit her thumb as she looked through the list of ingredients written in the textbook. We can obtain the basic ingredients easily at Kizan. The tricky ones are Lehak mushrooms, blood slimes, and silk vines. Let's see. Rick glanced through the ingredients. If I go down to Rochester and do some legwork, I might be able to obtain it somehow. Oh, really? Everyone's eyes widened. Rick nodded his head confidently. Let's just finish it while we're at it. I'll go down to Rochester later, after class. Simon, looking through the list of ingredients, pointed to an item with his finger. I've seen Lehak mushrooms in Kizan. Where? In the Forbidden Forest. He saw this mushroom when he went into the forest to find Pier. Many of them were growing under a large oak tree on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Milan and Kamaba's expressions slightly hardened up. How do you know that? No, that's not the problem here. Are you planning to go to the Forbidden Forest? It won't take that long. Rick's also going to Rochester with the risk of getting himself into disciplinary action. I also have to do this much. I'll collect it before it gets dark. Milan furrowed her brow. Aren't the monsters too? Rochester might be fine, but the Forbidden Forest is too dangerous. Then I'll follow him too. Kamabert raised her hand. Simon looked back at her with a bewildered face. It's too dangerous, and you'll be breaking the school rules. All the more reason why you shouldn't go alone. I can't just let you go to the forest by yourself, Simon. Simon pondered deeply, but he couldn't come up with any excuses against a groupmate who wanted to tag along in the group activity. Let's get out right away if it seems dangerous. Yes. Okay, so I only need to get blood slimes and silk vines in Rochester, right? Lehak mushrooms were the most difficult ones to obtain, so that'll save me some time. I'll bring basic ingredients and wait in the lab. At that moment, the bell rang, announcing the end of class. Francesca, the poisonous alchemy assistant teacher, announced, "Okay, today's class is up to here." "Thank you." The students rushed out of the lecture room. Team 7 moved in a rush. They had a job to do. Rick to Rochester, Milan to the lab, Simon and Kamabras to the Forbidden Forest. While everyone was leaving the lecture room, a student who had been lying down in silence quietly got up from his seat. Then, he walked towards someone. "Hey, Hector." Hector, who was quietly packing his things, looked up. "I got some good information in. Would you like to hear it?" "It's dangerous if we go out from the front door." "Follow me." Rick took Simon and Kamabras to a stable on the outskirts of Kizan. "Kevin, you here?" Rick knocked on the door of the stable. The door opened after a while, and a middle-aged man with a tan face stuck his head out. "Oh, Rick, going out today too?" "Yeah, turns out to be like that. With these friends too. For today." Rick flicked his fingers to toss a coin. Kevin smiled broadly and caught the coin in a skilled movement. "Please follow me, dear customers." Simon wondered why there was a stable in Kizan, but they were raising not only normal horses, but large skeleton horses too. As the skeleton horse roamed around while snorting and stared at them, Kamabert hid behind Simon in startlement. "It's right over here. Have a great time." Where Kevin guided them to was the corner of the stable. It was just an ordinary space covered with straw, but there were no horses in this place. "I'll be going ahead." Rick walked towards the wall. Suddenly, the straw-covered floor sank down and Rick disappeared. Huh? What? Rick, a voice saying, "Over here," was heard from under the floor. Simon and Cumberbat's eyes met, and they walked to the spot where Rick walked up to. Soon, the bottom of the floor sank, and the two fell into the tunnel. Rick smiled with his arms wide open. "Welcome to the secret route out of school." Simon looked around. A place like this existed, huh? Hee. Only a few people know this route. Come on, let's hurry before it gets late. Yeah. Rick, Cumberbat, and Simon walked down the tunnel in that order. Rick, the leader, took out a lantern from his subspace and lit up the darkness, then guided them as if used to it. "Watch your head." At first, they could walk by bending their backs a little, but the passage became narrower as they proceeded. Soon, they came to a section where they had to lie on the floor and crawl on their knees. "Kami." "Yes." "W1 swap positions." "Why?" She looked back at him with wide eyes as she was going ahead. As she was ahead, she looked back at Simon with wide eyes. After meeting eyes with her, Simon quickly turned his head and replied in a faint voice, "It's nothing." A rather embarrassing situation would occur if he looked ahead, so Simon quietly ducked his head and kept moving. Rick giggled as he noticed what was going on, but Cumberbatch didn't notice at all and tilted her head. It didn't take long before they reached their destination. Rick stood straight and tapped the ceiling. The ground opened after shaking like a lid. He climbed out skillfully and grabbed the hands of Cumberbatch and Simon, who were following him, and pulled them out. Whoa, we're really outside. In the distance, he could see the walls of Kizan. Rick put the lid back on and covered it with nearby soil so it wouldn't be obvious. "Well then, let's separate from here. I'll go to Rochester now." "Got it." "Take care." Rick headed for Rochester, and Simon and Cumberbatch walked towards the Forbidden Forest. Night in the forest came quickly, with a large full moon. Darkness subsided through the leaves and the sounds of grass bugs and owls were heard. It was quite a spooky atmosphere, so Simon was worried that Cumberbatch would be frightened. However, "Why does it look like she likes it?" She was looking around freely with a twinkle in her eyes. She squatted, shaking the bloomed flowers in the field or sniffing the soil. She had a brighter and livelier atmosphere than when she was at Kizan. Walking at night is so much fun. Simon soon remembered that she was a vampire. "So, you like the night?" "Yeah." She looked back and smiled with her hands clasped behind her back. "Nights are cozy." "Are they?" He couldn't really relate, but he decided to respect it, as it could be a tendency of her race. Cumberbatch spoke to Simon like she had started feeling better. "It's a little bit late for this, but thank you for helping me in the last combat magic class." "Ah, when you were trying to get on the back of a hippo." "Yes." "I couldn't possibly go up on my own. I looked around because I was at a loss, but everyone turned their heads and pretended not to see me." "It can't be helped since it's a competitive class, but only Simon willingly reached out at that time." "I was just doing the right thing." She put tension on her eyes and looked at Simon. "The fact that you can do the right thing is what makes it amazing." "Is that so?" As they were talking, they were already getting closer to the destination. A forest path like this was familiar for Simon, who ran through the rough mountains of Lay Hill several times a day. Once he went there, he could remember it for a long time. "That's it." Simon stretched out his hand. You could see mushrooms growing in abundance under the oak tree. "Ah, it's actually leehawk mushrooms. There's so many. We don't know how much we'll need, so let's just get everything." "Sure." Simon took out an empty box and the two of them picked mushrooms and stacked them in the box. Within minutes of starting work, the box was full. Simon closed the lid and safely put the box back in the subspace. "It ended sooner than I thought." "I know, right?" There was too much time left to wait for Rick. The two started moving after deciding to return to Kizan first and meet with Milan. Come to think of it, why did you come to Kizan?" Simon thought for a moment and said, "Well, at first, I came here because of my parents." Well, usually it's like that." "And while going to school like that, little by little, I developed my personal consciousness and goals." He was introduced to summoning at school, and for the first time, he had the idea of wanting to become a necromancer. On that, he found out about his father's secret and signed a contract with his father's undead legion. He also made close friends. Then Kami, how about why? At that moment, Simon stopped talking. He also stopped Kamibras beside him with his arms. "What's wrong?" "Hide." Simon grabbed her wrist and led her behind the tree. In the distance, the light of a lantern was lighting up the forest's darkness. At the same time, the sound of rushing footsteps could be heard. "Ah!" Kamibras' face turned pale. "It's the keepers of Kizan." "Keepers?" "Yes. They are the ones in charge of guarding the surroundings of Kizan. They also manage the forest and reduce the number of monsters by hunting them. If we get caught by those people—" She gulped down her saliva. "Even if we're in student protection period, we won't just get away without any consequences." Woof, woof. You could even see hunting dogs. They were sniffing with their nose on the floor. As the light got closer and closer, you could also see people with bows on their backs. Simon's brow furrowed. "That's strange." The timing was too good to think that a large-scale search by the keepers started shortly after they entered the Forbidden Forest. Plus, Rick knew all the guards' schedules and he said that he only uses the times when their schedule is empty. In other words, this wasn't a regular search but a sudden one. "Well, I'll think about it later." First, they had to focus on getting out of here. As Simon turned his head, he saw Kamibas trembling with a white face. She was muttering, "What should we do? What should we do? What should we do?" over and over again. "Kami, look at me." Simon grabbed her shoulders tightly and made her turn towards him. He could see her terrified eyes. "We can get out of here. Just trust me and follow me. Keep running while looking at my back. You can do it, right?" She bit her lip and slightly nodded her head. Simon let her go and patted the skull-shaped badge hanging on his school uniform. "Peer, answer me." After a while, a blue flame rose up on the skull's eye sockets. "Did you call me, boy?" Things got a little bit complicated. Simon, who was staring at the countless lights of the lanterns approaching, said to Peer with a determined face, "It looks like the Legion will have to step in." The lights of the keepers were getting closer and closer. The hunting dogs sticking their noses to the floor were closing on them. "Come out." Simon took out a skeleton from the subspace. He gave it an order to stop and made it lie down on the grass. "Kami, this way." Simon grabbed Kamibras' trembling wrist and lowered his posture. After the lantern light passed them once, he ran, taking her towards a huge rock behind a tree. He then took out a new skeleton from the subspace and made it lie down. Currently, Simon was able to control up to 2 skeletons. "I need to make use of everything I can." Simon picked up the stones on the floor and placed them into the subspace. He glanced around diligently to put as much situational information in his head as possible. Information such as how many keepers there were, how many of them were carrying lanterns, the weapon used, the breed of the hunting dog, the habits, the terrain features, the direction of the wind, the sound of the river flowing. The dogs were still searching for now as Simon was upwind, but they never knew when or how the direction of the wind would change. Now was the time to decide. Now Simon opened his eyes. The skeleton, lying under the tree, stood up and started running. That way. The keepers responded immediately and the hunting dogs barked loudly, following the skeleton. "Only half chase. The other half, keep moving forward." The other dogs are still sniffing. As expected of a hunting expert, they didn't fall for the trick the first time. This time, Simon made the skeleton crouching on the rock run. "That's the real one. Get him." The keepers and hunters rushed to the side. "Kami, run." That was the time. Simon and Kamibas, hiding behind the rock, turned their backs and ran. "We couldn't completely get them off our trail. There are some on us." Simon looked back while running away. Some of the keepers were chasing after them. "Hang in there, Kami." "Yes." Woof, woof. The hunting dogs who caught the smell approached through the grass. No matter how fast a person was, they couldn't run faster than a dog. "Kami, spray blood magic in the direction the dogs are coming from." "Anything will do." "Got it." Kamibas cast dark magic while running. Fresh blood gushed out of the small magic circle that bloomed on the tip of her index finger. She twisted her waist and swung her arms back. Blood mixed with jet black flew along with the wind and wet the grass. Woof, 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 woof. G-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. The smell of vampire blood was strong enough to be used as a material for high-end perfumes. The dogs were excited by the strong scent of blood and started raging through the grass. During this time, Simon and Camabert increased their speed and widened the distance. Thump, thump. His heart raced like crazy because of the nervousness. He was a bit worried about Camabert's stamina, but she too was running as fast as she could and followed Simon. Over there, the lantern's light flashed over Simon and Camabert's backs once. At the same time, the sound of the bowstring being pulled taut was heard. Thunk, thud. As the arrows flew out of nowhere and hit the ground, Camabert let out a short scream. They really shot us. What should we do? It's fine, replied Simon calmly. They saw our uniforms. There's no way the servants would hurt kids and students. As Simon said, the arrows were being shot far from the direction the two were running. It was prominent that they were firing a warning shot. Those bastards. Stop. I told you to stop. Would you stop if it were you? Simon grinned and pulled the imaginary lever. Pow! A subspace opened from the floor, and the stones placed in earlier were poured out with maximum power. It was just a stone, but the keepers running stopped, worried that it was dark magic. Kami, this way. Yes. Thanks to Simon's wits, they earned a little more time. It seems that they ran haphazardly without any sense of direction, but in fact, Simon followed the sound of water. They finally reached the valley. But of all the places, a cliff was there. A valley was flowing with a rippling sound below the distant cliff, and the distance to the other side of the cliff was quite long. Kami, do you remember that leaping technique you learned in combat magic? Can you use it? With a pale face, she screwed her eyes shut and shook her head. She was one of 2 people who couldn't jump over the cliff in the combat magic class. Woof, woof. But there was no time to hesitate. Even now, the barking of dogs and the lights of the lanterns was getting closer and closer. Simon, I'm fine. Camabert made a bitter smile and pushed Simon's chest away. Please go ahead. I won't spill anything about you, Simon, even if I get caught. Please excuse me. Simon, who approached like lightning and picked her up, turned before running through the grass. The feeling of stepping on the jet black smoke exploded from his tip of feet, and Simon flew through the sky. A cliff below, a large rising full moon above. The cold headwind and the thrill of having nothing under your 2 legs. Feeling a perfect sensation for a moment, Simon's body descended. Slide. He landed on the opposite side of the hill with a short gap, scratching the floor. Simon quickly ran down the ramp of the hill and put Camabert down. Both of them pressed their bodies as close as possible to the floor. Where are they? They disappeared. A lantern light could be seen moving back and forth above their heads. The light that had been scanning the surroundings thoroughly for a few minutes soon disappeared. Let's try going that way. Move. They probably didn't run that far. Woof, woof, woof. The lights and the barking of the dogs went further away, and soon, the presence of people disappeared completely. Simon could finally let out a sigh of relief. Kami, are you alright? Somehow, Camabert had a completely blank face. Then, when she met her eyes with Simon, tears began to well up in her eyes. What's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere? I thought I really was going to be caught. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Soon, she burst out crying. Simon patted her on the shoulder without saying anything. She said she's fine being caught even though she's this afraid. He could see a little bit of what kind of person she was. Camabert calmed down after some time. The 2 got up and brushed off the dirt from their uniforms. Let's return. We'll have to walk around a bit to avoid the keepers. Is that okay? Yeah. The 2 walked back into the dark forest. They decided not to turn on the lantern out of worry of being caught by monsters or keepers. At least the moon in the sky was bright. About an hour had passed since they walked through the forest like that. And where the hell are we? As they walked frantically, it seemed that they had gone deeper into the forest than they had expected. The surrounding area was so spooky that it made him wonder if there was something like this in the forest. The trees that grew taller covered the night sky with their dense leaves, and eyes that could have been beast or monster kept on appearing and disappearing. Their shoulders twitched at the frightening cries and their nerves were on edge. As if it would have been better to just go to the keepers, there was something in the midnight forest that stimulated the primordial fear of humans. Camabert, a vampire, was also so frightened that she was looking around while slightly holding on to Simon's sleeve. I'm sure I have the map in my head, but even I don't know where this place is. Have I been possessed by a ghost? No matter how much they walked, It felt as if they were going in circles, were exhausted and were getting colder and colder. "What should I do, Simon?" said Camilla, face pale. "Can't you hear something?" Screams of an owl. Number. She leaned closer to Simon and spoke in a voice drenched in fear. "A sound of a person." Simon closed his mouth and focused his hearing. Certainly. It was vague, but audible. It was unclear if it was just a wild beast, a monster, or a human, but an indistinguishable voice could be heard repeatedly. "Let's try going." He heard that there were people who lived in the forest of Rock Island. If it was a person, they might be able to seek help. The two nodded and moved forward in search of that voice. #@%@. As he walked, he concentrated on his ears. Little by little, the voice could be made out. $% pity us. $I plus remove the fat. $$ almighty at email protected %mother. The voice was cold, monotonous, and dry. Email protected. We worship you, oh holy $. What kind of language was this? When he was focusing on the voice while frowning, Simon was surprised. Camabra's had tears streaming down her face, drenched in fear, and still, the corners of her mouth were trembling while raised, which made her appearance a bit eerie. "What's wrong, Kami?" "Run." $. Glory to none other than Mother at email protected $. We need to run. Run? What does that mean all of a sudden? She began to have seizures and floundered round. Simon grabbed her and ran to the opposite side of where the voice could be heard. But the voice just kept getting closer. At email protected of mercy. Forgive the sins of the world $. Simon, who was frantically walking through the bushes, finally arrived at the source of the voice. He could see an altar. Someone in a long grey robe was on the ground. Their arms were on the ground, palms facing the sky. Above the altar, unidentified objects and the internal organs of a beast were hung, and below it, a beast writhing with a dagger stabbed in its chest was offered as a sacrifice. All around it was colored red by the dripping blood. And, in the center of the altar, there was something big lying there. Simon knew what it was, but he couldn't believe it. Something that should never be on Rock Island. Something that should never be in Kizan. A cross. It was a cross. Why was a cross here? A naked woman was hung on the cross in a grotesque figure, thorn vines covering her body. The one who was prostrating under the altar lifted their upper body, recited the prayer, bowed down their body to the floor again, and raised their palms to the sky. Simon felt his blood all over his body run cold. A priest in Kizan. It was kneeling, bowing, and reciting prayers in the territory of Kizan. We need to run. They saw things they shouldn't have. It'd be over if they got caught. Seeing this scene, Camibras couldn't move out of sheer terror. Fortunately, she covered her mouth with both hands, so the sound didn't leak. At that moment, when Simon wrapped his arms around her shoulders and was about to return, rustle, there was a sound as the grass on the ground was trampled on. The movement of the praying priest came to a halt. While feeling his throat going dry, Simon slowly turned his head to look back. The priest was staring at Simon's side while standing. The light in their eyes seemed to gleam in the darkness formed from their robe. Simon placed strength in his legs. Run, run. Simon took Camibra's hand and ran. At the same time, the horrifying swoosh of air ripping was heard from behind them. Thud, thunk. A series of black crosses nailed the ground, creating a large pit. Simon's eyes widened sharply. A priest is using jet black? Simon felt that the situation had gotten much worse. It wasn't just that a priest had sneaked into Rock Island. There's a traitor inside Kizan. Simon had two reasons for deducing that. First, divinity and jet black were forces that collided with each other, so only one of them could be used. Second, the priest was using jet black instead of divinity. That meant that the priest wasn't from outside, but was a person working inside Kizan, most likely a spy from the Union of Divinity who was trying to steal the information of Kizan. No one prayed to God in Kizan. Therefore, that priest had to go to the depths of the Forbidden Forest, where no one could see them make their prayer. And unfortunately, Simon and Camibras happened to witness it. In other words, to draw one clear conclusion, We'll definitely be killed if we get caught. Swoosh, swoosh. The crosses made of jet black poured down indiscriminately. The pain surged up as blood splattered on Simon's arms and legs. Huff, huff. Simon's eyes widened as he ran while exhaling a rough breath. Out of nowhere, he saw something in front of him that moved like a snake. "Watch out!" Simon shouted and bent his back. A black chain made of jet black suddenly appeared and grazed Simon's hair. Simon raised his back again and looked to his side. "Are you Al?" She was being taken away. Simon. Her legs were chained. The two quickly stretched out their arms, but they couldn't reach each other and just waved their arms in the air. Cug. Simon panicked and dashed out. When he went close, she was out of cold as she bumped into a tree and black chains tightly bound her body. Kami has been caught. Simon clenched his teeth and looked back. A priest in a robe was slowly approaching. The darkness of the pressed hood was too thick to see their face. Because of the baggy robe, gender or body information couldn't be inferred. There was very little information that could be gleaned from their appearance. That moment, the priest raised their left arm. Rush. Immediately, Simon ran with jet black and hid behind the tree. The storm of chains hit a tree and bounced off. Woon, woon, woon. Perhaps the priest was quite powerful. More than a dozen crosses spread out in the air simultaneously this time. To materialize the cross, which symbolizes the priest, with the power of jet black, which symbolizes the necromancer. Simon felt a sense of difference that couldn't be explained. As the priest turned their palms to the ground, the crosses poured out in unison. Arc. Simon pulled out the skeleton's short sword from the subspace and dashed. Crosses hammered themselves to the floor like tombstones. And, at the unavoidable timing, a black trail crashed towards Simon's side. Clang. Simon immediately swung his short sword and struck the cross away. The short sword shattered as a tingling sensation hit his wrist. Flutter. This time, the chains flew from the left and right at the same time. Simon immediately lowered himself to the point where he was about to kiss the ground to dodge, and then grabbed a stone. Jet black enchantment. Whoosh! Simon, who had dyed the stone black by flowing in jet black, raised his upper body and threw it with all his might. Whyish! Simon looked at the flying stone with an eager heart. Please reach. Reveal your face. Perhaps they didn't expect Simon to fight back. The priest moved their head a little late. The hem of the hood on the right was slightly torn, but unfortunately, that was it. Although you couldn't see their face, it felt like you could feel a wave of deep anger from the priest. More crosses floated in the air. Simon stood up to dodge them, but the spread of the crosses went past his front and reached the top of Simon's head. I can't dodge this. Feh. Simon closed his eyes and raised his arms in resignation. And then, now, a huge great sword appeared from behind the priest. Slayer. With a deafening roar, the priest's body was pushed away. It avoided being cut in two by encircling the jet black like a shield, but all the crosses being cast were scattered or fell on the floor, leaving some ashes. Kurahi, are you okay, boy? Beer appeared, emitting ferocious blue flames from both of his eye sockets. A huge height of over 2 meters tall, a shapeless cape that flapped around his back, and a pure white greatsword in his hand. The priest seemed to be utterly perplexed with the sudden appearance of the ancient-level undead. Pierre, stay back. It's a tough opponent for the current you. Pierre took a stance where he put his huge greatsword to the side of his face. Simon obediently nodded his head. I'm counting on you. Kya ha 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 ha. It's been so long since I had a battle. Now, here I come. Pierre stepped on the ground. The ground shattered, and his body dashed in like a bullet. The priest also formed a shield made out of jet black in front. As the shield and greatsword clashed, the air howled, and the ground turned over. The surrounding trees flew up to their roots. It wasn't a battle at the level where Simon could intervene yet. After giving up, he turned his back and ran to Kamibat. She was sitting down on the ground, as if Pierre's surprise attack cancelled not just the cross, but the chain too. Kami, fortunately, she had just lost consciousness from the shock. There were no apparent wounds. Simon carried her into his arms. Felt it the whole time, but her body was light enough to make him worry. As large rock debris fell to his side, Simon inched a little further back. The surrounding terrain was changing every time Pierre and the priest clashed. Pierre. How is it, Cug? It's not easy. Pierre's voice was shaking. This bastard. He's absurdly strong. Even with jet black magic alone, they might be at a professor level. Even if it was an ancient undead, his strength was greatly reduced since he had only just been released from the seal. Above all else, Pierre was a marshal of the Legion, not combat personnel. If the opponent was indeed a professor of Kizun, it would inevitably become a difficult battle. There, Simon bit his lip. He couldn't afford to just lose his father's undead in vain like this. There must be some way. Simon, who was looking for a way to overcome this situation, widened his eyes for a moment. Pierre, stay away from the priest, and buy some time while making some noise. What? There's no time to explain. Hurry. As if he trusted Simon, Pierre didn't give any comment and started to distance himself from priest. Then, he swung his great sword, causing the ground to roar and he slit the air, an explosive bang ringing out. From the priest's point of view, it would seem like he was wasting his power, but this was the only way to live right now. And, soon after, over there, I heard a sound from there. It sounded like an explosion, didn't it? A light could be seen in the distance. Simon clenched his fist. It worked. Hearing the noise, the keepers arrived. They were to be feared a few hours ago, but at least for now, Simon was so glad to meet them. The priest, who was cornering Pierre, also found the lights of the keepers. From the priest's point of view, the more eyewitnesses there were, the more complicated the situation would be. The priest stopped the fight with Pierre and, in the end, ran into the forest. Don't chase, Pierre. Simon came running. Pierre grinned as he gasped for breath with his great sword sticking on the ground. Are you all right? This much isn't even a problem. Other than that, I think we'll get into another problem if we stay here. Yeah, right. The sound of footsteps of the hounds and the lights of the keepers were drawing near. Pierre picked up Simon and Kamibas at once. We're going to get out of here. Hold on tight. Pierre flew off the floor. The surrounding terrain disappeared beneath them at a tremendous speed. Pierre took the two out of the forbidden forest to a point where they could see the walls of Kizun. I can't go further from here on out, said Pierre as he put the two of them down. This uncomfortable smell. It looks like they have wide-range detection magic. Simon nodded his head. Kamibas was still unconscious and hadn't woken up. Thank you, Pierre. You saved our lives. QE. It hasn't been that long yet since I got a new contractor. I can't afford to lose you right away. Be careful on your way back. Yes. Thank you. Pierre disappeared into the darkness. If he entered through the main gate, he had to explain the situation to the guards, so Simon went through the stable's tunnel and passed through the wall, just like he did when he first set out. Simon soon climbed the ladder, pushed away the straw from the ceiling, and raised his head. Oh, back. Kevin, who happened to be giving water to the horses in the stable, saw Simon and smiled. Is Rick back already? No, he didn't come this way because keepers were suddenly swarming. If it's Rick, he might be looking for another route to go around. I see. Thank you for telling me. Is that Mrs. all right? She just strained herself a little because of being chased by the keepers. She's all right. Simon gave a tip by flicking a coin from his pocket like Rick did. It was a tip meant to keep this a secret. Kevin smiled broadly and bowed his head. Simon came out of the stable and thought of where he should go. Should I go to the central ward? However, I'll be questioned about how I got hurt. And if I tell the truth, it'll eventually reach the ears of professors and officials. A battle at midnight. The priest may have Simon's face, but it was possible that they hadn't seen Kamibas yet. In order not to put her in danger again, the person who could treat her had to be trustworthy. A trustworthy person. It would be safest for him to go to Nephthys, but he didn't even know where she was now. After much deliberation, Simon started to walk. Kizun Male Student Dormitory Building 1. Night duty room. You are on. Lena, the dormitory manager, was lying on her stomach with her arms on the desk, yawning. I hate doing night duty. Cleaning and laundry, cleaning and laundry, cleaning and laundry. Of course, her main job was managing the dormitory, but she could never get used to taking care of the noble young masters, no matter what. She made a wry laugh as she looked at one document that was left lying about. Bringing female students to the dorm room in 3-on-3 to do what? Ugh, These crazy bastards. Kids these days had nothing cute about them. It was also absurd to see them threatening her while mentioning their family when she said that she'd report it to the professor in charge rather than overlooking the incident. I just wanna quit everything now. Knock knock. At that moment, a knock was heard at the door. While rubbing her eyes, she said, "I wonder what it is at this late hour. Please come in." Click. When the door opened, a boy came in with a girl in his arms. Lena jumped up from her seat with her eyes wide open. Again, a female student on male dormitory. "What do you think?" Lena, who was shouting in agitation, realized that the male student was familiar in her eyes. Besides, his uniform was covered in dirt and bloody wounds. Simon, please help me," said Simon in a labored voice. Lena rushed over and cleared the items off the bed of the duty room. Simon put Kamibra down on the bed. "How did this happen? You should've brought her to the ward instead of here." "It's a bit complicated." Simon's face hardened. "I can't really tell you the details, but I can't take her to the ward." 4 years of being the dormitory manager of Kizan. She survived 4 years in this infamous place where 95% of people come in after seeing the high salary of being a servant and escape within a month. During those times, Lena really went through all sorts of things, and she knew about the darkness of Kizan. The students did everything they could to survive in Kizan. Yes, really, everything they could. It was very common in Kizan to not go to the ward to avoid consequences, even if they were injured. She let out a deep sigh. "Get out." "Yes." Lena pushed Simon's back. Simon spoke in bewilderment. "Wait Lena. I need to treat the female student, so get out." While Simon was scratching his head awkwardly, Lena grabbed the emergency first aid kit, placed it next to the bed, and drew the curtain so Simon couldn't see. After a while, the sound of Kamibra's uniform being taken off could be heard. "Be honest. What happened?" "There are wounds like scrapes and skinned knees, but this wound on her thigh." Her voice went cold. "It looks like a cut from a sharp object." Simon gulped. Lena spoke calmly after looking at Kamibra's wound once again. "You fought with other students, didn't you? It'd be better to deal while you're still on the student protection period if you have a problem. It's not something to be brooding over by." "We didn't fight with a student." He couldn't tell the truth. That they were attacked by a priest who betrayed the Kizan. It was a secret that could shake the entire organization called Kizan and could put Lena in danger because of it. "Then what was it?" "I can't tell you everything because it's a little bit complicated." "I'm sorry." Lena pressed her hand to her forehead with a hard face. She could see Simon's silhouette bowing down his head. In fact, she knew it from her long experience. Nothing would change, even if a servant interfered with the student's affairs. For now, treatment comes first. She pulled out a first aid kit and several medications from the drawer. She wiped off the blood with gauze and skillfully disinfected the wound. Kamibra, still asleep, groaned while frowning. After disinfecting, Lena applied the slime ointment that regenerated wounds so scars wouldn't remain and placed the band-aid. Fortunately, she had no huge injuries. The most severe injury, her thigh, was covered with bandages. Her sleeping expression became more relaxed. "Simon." Lena came out after pulling the curtains open. "Take off your clothes." "Yes." "What?" Simon's eyes shook. She folded her arms with an expressionless face. "We'll have to take a look at your wound, right? Take off your top." Okay." Simon took his school uniform off while thinking that he was getting startled quite a lot today. He took off his jacket and shirt and rolled his school pants up to his knees. "I'll disinfect you first." Lena crouched in front of Simon after putting disinfectant on the cotton. Blood flushed to her face when she saw Simon's naked body. "I mean, why does a student have this great body? What are those abs at that age?" So embarrassing." "Calm down, heart." There was this thing called an adult's pride. She couldn't have indecent desires against a minor who was still wet behind the ears. After pulling herself together, she disinfected the wounds in a professional manner. During that, Simon groaned in pain and twisted his body. "Yug, it hurts so much." "Bear with it," said Lena while slapping Simon's leg. "Looks like a kid is a kid, judging from his whines." After disinfecting the wound, she spread the ointment well and wrapped it with a bandage. The wound might get infected, so it would be best not to overdo yourself for a while. Thank you very much. Simon bowed down respectfully. A student bowing towards a servant. Lena took a step back in slight surprise and then cleared her throat. I don't know what happened to you today, but there's nothing more important than your health. Your body needs to be healthy to survive in Kizan. You get what I mean, right? Yes. The female student is also fine. I'll ask the people I can trust in the female dormitory and take her silently. Thank you very much. I'll never forget what you've done for me. Simon once again bowed down respectfully. After Simon went out of the night duty room, Lena sighed and sat down on the chair. I might be able to see him for a long time. She thought that he was a down-to-earth boy. That was rare in Kizan. A strange feeling lingered on her. Simon. So you were all right. As Simon entered the dormitory room, Rick, who had been anxiously roaming around the same place, ran up to him. What in the world happened? How's Kami? Simon calmly explained what had happened. The story where they were chased by keepers, went deep into the forest, and got lost. Of course, he didn't share the part about the priest. He thought that he should discuss this matter with Kamibra separately. Rick also arrived a little late to get past the keepers, and he said that Milan, who was left alone in the lab, was shaking with anger and sadness. Of course, she seemed to understand when he explained that keepers were around. In the end, Rick was also able to acquire the ingredients in Rochester, so it seemed like they could make the potion tomorrow. Thud. Whoa, that startled me. The door opened roughly and Kajan Edvald came in. A towel was placed over his wet head like been to the bathroom. Back, Kajan. Simon greeted him with a smile. He tossed off his uniform without answering, climbed up to the bunk bed, and laid down with a blanket covering up his head, and within a minute, you could hear snoring. I really don't understand him at all. Rick shrugged and went to his bed. Simon also grabbed his blanket and went to his bed after looking at Kajan sleeping. The day was extremely tiring. The next morning, Simon was waiting at the building entrance, leaning his back against the wall after telling Rick to go to the lecture room first. As the familiar class of students passed by, he saw Hector and his faction walking. They looked at Simon with slightly surprised faces and talked in whispers. She's late. Simon's face started to fill with anxiousness as he looked at the wall clock. The time for class was drawing near, but Kamibra wasn't showing up. What's happening? Is she that hurt? Or is she not coming to the class because she's so shocked by what happened yesterday? In fact, it was so frightening that his hair stood on end when he recalled the priest praying in the Forbidden Forest last night. He also had some nightmares. At least Simon was used to looking at someone praying since his mother was a priest, but it had to have been a much larger psychological shock for Kamibra. I guess he'll have to pass by the girls' dormitory after class. At that moment, he saw a female student with a bag passing next to him. She had a really familiar face. She smiled broadly as she met her eyes with Simon's. Ah, Simon. Good morning. Kamibra trotted towards Simon. Compared to what Simon expected, she looked energetic. Let me see you for a second. Kami. The two moved to a quiet, vacant park behind the building. You must have been surprised yesterday. Are you really okay? She slightly nodded her head. Yes, I'm fine. It just feels like I was dreaming. Dreaming? A pleasant night walk after a long time. That time when she was picking mushrooms with Simon in peace. That time when they were running away after being chased by the keepers. That time when Simon carried her and jumped off the cliff. And lastly, that moment when she faced that indescribably terrible priest. It feels like I woke up after the memory was cut off when the dream turned into a nightmare. How should I put this? Like I can't feel the sense of reality. Is the shock less because she perceived it like she was dreaming? Whatever the case was, Simon was relieved that she looked okay. Simon went straight to the point. The priest ran away after seeing the keepers. There's a high chance that they haven't seen your face yet. Ah, don't tell anyone else and just act as usual. I'll find out who the priest is. Suddenly, she came closer to Simon and stood on her tiptoes. I want to help too, Simon. It's too mean to put me out of this case because my face wasn't discovered. This is for both of us. Simon was a little startled by her spirit and leant back. Right. Okay, I'll ask for your help when that time comes. Yes. Just then, the bell rang. announcing the start of class. The two ran to the lecture room in a hurry. The first class was Bahil's curses. The class was so hectic that had completely forgotten about what happened last night in the Forbidden Forest. Bahil finished explaining the theory and went straight to practical exercises. I saw a lot of students depending on the rectifying tool in our exhaust class the other day, so this time, well, practice with an easier curse. The curse of transmitting used the formula that was the basis of all curses, which attached the jet black to the target creature. The objective of this class was to make the magic circle of this curse float in the air without the rectifying tool. Simon raised his concentration and spread his palms facing each other, like holding a large fruit in your hands. Now, he had to draw a magic circle in the air by flowing jet black in from both palms. Simon's dark blue jet black flowed out and drew a circle, the basic step of the magic circle. Even the beginning is tough. After, with difficulty, placing the circle that later would be the base, he drew a rune in its center. Of course, it didn't go as well as he had planned. The base repulsed and trembled as he tried to add the rune, and his hands shook as if he had tremors. Even though it was quite inept, Simon wrote the runes and formulas. Originally, it was supposed to look like a picture from a copy machine, but Simon's magic circle was a shape where the letters were wriggling as if alive. He decided to try casting the magic with it first. A tall vertical plant was placed on his desk. It was a plant that grew by consuming jet black, and it said that, if the curse of transmitting succeeded, flower buds bloomed from its body. Simon activated the magic circle eagerly. Boom. However, the magic circle dispersed instead of activating. Simon sighed in frustration. It's not easy after all. He had no time for this when they had to hunt the Cyclops next week right away. Simon clenched his teeth and spread the palms of his hands again. How is it? Is it doable? Simon felt a warm hand on his shoulder at that moment. When he turned his head, Bahil was there, smiling. Simon replied tensely. Yes, I'm trying my best. Management of the core. Simon stopped speaking. It's because you're inexperienced with managing the core. The concentration of jet black is lowered, and therefore the magic circle isn't constructed properly. Simon's heart started racing. It was a part where he kept feeling his limits, but it was a completely different feeling to hear it directly from a professor of Kizn compared to thinking it by himself. There'll be no place to learn how to properly manage the core. It's too basic to be taught at Kizn, and each person has a different management method. Bahil raised his index finger from the hand that was touching Simon's shoulder. Excuse me for a moment. He then pressed Simon's shoulder with his index finger. Drop. In an instant, his mind went blank, and he could hear the sound of water dripping. The noise of the surrounding students disappeared like magic, and Simon's body drifted to the empty world, far from the classroom. There's a prejudice that curses are only harmful. As a person who's in this field, it saddens me, said Bahil with a bit to laugh. Perhaps it was because the noise around him had disappeared. His voice could be heard very clearly. Professor, this is... Please don't be surprised. With the modification of the sense curse, I simply maximized your senses. Now, focus again. With Bahil's voice resounding softly, Simon somehow felt at ease. He didn't seem like Bahil was going to do anything bad. Take a deep breath and try to collect the mana from the air into your body. As instructed, Simon drew the mana into his body. This time, Bahil also placed his left hand on Simon's shoulder. Now, we're going to pass the mana through the core. First, take a look at how I do it. Among the mana in his body, he felt a string of mana that he couldn't control. It went into the core under the heart. However, it didn't pass through the core as is. The mana rotated along his core and underwent a profound process of change. Simon, your jet black is different from ordinary people's. The image of simply extracting it will inevitably lower the efficiency. Then, circulation. The mana rotating in the core naturally turned into jet black and was discharged to the outside. It was an image reminiscent of the corona of a black hole. Abandon the image of transformation, modification, and falsification. Think of the core as a living creature and lead it gently. Wait for the jet black to fall outside naturally. Now it's your turn. Simon. Simon nodded his head and focused on the mana in his body. Circulation, not transformation. An image of circulation. Simon imaged the words that repeated in his head over and over again. With mana, as if responding to his will, mana streamed into his core and began to flow. There's no need to strain yourself to control the core. Just relax and contemplate. Let this child do whatever it wants. Just like Bahil said, the core really moved with its own power. As the core circulated the jet black, it drew in the mana around it, and the jet black got stronger as well. Soon, the inside of the core became full and emitted jet black to the outside. Finally, the black sun was completed in Simon's body. Good job. Then, shall we try dropping the senses to 50% this time? The blurred vision came back to normal. From a feeling of complete isolation, he could now hear the noisy voices of the students sitting next to him. Now, try again. Yes. Simon repeated it over and over again. The first attempt was unsuccessful as the jet black didn't move as freely as when his senses and concentration were maximized, but he got the hang of it on the second and succeeded on the third try. Jet black has a tendency to remember, said Bahil, while tapping his forehead. Just like the hands and feet of humans, if you repeat the same movements hundreds of thousands of times, the jet black tries to reproduce the acquired flow without realizing it. Isn't it amazing? That's why it's important to practice repeatedly and develop the right habits. Simon felt great. A feeling of enlightenment being engraved in your head. He thought Bahil was just a cold and calculating person. Simon thought that he was seeing a new side of Bahil. Now then, while we're at it, shall we try performing the curse too? Simon's senses were maximized again with Bahil's voice. All other distractions disappeared, and he was able to focus on himself, the jet black, and the plant in front of him. Try stirring up the jet black. With Bahil's voice, Simon raised his hands facing each other. Jet black flew out of his fingertips like paint. Rest assured, I'm assisting you. Please complete the magic circle the way you like it. Yes. It was a completely different feeling than when he was doing it alone. Since the magic circle floating in the air was perfectly centered without being shaken, Simon was able to create as much jet black as he wanted in peace. It was a wonderful feeling. The magic circle was completed in an instant, to the point that him struggling a few minutes ago seemed ridiculous. And then, activate it. As soon as his senses returned, Simon opened his eyes and activated the magic circle. A single ray of jet black, resembling a lightning strike, went out with a flash and hit the plant. Fwaya. Then, a spectacular view spread out. Numerous flower buds bloomed profusely like an explosion from the plant's body. The flowers already covered Simon's desk and spread out around him. It was like Simon was instantly buried in the middle of a flower bed. What is this? Exclamations of students broke loose everywhere. Professor, this is the potential that you have. Bahil spoke in a low voice that only Simon could hear. Please don't get me wrong. I was only assisting you in making a stable output. This is a level that you'll be able to do by yourself in no distant future. What he's saying was true. It was indeed Simon's power that made the flowers bloom. Your jet black is special, Simon Polensha. Bahil's fingers, which were resting on Simon's shoulder, trembled. The blue flower that was growing even now was already covering Simon's entire torso. Please think about it carefully. Bahil's face turned serious. On what would be the best way to blossom your talents, and in what direction to proceed to get 200% the advantage of this unique jet black. The best way to blossom my talents. The direction to take advantage of the unique jet black. While thinking about the topic that Bahil had brought up, Simon looked at the green field of flowers that surrounded him. Professor. Yes. Do you have any feedback you could give me on the curse that I just used? Oh. Bahil smiled. It's a great mindset to look back at yourself calmly without letting your results go to your head. Very well. If I had to say something, you need to put more emotions in your curse. Like when commanding your undead? For an instant. Was it his imagination that Bahil's expression turned cold? Simon blinked his eyes to see if he was seeing things, and Bahil had returned to his softly smiling face. Yes, it's similar. Emotions are a crucial element of all dark magic after all. Bahil put back down his hand on Simon's shoulder. Please don't forget what I told you earlier. With a snap of Bahil's fingers, Simon could clearly hear the clamor of the surrounding students. Bahil patted Simon's head gently and turned away. Professor Bahil. Rick raised his hand. Bahil stopped and asked him, what is it? See, can you please assist me too? It's quite hard to bloom the flowers, so it's an inferior's mindset to rely on luck and to make things easier. Keep trying over and over again. Ah yes. As Rick lowered his hand, Milan, who was sitting next to him, smirked before snorting. Simon, who was filled with the aftertaste for a moment, strained his eyes and made his hands face each other. All right. This time, by myself. And just like that, before the bell announcing the end of the class rang, Simon was able to perfectly master the curse of transmitting. The next class was Hong Feng's combat magic. They were headed somewhere after riding the hippos again. The place Hong Feng chose for today's class was an open, empty park of bamboo forest. After warming up with hard running like usual, Hong Feng taught the students basic combat techniques such as punches and kicks. Everyone was stretching their jet black infused fists or feet, keeping a distance from each other. The assistant teachers went around and corrected the students' postures or taught them some know-hows on infusing the jet black. And, here, slap, slap, place more force over here. Simon's face was flushed red as he took a stance. Hong Feng was hitting Simon's thigh with her palm. Your arm's position should be here. The opposite arm will become an axis when you stretch out your foot. Hold in your stomach. Hold in your stomach. Why yes. It was a tough situation for Simon. It was natural for a professor to guide their students while touching them, but it wasn't easy to pocket his feelings in a situation where a beautiful woman like Hong Feng stuck close to a young boy in full vigor. Simon, are you going to keep on relaxing your toes? I'm sorry. Simon quickly adjusted his posture to avoid being hit again. Hong Feng folded her arms and nodded her head as though she didn't find it that bad. All right, prepare for the spin kick. Simon moved his legs. The left foot came forward. Jet black management. He rotated his body as the jet black moved towards the center of his waist. His heel naturally lifted up, and the waist and body turned into the ideal posture. The folded right foot stretched out and, whoosh, his leg passed through the air. The jet black that flowed out from his feet left a long, black trail like paint. It was indeed a picturesque kick. Well done. Hong Feng clapped her hands and smiled broadly. Simon bowed his head despite sweating profusely. You've succeeded in performing the spin kick, but 4 basic postures were ruined. You were looking in the wrong direction. You couldn't use the power in your waist, and you needed to spin your heels more, and the timing in releasing the jet black was too fast when hitting. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful. But still, you're doing good enough, Simon. Practice more. Hong Feng tapped Simon on the shoulder and left to look after the other students. A short break was given. Rick, who had been carelessly sitting on the grass, blearily opened his eyes. Kami. Yes, Rick. Like the curses class, don't you think the professors seem to favor Simon these days? Kami, who was modestly sitting next to Rick, covered her mouth and smiled. I don't think it's that much, is it? Anyway, something strange. Gosh. You loser. Milan, in a gym uniform, approached, clicking her tongue. She had her sky blue hair tied up with a string today, when it had been always down on her back. And you call yourself a Kizan student? Try to get yourself in the eyes of the professor by yourself if you have time to be unsightly jealous of others. Rick chuckled. What do you mean jealous? I'm just expressing my doubts. And not in a position to say that, are you? Milan, who proudly lifted the curse and climbed up the hill during the combat magic class. Milan's face reddened. Stop bringing that up again and again. Honestly, I don't wanna. I'm gonna keep bringing this up until it rots. And have you talked to Professor Hong Feng during the class today? Definitely out of her favor. Why don't you be careful of being out of my favor before that? As Milan raised her foot and threatened Rick, he laughed and rolled down the grass to run away. Good grief. After letting out a big sigh, She turned her head and looked at Simon. "Hey, what? You try teaching me?" Simon put on an expression asking where it suddenly came from. Milan blushed before clearing her throat. "Good at combat magic. I'm asking you to look at my posture since Professor Hong isn't coming to me." So that's what she meant. Milan got flustered and quickly added as Simon smiled without saying anything. "Why, you know that I'm dealing with Cyclops during the performance assessment, right? My movements will improve with your cooperation, and so our performance assessment score will. I'll teach you even if you don't say those things, so don't worry." Simon stood in front of her with a kind smile. "Try taking the stance." Milan kept on clearing her throat in embarrassment and then muttered, "Thank you," so quietly that no one could hear it. Soon, she awkwardly took up the kicking posture. Simon squatted down and scanned her body up and down. "That's terrible. I know," yelled Milan. Simon stretched out his finger. "First of all, too stiff. Just by looking at your posture, it can clearly be seen that you're lacking in self-confidence. Relax your body a bit and try taking the stance again as naturally as possible." She nodded and stood comfortably. The stiff feeling disappeared slightly. "Put your left foot a little further back, and both fists slightly clenched in front." "No, that's your right foot. The left foot is the foot opposite to the hand you use when eating." I know that, Damas. I was just confused because I'm nervous," she retorted. But she quickly changed her posture. "Stand by after gathering the jet black around your waist." "Yeah, that's right." "And then, you put your strength in the ball of your foot and turn it, like this." "No number. I'm not telling you to turn it like you whirl it up. You have to turn it like twisting with your waist muscles. And when you turn, your jet black should be on the back of your thigh." "Here?" Simon shook his head as she put her hand on her leg. "A little higher." "Here?" "No. You went too much." "A little bit lower." "This one, right?" "That's just a knee." "Ah, gosh. It's not even bare legs. I'm in my gym uniform." "Just touch it," she burst out. However, in the fit of anger, her shout was too loud. Milan's voice echoed riding the mountain ridge, saying touch it, touch it, touch it. Ears pricked up everywhere. The female students who were obsessed with love stories began to whisper. You could even see Kamabras covering her mouth gently. Milan blushed and flailed her arms violently. "No, no, that's not it. I'm asking him to position me." Position. But the truth didn't matter at this point. Watching the rumors spread rapidly, starting from the female students, Milan's expression went vacant. Then, she turned to Simon hurriedly. What should we do?" "Go say something." "I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna touch you since you told me to." Simon approached with big strides and precisely placed his hand on Milan's gym uniform. "You gather and place your jet black here." He then grabbed her ankle. "And move it here while turning your body." "You crazy bastard." Now wasn't the time for this. Simon spoke in a low voice as Milan's face had turned as red as it could and her lips started trembling. "Just do as told." Huh? "It'll cause the opposite effect if you are hopping mad." "You need to show that it's a misunderstanding." Simon stood up with a nonchalant face and grabbed her arms and shoulders, correcting her posture. Milan nodded with the confusion of the moment and fixed her posture. Those who came to see after hearing the rumors saw Milan. So he was really fixing her posture, huh? Milan is quite odd after all. Simon's so kind. Finally, after correcting her posture, Milan turned and kicked her legs up to the sky. Her legs rose up with her strength, but she lost her balance and fell to the grass, landing on her butt. Ha ha ha. A roar of laughter could be heard around them. Simon also smiled and placed his hand on his hips. "You still have a long way to go, but well done." "Ah, yeah." At that moment, the female students, who were observing them nearby, spoke to Simon. They were also asking Simon to teach them how to kick. Simon smiled kindly and corrected their posture. "What's with this guy?" Milan slightly bit her lips. The combat magic class ended after some time. Kizn had prepared the teleport magic circle this time too for the students, who had used up their stamina and lay down, exhausted. "Milan, I heard the rumors." Rick showed up giggling, resting the back of his head on his head. Milan, who was talking to Kamabras, glared at Rick. "Hey, don't do it." "I swear." "No, it's not about you, but it's a story about my friend." "So, We were talking about what kind of conversation a man and a woman would have had if words like touch and posture were being discu. I told you not to do it. Miellyn took out her bag from the subspace and began to beat Rick up. Rick screamed as he tripped into the grass as he tried to run away, and Simon and Camilla laughed. Yawa, don't just stand there and stop her. Let's go, Kami. Yeah. The two turned away from Rick and quickly went to line up for the teleport magic circle. By the way, Kami, do you remember what our next class was? Ah, I do remember. It's summoning. Upon hearing that, Simon's lips curved into a huge grin. Finally, after a long time, Simon got to take Aaron's summoning class. The topic of the class today was restoration. It was a class on destroying and restoring the island rat man skeleton they made last time. The greatest strength of the skeleton is its restorative ability. Aaron, who as usual went to school in loose shorts with frizzy hair, raised his finger. Swish, whoosh. The bones scattered around the lecture room gathered in the air at a tremendous speed. The skeleton assembled in the air landed on the floor in a span of a few seconds and even greeted them nicely, breaking loose cheers and applause from students. The principle of restoration isn't hard. Even if the skeleton's body is shattered by a strong impact, some residual jet black remains on the bones. Aaron pulled out one of the skeleton's bones with his hand. You just have to energize this jet black to maximize the nature of the attraction to return to its original form. Then, when he loosened the grip of his hand, the bone flew away again and stuck to its original place like a magnet. Now, let's begin the practice. Since the content of the class was about restoration, Simon happened to be ready for it. While other students were practicing the restoration by separating the torso, arms, and legs, Simon succeeded in restoring the entire skeleton in one go. Not only Miellyn, but Hector also had difficulties in restoration. A field of thorough talent where you couldn't reach 100% with practice and training alone. Simon was unrivaled in class in terms of skeleton restoration. So Simon, who was always busy keeping up with the class, enjoyed the leisurely time. He was jotting down notes on his textbook because he still had some time left, even after accommodating Rick and Kamibra's restoration. Hey, are you sure you can just loaf around like that? Grumpily complained Miellyn. Instead of answering her, Simon waved his hand in the air. The bones scattered on the desk were put together and completed the skeleton's body. Pretty good. Cat got Miellyn's tongue just like that. Rick, who was sitting behind her, laughed gloatingly before going quiet when he was warned by an assistant teacher passing by. Don't be so cocky just because good at restoration, said Miellyn, all guns blazing with her competitive spirit. She was the type of person who had to be first in every class to be satisfied. You said you'll leave Kizan if you don't surpass my summoning score next month, right? If you think he'll go easy because we're in the same group, you hugely missed. Don't worry. He'll definitely surpass you, answered Simon while resting his chin on his hand and flipping through the textbook. She clenched her fists in frustration, but she wasn't in a position to say anything to Simon, at least not in this restoration class. Sigh. If I had solved question 20, it'd have a score of 90s in summoning too. Hearing her talking to herself, Simon raised his head. Question 20. You mean the problem on the last page? Yeah. That was easy. Her middle of the forehead narrowed. Hey, why are you acting so arrogant all of a sudden? Are you better than me at summoning? Nope. Then how did you solve question 20? Did you use the formula? I don't know such a thing. It made no sense. Number 20 was a question to be solved by applying Theron's formula. Miellyn, who got the problem wrong, went to Aaron directly to hear the explanation. But Simon, who never had any prior learning, solved number 20 without knowing the Theron formula. What was your answer then? 1,200,146. Miellyn's eyes widened sharply. The answer was 1,200,000, so he was practically correct. Spill it quickly. How the hell did you solve it? I combined the formulas I learned in Kizan as much as possible. I can't explain it because I can't remember exactly what the problem was. She bit her lip. She thought to herself that she'll make sure to make a copy of the problem and make Simon solve it again. As Miellyn became quiet, Simon's attention shifted back to the textbook. Introduction to Summoning had so much interesting content every time he read it. His heart pounded as he glanced at the new undead and dark magics to be dealt with in the future. I want to try making a golem as soon as possible. Would it be possible to learn it by myself if I buy the materials at Rochester? Simon Polenshaw. Simon got startled and looked back at the voice that suddenly pierced through his ear. What are you doing right now? Aaron was looking down at Simon with a ferocious gaze. Simon's face turned white. I got caught doing something else. There was no room for excuses since he was on a completely different page to the other students. Answer me, Aaron asked in a cold voice. He looked really angry, so Simon decided to be honest. Since the restoration was successful, I was looking at the topic of the next class for a while. Of course, Aaron knew that too. After all, Simon was the only student in this class who succeeded in completing whole restoration in 10 seconds. But, contrary to that, Aaron's face gave a really menacing atmosphere. Remain in the lecture room after the class. Aaron turned his back and left after saying those words. A deep fear entangled Simon's body. Simon, don't tell me, muttered Rick with a hardened face. Meilin folded her arms while pouting her lips. I warned you, okay, about just loafing around like that. Even if she said so, she seemed worried, walking on eggshells when looking at Simon. Of course, Simon couldn't hear any of his friends' voices. The summoning class ended. It was time for him to eat dinner and return to the dorm to wrap up the day, but Simon had to remain in the lecture room. In front of Simon, who was worried about what would happen to him in the empty lecture room, Aaron approached with his hands in his pockets. Follow me. The two left the lecture room. Simon sank his head to his chest and walked behind Aaron. I should've just kept practicing restoration. Aaron didn't say anything. Simon could accept any kind of reproach, as he was clearly at fault, but Aaron was treating Simon as if he didn't exist. This silence was even more painful for Simon. The two passed the building and entered an empty park. A spacious space surrounded by trees, with no one around. There is something I cannot stand. Aaron took out an old cigar from his pocket and put it into his mouth. When he snapped his finger, a spark splattered and ignited the cigar's tip. Aaron's eyes turned serious after taking a sip of smoke. Simon felt himself shrinking even more and lowered his head. Students who have the will, but who are not learning in my class. What? Take out your skeleton. What did that mean? Simon was confused, but he took out the skeleton from the subspace as instructed. Try restoring it in front of me. When Aaron snapped the opposite hand of the hand holding the cigar, the skeleton flew away with a popping sound. Simon felt a headache and staggered as the connection was cut off, but he reflexively stretched out his right arm. Restoration. Okay, I got that. Unrivaled in the field of restoration. Then I'll teach you the advanced techniques of restoration. Simon's eyes widened. Weren't you planning to scold me? This is an extra lesson, said Aaron while taking the cigar out of his mouth and holding it in his fingers. I'm saying this just in case you perceive it wrong, but it's also the professor's job to provide additional classes to students who have exceeded the level of regular classes. Simon's eyes were filled with tears from being touched so deeply. Professor Aaron, hurry up and take your stance. Don't waste my time even more. Yes. Simon raised his concentration with a lit-up face, and Aaron took out a skeleton from his subspace. Whoa! It was a skeleton that looked much bigger and more sophisticated than Simon's. The bones were black and were more numerous and exquisite. It couldn't be compared with the Island Rat Man. It had a red cape on its back and was carrying various weapons. It's a skeleton made out of demon's bone. It's so cool. A fine sword, gorgeous armor, beautiful horses. Simon was always placid in front of any riches or wealth, but he felt a tremendous desire to possess that skeleton. I won't show you twice, so watch carefully. Aaron snapped his fingers and broke the skeleton. Then, he raised his arm and pointed to a nearby tree. Shake shake. The bones scattered randomly on the floor shook and flew into the air. Stab 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 stab. Hundreds of bones pierced the tree like a skewer. An offensive skill using restoration. Bone piercing. You could see a squirrel gnawing on the fruit nearby and running away in surprise. Aaron swung his thin arms and pointed at the squirrel. Whoosh. Bones that flew like beams of light tightly shut around the squirrel. A binding skill using restoration. Bone prison. The prison flew upward and scattered when Aaron raised his index finger up. The squirrel ran away in the meantime. Lastly, Aaron clenched his fist. This time, the skeleton bones scattering in the sky flew towards Aaron's body. Click, clack. Aaron's body started to be covered with bones. It was as if he was changing into a suit made of bones. The empty fittings started to piece together. Jet black flowed out of the empty space between the bones, filling it up like a fiber, and a red cape was placed on its back. Finally, the skull of the skeleton covered Aaron's head like a helmet. A defensive skill using restoration. Bone armor. Whoa! A shiver ran down Simon's spine. Aaron's appearance when wearing a skeleton was truly dazzling. It's so cool. Aaron stretched out his right arm. Then, his armor was taken off like a living garment, and it returned to the form of a skeleton down on one knee. A skeleton can be a weapon, a prison, or an armor depending on the necromancer's capabilities. These are all dark magics that apply restoration. Did you understand? Simon nodded his head frantically. Of course, these restoration techniques can be learned in second year, but you're excellent in learning restoration. I'll arrange it a little and teach you how to use it. Thank you. For now, the only technique you could at least imitate would be bone piercing. Get ready. Aaron once again made Simon perform restoration and analyzed it. So you start the restoration by putting the skull as the center. Yes. Correct that habit from this moment on. The key is to induce the skeleton to go in the desired direction. I'll give you a tip. Simon could understand Aaron's explanation immediately, as he had the experience of training his determination with the help of Peer. Gather in front of me. After several trials and errors, the scattered skeleton bones gathered in front of Simon. Of course, the speed of the subsequent bones were determined by the speed at which the skull, the core of the skeleton, arrived, but for now, it was a great result just to be able to perform a restoration from a distance. Restoration and bone piercing are completely different skills. Think of it as an application of the power of restoration, but a completely different skill. Develop a habit of tilting your bones to the side when calling it with restoration. That way, the sharp part will pierce the enemy's flesh. If you focus the jet black that stays on your bone in one direction, you can turn it like a sharp knife. For the bones without a proper place to stab, you can just place the bones on the target's body with a feeling of attaching it onto them. That alone has a significant binding effect on the opponent. Simon absorbed Aaron's teachings like a sponge. Then, he went straight to the actual training. Thump 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 thump. Skeleton bones were attached to the nearby bamboo. The sharp edges of the bones pierced through the wood, and the other bones stuck like magnets. Restoration. As Simon clenched his fist in that state, the bones compressed the bamboo more and more. And finally, clench. He succeeded in breaking the bamboo. Let's go. Simon clenched his fists tightly and shouted delightfully. He was able to learn a new skill in only a few hours. I'm so happy. A huge sense of accomplishment made his whole body tremble. It was indeed an addictive sensation, like a drug. Well done. Aaron nodded his head as he looked at the bamboo fall to the floor. It's still on a level where you're just choking with a bone, but the fact that you can recycle a destroyed skeleton as an attack, it's like you have a whole new card up your sleeve. Keep training so you could use it in actual fights. Thank you, Professor. Simon, soaked in happiness, quickly bowed his head. Aaron said while shaking off the cigar in his fingers, I heard that Professor Jane added Cyclops hunting as a performance assessment. Yes. Right. Are you the participant? Simon shook his head. A student named Mielin from the same group is our participating member. Wise move. Aaron spoke after taking a puff of the cigar. It's also important to focus on the support of a team member. You'll see a lot of things to learn. Yes, sir. And, Aaron turned his back, throwing his burnt cigars into a nearby trash bin. This is just an extra lesson, nothing more. nothing less. Aaron left after saying those words. Simon bowed his head once more. After Aaron's lesson, Simon arrived at the lab where he was supposed to meet with his group mates. From the looks of it, they had already begun. The contents of the cauldron were boiling. The three of them, each sitting around the cauldron, saw Simon and stood up simultaneously. "Simon, how did it go?" Everyone approached hurriedly. Simon answered with a smile. "It wasn't any big deal." "Did he hit you?" "Did he?" "I knew it. Giving you a punishment when we're still on our student protection period." "That's so mean." "Kizen's punishment is known to be brutal. Like they tie the students in chains, take off their shirts, and with a long whip." Simon started sweating. What in the world were they talking about? "He just gave me an extra lesson." "What?" The gaze of the three of them gathered in the middle. "That Professor Aaron gave you a private lesson?" "No way." Milan denied it. "Maybe he was hit hard in the head with a whip." Rick placed his hand on his chin. "Simon, are you really okay?" Kamabras clasped her hands with tearful eyes. Since even trying to explain it felt like talking to a wall, Simon just walked past the three of them and went near the cauldron. "How's the potion going?" "It's perfect." "Who do you think made it?" Milan, who instantly returned to her usual confident face, wagged her finger. "The amount of water, the measurement of ingredients, the boiling time, and the skimming off of impure substances is perfect. Now, all we have to do is boil it down for another 20 minutes on low heat, and it's done." "Great work, HMPH. Do you guys get it now? You just have to trust and follow me." Rick sat down and tapped his legs. My legs are stiff after standing in this posture. Guess I gotta touch my legs a little." "Hey." While Milan and Rick were having a back and forth, shouting at each other, Simon and Kamabras had a conversation about potions in peace. Milan, who pushed Rick with the edge of the textbook, looked at the two with a strange look on her face. "You guys look kinda closer now, don't you?" "Is that so?" Simon shrugged it off lightly, but Kamabra's ears were burning red. "Tell me honestly, aside from being chased by the keepers, did something happen between you guys on that night?" Rick, who had been knocked to the floor, lifted his head. "It takes one to know one after our luck." Milan threw the textbook as if expecting it. Rick groaned and rolled around the floor. "After all commoners are vulgar. Having that kind of prejudice isn't good." Milan turned her head again to look at the two. "So, you won't tell me?" Kamabras tried to read Simon's face, and Simon answered in a complete poker face. "Nothing happened, really. It just took us a long time because we got lost in the woods." "Is that so?" Milan sighed as she saw the bandages all over the bodies of Simon and Kamabras. "Fine." Thankfully, Milan moved on without asking any further questions. Then, Rick came with empty bottles. "The potion is ready, let's bottle it up." Rick titled the cauldron by holding the handle attached to it, carefully putting it near the bottle, and filling it with the liquid. Everyone watched him in silence. "I hope it's effective with how everyone worked so hard to make it," said Kamabras. Rick handed a fully filled bottle to Milan. "Curious if it's effective?" Well, take a moment for our group leader to sample the potion as the representative." "You keep fooling around like that, I'll actually beat you to death." "Okay." When Milan started glaring at him, Rick quickly bowed his head and resumed his job. If only we weren't in Kizen, I'd have you arrested for contempt of nobles." "Contempt? I'm uneducated, so I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am." "Stop fighting, the two of you." While talking about this and that, 5 bottles were filled with the potion. Milan decided to keep 3, and left the remaining 2 bottles with Simon, in his subspace. "With this, we have something to present in our next beginner dark magic class. While we're here, let's decide on how to answer Professor Jane tomorrow." "Sure thing." The 4 of them cleaned up their surroundings and immediately left in search of an empty lecture room. Life in Kizen was hectic, to the point where the priest incident was utterly forgotten in Simon's mind for a while. In their second beginner dark magic class, each group was given time to present their strategy to Jane. 1 main attacker, 1 summoner, and 2 cursors. Jane, who was examining the document of Group 7, raised her head. Simon and his group mates stood in front of her with nervous faces. "All of the members have different majors, but I see that the roles aren't that diverse." "Here it comes." Milan put her hand on her chest and spoke in a confident voice. "Of course, It would be great if the roles of the group members were clearly divided, but we decided to go with this because we thought that hunting the Cyclops quickly and efficiently was the top priority. So you're saying that this positioning is the best? Yes, that's right. Jane turned her head. What do you think, Simon Polensha? Coming in all of a sudden, huh? Simon got lost in thought with a nervous face. He has a rough idea of what kind of answer Jane wanted. However, we're aware that our group lacks creativity in the combination of dark magics. After all, it was the student protection period. This presentation was a time to correct students' strategies, not to grade them. Then, it was more important to maintain the current teamwork and mood than to be swayed by the professor's opinion. I think there's nothing more important than safety. We'll hunt Cyclops more stably than any other group, and we'll make up for the deductions in creativity by scoring high with our own strengths. Miellyn, who shouted nice inwardly, clenched her fist. Jane grinned and nodded her head. Sure, if you put it that way. Her gaze shifted. Kamaba Ursula. Why yes. Kamaba answered with a tense face. I'd like to hear your opinion on this situation where a Necromancer aspirant, who should be the core of the attack, is yielding the participation to a curses aspirant and taking the role of curse support instead. This one's tough. Simon thought that the question might be too tough for a timid person like Kamaba to handle. When Simon glanced at her, her eyes were shaking, as expected. Kami, you really need to answer well on this one. If she answered in a way that suggested she yielded her participation because Miellyn was better, then she'd be disqualified as a student of Kizan. Even if it was the truth, it should never be said in front of Jane. At that moment, Kamiba's eyes glanced towards Simon. Her eager eyes seemed to be asking, what should I do? He couldn't answer her while the professor was in front of her. There was no time to give her the answer either. But this much would be fine. Simon gave her a word with the shape of his mouth, Cyclops. Then her eyes widened. She soon turned his gaze back to Jane. It's because of the special nature of the monster called Cyclops that we're going to deal with. Good. This time, Simon clenched his fist. What does that mean? The tough and hard leather of Cyclops is difficult to attack with Necromancy. We made this decision because we thought that Miellyn's dark flare, which can burn a monster alive, would be more suitable for hunting a Cyclops. The expressions of Miellyn and Rick, who were watching anxiously, also lit up. Is that so? Jane rested her chin on her hands and gave a strange smile. Then, if a monster other than Cyclops becomes your group's target, then. Her hands trembled with nervousness. Kamiba's had a timid personality, but she had to win the fight on her own in times like this. She shouted, closing her eyes tight. Then, at that time, I'll become the main attacker. Her voice was loud. It even cracked at the end. The assistant teachers around them blinked their eyes in surprise as the quiet girl shouted, I'll remember your statement. Jane gave a smirk. She looked more satisfied with that than with Miellyn's or Simon's answers. In a way, it was the best result. Well done, Kami. She couldn't stand the embarrassment and covered her face with her hands. Simon thought that she was a girl that couldn't be hated. Lastly, Rick Hayward. Rick, standing at the end, answered vigorously with Jane's call. Yes, Professor. Rick stiffened up. Last night, he prepared 300 possible question patterns and answers to them. He was confident that he could answer anything, no matter what was asked. Stop chit-chatting with your seatmate during lectures. What? That's all. She tapped the pile of papers and handed it to the assistant. I believe there's no need to ask questions that overlap with Kamiba. Well done, Group 7. Group 8, please come forward. The nerve-wracking presentation time was over in an instant. Group 7 followed the assistant teacher's guidance and left the lecture room. Only the group that would soon present was stuck to a schedule, and the groups who had finished their presentations had free time afterward. It was indeed a Kizan-like freedom. And, oh my, Simon, seated next to me? Miellyn gave a signal with a wink, and Simon nodded. Soon, both of them said at the same time, stop chit-chatting with your seatmate. Kahahahaha. Miellyn, who after a long time, found Rick's weakness, diligently gave back what she had suffered in the past as revenge. Rick said with a sour face, hey, You think that's funny? It's not even that funny. What? It's extremely funny. Oh ho ho. Simon smiled as he looked at the two of them arguing. In fact, he knew that Milan's teasing and Rick's taking blame was to take care of Kumabra's feelings. Because Kumabra was still burying her face in her hands, as if she couldn't stop thinking about the mistake she made in front of Jane. Kami. Simon silently talked to her. Smoked chicken or steak for lunch? Which one would you like? She gently lowered her hands and revealed her face. I want chicken, since it's been a while. Chicken. Our lunch today is chicken, shouted Rick, and he took the lead. The four of them headed to the restaurant, laughing and chatting with a friendly atmosphere. Lunchtime. After finishing his meal earlier than usual, Simon stopped by the Class L lecture room for a while before his next class started. Not here, huh? Among the students of Class L in the lecture room, Simon couldn't find the person he was looking for. The building where his next class would be held was quite far, so he could be late if he wasted more time. Should I come back tomorrow? As he was wandering in front of the lecture room nervously, someone was walking past him. It was a pretty female student with a pink ribbon in her hair who was holding a textbook in her arms. Hey, sorry, but excuse me. The female student blinked her eyes and stopped walking. There's a girl named Lorraine in Class L, right? Yep, that's right. Lorraine is in our class. Why? Simon carefully took an envelope out of his pocket. I wanted you to hand this to Lorraine. ? The female student stopped with her mouth wide open, as if someone pressed pause. And then, Kaya, she suddenly screamed. Why the hell is she screaming? Simon got startled and looked around. Luckily, they didn't attract much attention, as there weren't many people around. Right, I remembered. Looking excitedly, she stood up on tiptoe and examined Simon's face thoroughly. The special admission number 1 who took an oath as a freshman representative. Right. Kaya. Oh my goodness. You guys are elites after all. Birds of a feather flock together. She took the letter like she was snatching it from Simon's hand. MHM. I got it. I'll make sure to deliver this to Lorraine if it kills me. You don't really have to go that far, you see. She let out a naughty smile. This is a very obvious question, but I shouldn't tell Lorraine who you are, should I? It doesn't matter. Oh. Really? Can I tell her? Her eyes twinkled to the point of making Simon uncomfortable. He suddenly felt a shuddering sense of danger. Never mind about that. Just deliver the letter without saying anything else, please. Ho ho ho. All right. I thought quite daring, but I guess shy after all. She slapped Simon's forearm and laughed like an elegant lady. Her reaction was like she was having so much fun with the topic right now. Say you. Simon squinted his eyes. Not misunderstanding in a strange way, right? Yes, of course not. Why the hell are you winking with that answer? This messenger had all of a sudden become unreliable. But Simon didn't have much time left before his class. He could barely make it if he sprinted the whole way. Well then, I'm counting on you with that letter. Leave it to me. As soon as Simon turned his back with an anxious mind, the female student ran into the classroom with tremendous speed. Kaya. Guys, guess what I got from outside? Simon sighed while pressing his hand into his forehead. After finishing all the class for the day, Simon visited the campus cafe by himself. This is my first time here. As he grabbed the doorknob of the cafe and opened it, he heard a rattling bell. There were so many people when he entered, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Students, seated at tables big and small, were chit-chatting noisily. The students seated by the wall were completely engrossed in studying. They were flipping through textbooks with one hand and taking notes with the other hand while drinking coffee with the straw in their mouth. It was also surprising to see them keep their concentration when people were roaming around like that. That's amazing. And they say that this place is more flooded during exam period, huh? It was at that moment that Simon, who sat down after searching for an empty seat, looked around. Clamor. The surroundings suddenly got noisy. A female student with her black hair hanging down was coming from the door where Simon had just entered. Whoa, right? She had a different atmosphere from the other students. An aloof gait, red eyes that seemed to transcend the world, and a cold, expressionless face. She had an aura that made it hard to talk to her. to the point where it was hard to think she was actually a student like the others. Lorraine Archbold, the only daughter of Nephthys, the Witch of Death who ruled over half the world for 300 years. With the appearance of a big name, people started crowding to see her. Lorraine let out a small sigh and raised her brows. "What are you staring at?" With those words, the students within the tens of meters disappeared cleanly. The students sitting in the distance couldn't even make eye contact and bowed their heads. After creating a miracle of turning the surroundings cold in an instant, she started moving, and the place where her steps stopped was in front of Simon. Simon gulped. All of a sudden, an extreme nervousness had rushed over him. Why does she feel so unfamiliar? He thought. They became close after eating and shopping together. It was difficult to deal with her in a Kizant school uniform when he hadn't seen her in a long time. It's been a while. Ha. He mustered up the courage to talk to her, but Lorraine was still cold and expressionless. While Simon, who was bewildered, thought about if he did something wrong, Lorraine's eyes slowly curved into half moons, and the corners of her lips became arcs. "Hey Simon." It was the smile that Simon knew well. The two took the coffee they ordered and went up to the third floor of the cafe. The owner of the cafe, who seemed very nervous, took the order by themselves, and when Lorraine said that she wanted a quiet place, they immediately opened the closed third floor. Thanks to this, the two could sit in a spacious outdoor window seat. A cool breeze blew, and it felt great. "It's the first time we've seen each other since Lannistein." Lorraine, sitting opposite Simon, stroked down her night sky-like hair. Simon, still nervous, nodded his head with a stiff smile. "Why, you surprisingly look good with your uniform." She looked down at her school uniform once and then stared at Simon with a sullen face. "Hey, what are you trying to say? Are you telling me that I look cold or something?" Simon, whose face turned red, immediately waved his hand dismissively. "How come she's interpreting it like that?" No, it's not like that. It's just that I couldn't imagine how you would look with a uniform when we met at Lannistein." "Why can't you imagine? Is it because I look cold?" "I'm telling you, it's not that." From Simon's point of view, Lorraine's force that drove the gangs away when they first met was really more than a professional necromancer. He only felt a strange sensation because such a girl was now sitting in front of him wearing the same uniform. But why is it so hard to explain this in words? Simon sighed inwardly. "I'm just kidding." She drank her coffee with a straw and winked. Realizing that he was being played with, Simon let out a bit to laugh. "Well, then," as she narrowed her eyes, Lorraine slowly crossed her legs and said, "Why did you ask to meet me?" The atmosphere changed. This was it. The atmosphere of a hard-to-approach older person. Simon also instinctively felt that it was about time to get to the point. After checking once again that no one was around, he opened his mouth with a serious tone. "There's a traitor inside Kizan." Simon calmly told her the story of how he got lost in the Forbidden Forest after being chased by the keepers, and of him seeing a priest laying a cross and praying. Of course, he removed the part where they escaped with the help of Pierre. He said that he was in a crisis, but they survived thanks to keepers appearing at the right time. After hearing the story, Lorraine got lost in thought with a serious face. "Lorraine, it may be hard to believe, but I believe you." She raised her head. "Other than that, could you describe the appearance of the cross you saw in detail?" As far as I remember, a woman was carved on the largest cross in the center, a naked woman surrounded by vines or something. That narrows it down." Lorraine's red eyes gleamed. "That's Goddess Diva, the only god the priests of Ethnal believe in. The Divine College Ethnal, under the direct control of the Pope, as the antithesis of Kizan, which trained necromancers. This was where priests were trained. Within the Holy Federation, it was an institution that had around the same level of recognition and power as Kizan. The Saintess, who was considered the most powerful, monopolizes all the power, to the extent where they are only selected among the female students of Ethnal. Kizan and Ethnal. Ethnal and Kizan. Which one was stronger? Which students were better? These questions had long been a topic of discussion among the people of the continent. How dare? Crack. The coffee leaked out as Lorraine shattered the glass cup she was holding with her grip. How dare a damned priest get into Kizan like this? She looked genuinely angry. Simon couldn't help but be nervous. even though he knew that the murderous spirit flowing from her body wasn't aimed at him. Simon. Yeah? Who knows about this other than you? But who went to the forest with me? It's just the two of us. She nodded her head. Thank you for telling me. I'll report it to my mom right away. Simon had a reason for keeping this a secret. The professors at Kizan were also the suspects in this case. Only Nephthys should know, so that investigations from various directions could be made. Let's go, Simon. Lorraine got up from her seat. Where to? To the Forbidden Forest. There may be some clues left at the scene where you saw the priest. Simon's eyes widened. Right now? Clip-clop clip-clop. Late in the evening, Simon rode a skeleton horse for the first time in his life. It's said that one skeleton horse was the price of one house, but it being so expensive was understandable. Skeleton horses were obviously faster than horses. They didn't tire and the ride was comfortable. Better at this than I thought. Did you take riding lessons? Asked Lorraine, who was riding a skeleton horse to his side. A little bit, back in my hometown. In fact, regardless of riding skills, Simon and the skeleton horse got along very well. Above all, the skeleton horse was keeping up with Simon well. As soon as Simon held out his hand, the skeleton horse gently rubbed his face, acting cute. This way, Lorraine. Yeah, he could navigate easily since it was a road he had been through once. Using the skeleton horse, he jumped over the valley he had crossed with Kamabert and entered the depths of the forest. Around this place. Thanks for the guide. Let's walk in from here. The two jumped off the skeleton horses. When Lorraine opened the subspace in the air, the skeleton horses ran into it and disappeared. Simon smacked his lips. I wanted to ride a little bit more. He had 2 items on his bucket list that he wanted to accomplish when he soon made money. The first was a skeleton made of demon bones, and the second was a skeleton horse. Now, the two of them walked sneakily through the Forbidden Forest. Simon thought he could see the forest road much better than when he first came with Kamabert. They got to the place where he encountered the priest without wandering long. Is this the place? Yeah, I'm certain. The two began to search around with serious faces. The traces are gone. He was confident that this was the place where he saw the priest. However, the altar, the decorations, the cross, and even the battle scars in the ground, where it was turned over during the battle between peer and priest, were completely gone. It was as if nothing had happened. Simon felt like he was possessed by a ghost. How is it going, Lorraine? She was kneeling on the ground and running her palms down the grass. Soon, she shook her head. Oddly enough, there are no traces at all. But they certainly erase the traces. She stood up and folded her arms. Simon, judging from your story, they are quite skilled. The combat power and also that they were able to hide the traces of a wide area. The most shocking thing is that they entered Kizan with a core in their body while serving God. After all, they think that core is the power that denies God. But if you open the core, you can't use the priest's divinity, right? Lorraine nodded her head. I don't know how it works either, but according to their logic, jet black is the power of a cursed demon, and divinity is a power that comes from the belief in God. Whatever it is, the two powers do indeed conflict with each other. She turned her back. The situation is serious. Let's go back to Kizan. I think I need to go see my mum. Now, Lorraine spoke while returning to Kizan on the skeleton horse again. Thank you for cooperating with Kizan, but your safety is our first issue. We don't know when and where that priest would try to take your life. Maybe it would be better for you to take a break from class for a Nah. Simon shook his head. I'll just act like normal. Wouldn't it be too dangerous? It's fine. That person may not have seen my face, and even if they were after me, they would somehow leave a clue. Lorraine's red eyes flashed for a while. Don't be ridiculous. I don't need a clue made by risking your life. Just listen to me, Lorraine. If I take a break from class or show odd behavior that I didn't make before, the priest will be certain of my identity. What would they think if they saw Kizan's security roaming around me? They'll find out that I've given the information to the higher-ups, and they'll realize that they are cornered. That's true. But can you predict what a fanatic will do if they get cornered? Lorraine bit her lip. The opponent was so loyal that they entered Kizn with a core considered a terrible sin in their body to carry out their mission. The behavior of fanatics couldn't be understood by an average person. Large-scale hostage-taking and suicide terrorisms were incidents commonly caused by the fanatics. If the same thing happened in Kizn, the organization's external image would be seriously damaged, and it'd provide a reason for those who have questioned Kizn's governing system to unite. After giving it a thought, Lorraine spoke while sighing. Fine. But if there's anything fishy going on, it'll protect you, even if it limits your freedom. Remember that there's no need to sacrifice yourself for everyone's well-being. I'll keep that in mind. Of course, Simon didn't think of it as a sacrifice at all. I can't stop my school life just because of that. If you fail to attend class, the gap between you and other students would widen. Then, what if the time came when you had to leave Kizn due to lack of grades or skill? Kizn was never a flexible institution to take care of an individual's circumstances, and it was your loss if you sat on your hands. It was Simon's judgment that it'd be better to boldly keep the school life if he had to bear the risk one way or another. There was still a lot to learn at the school. The two of them parted after arriving in Kizn, and Simon returned to the dormitory as if nothing had happened. The next morning, class students were waiting to enter the building with excited faces. It's finally today. I'm looking forward to it. Today was Jane's beginner dark magic class. Within it was the long-awaited Cyclops simulation scheduled for today. Everyone was wearing special training uniforms, not school uniforms. As expected from Professor Jane, said Rick while rubbing his nose. I heard that, originally, you barely get to try the simulation in the second semester, and we're here trying it before the protection period ends. I struggled to fall asleep yesterday, muttered Kamibet. Milan laughed. Come on, it's just a simulation battle, you see? Now, everyone in Class A, please get into your groups. Jane's assistant teachers took control of the students. The students lined up and entered the building. The hallways were clean. It looked like a new building. Everyone was talking in anticipation of the simulation, but for Simon, every time he took a step, he felt his hair stand on end with a strange sensation. Groups 1 to 8, over here. Groups 9 to 16, this way. Then, when they went down via magic circle elevator, an open space stretched out. Whoa! Kizn's virtual battle simulation system, Avalon. The system couldn't be found anywhere else in the whole continent. Any monster could be reproduced as a magical creature to perform a virtual battle. It was the result of moving the ancient ruins of Hallucina, a fortress of illusions and hallucinations, to Kizn and modifying it repeatedly. Good to see you, Class A. Jane and her assistants came down from the magic circle elevator on the opposite side. The students bowed their heads in unison. We don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the explanation. It progressed neatly, as expected from her. As Jane pressed the button of the control device in her hand, the magic projector on the ceiling activated, and a screen appeared. Groups 1 to 4 will take the simulation on the left, and groups 5 to 8 will take the one on the right. All rules are exactly the same as performance assessment. 1 participant and 3 supporters. Support team members can't move from the set position, and only the participant can use direct offensive attacks. The Cyclops will only recognize the participant as an enemy and attack them. Jane reached out her hand and tapped the vest that her assistant was holding. But there's no need to worry too much. The attacks of the virtual Cyclops are absorbed by this vest's barrier magic. Each time damage is absorbed, the barrier gauge on the screen shown above will go down. Training ends when the gauge reaches 0. Return to the waiting room. The students nodded with nervous faces. You'll be able to experience up to 3 sets of virtual battles. I hope that it'll be a valuable time to evaluate how well the strategy you made last time fits and to raise the practical application to the maximum. After Jane's explanation, the simulation immediately began. Groups 1 and 5 entered the training room, and the rest were guided to the waiting room. The waiting room was a resting place with spacious sofas all over the place and a refreshment area. There was a mana projector installed on the ceiling, and with this screen, You could check on the situation of the other groups. Simon and his party decided to watch the tests of the other groups first before working on their own strategy. So Cindy Vivace is participating. Group 5 was the group of necromancy aspirant Cindy Vivace, the purse snatcher he met in Lannistein. She was the participating member, and her group was composed of aspirants of curses, the mechanics of jet black, and poisonous alchemy. The balance wasn't so bad, in Simon's opinion. Then, we will now begin the simulation battle. Jane's voice was heard from the loudspeaker. Whoosh! The whole area seemed to fill with mana, and the training room suddenly turned into a forest. The surroundings were filled with trees, as if Yao had fallen into the middle of the forest. Birds chirped and even winds blew. Exclamations broke loose from the students who were watching. Thump, thump, thump. Ringing footsteps were heard in the distance and the birds flew away. The sound of footsteps got closer and closer, and soon after passing through the bushes, a massive turquoise monster with a height surpassing 2 meters appeared. Its body was lined with muscles. One eye was contorted like it was squashed, and the other eye was moving up and down frantically. As he roared with his mouth wide open, the faces of the students who entered the training room hardened simultaneously. "All right." Cindy reached her arms behind her back. A sleek black scythe was summoned in her hands. "Let's do this." The battle began with a thunderous roar, and simulation failed. Time spent, 1 minute and 16 seconds. Damage inflicted, 22%. Barrier gauge, 0%. Overall rating, F. The information measured from the simulation was projected on the screen of the mana projector. Everyone opened their mouths at the one-sided result. Simon was also surprised. "It's no joke, huh?" The groupmates ran towards Cindy, who was lying down on the floor. After sitting up, she smiled awkwardly while scratching her head. "Sorry, my timing for ghosting was a bit off. I'll make sure to avoid it next time." Group 1, who were beside them, finished faster than Group 5. They had the same reason. The participant couldn't correctly respond to the fierce attacks of the Cyclops and was knocked out. Just one shot was enough to drop the barrier gauge down to less than half. On that, both groups brought curses as their means of sealing the Cyclops, but the participants were knocked out before they cast the curse, so there was no time to cast it. The movements of the participants were all frozen. Cedric. Simon also nodded. There must be some psychological factors too. Even if the 3 group members were standing behind them, the fear and tension from facing the Cyclops themselves wouldn't be easily overcome. Simon turned his head. "Miellyn, will you really be all right, huh?" With her face as white as a sheet of paper, she quickly nodded. "I'll be all right, of course." She didn't seem all right, judging from the nervousness and trembling in her voice. In the end, she left to go to the bathroom. Not only her, but many other students were going straight to the bathroom. Group 2 and Group 6's battle followed. Simon didn't even blink to see if he could get a hint, but this time too, the participants were knocked out after getting directly hit by the attack of the Cyclops. Group 3 and Group 7. "Please come into the training room." Group 7's turn came much sooner than he expected. When Simon was getting up from his seat, a group of students was heading to the opposite training room too. So Group 3 was Hector's group. Group leader Hector acted as the center, with class's ace summoner, Pierre Barkley, and the 2 others who were skilled, with over 90 points in the mechanics of jet black and necromancy. In fact, they were the group that received the best evaluation in Class A. At that moment, Hector and Simon's eyes met. The corners of Hector's mouth rose up. "Obviously, the participant of Group 7, right?" Simon shook his head. "Not me. It's Miellyn, that lady who doesn't understand the ways of the world." "As a participant, huh? Did you back off to boost her morale?" "It's just that the best person participated." "Don't be so boring, Simon Polensha." Hector's eyes gleamed. "Give it all you got." "I'll make sure to break you properly this time." Group 3, Group 7. "Hurry up and get into the training room." With the pushing voice of the assistant teacher, the 2 turned their backs and headed for their respective training rooms. Simon entered the training room. Rick and Camabras were stretching while waiting. The assistant with the clipboard looked around and said, "What about the other one?" "Sorry I'm late." Finally, Milan came in while panting. As the assistant pressed the controller in their hand, the countless magic signals on the wall turned on, and the door closed. Participating member, to the front. Yes. Milan came forward with a hardened expression. I'll indicate the location of the support positions. The light on the ceiling signal flickered, and circles of mana were drawn on the floor. The three of them walked to their respective set positions. Kamabert on the left, Simon in the center, and Rick on the right, and Milan stood in front of them. The Cyclops can't see the supporting members, so rest assured. Of course, taking even one step outside of this circle will result in disqualification. Okay, participant, are you ready? Ah yes. Milan, who had been spacing out for a moment, answered. Milan, get the hang of yourself. Are you really okay? Asked Rick. I said I'm fine. Don't tense up too much, Milan. It's just a simulation battle after all. Cheer up. Yeah, thanks. Everyone took their positions. The assistant stepped back and said, well then, we'll commence the first simulation battle of the 7th group. The assistant teacher's body disappeared as if it had melted into the air, and a strong wind blew in. Simon's eyes shone sharply. To feel the wind indoors, it's not just a simple hallucination after all. As the floor turned green, the surrounding area turned into a forest and a swamp spread out. A leaf flew in the wind and hit Simon's forearm. When he touched it with his hand, he could feel the texture of the leaves as they were. Looking at it from the outside and experiencing it in person was definitely different. Simon couldn't think of anything else in front of the overwhelming sense of reality, and, thump, thump, you could feel the floor vibrating. Rick shouted, everyone get ready. It's coming. Thump, 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 thump. With the loud echo of footsteps, a massive Cyclops rushed in and made its way through the thick leaves. Goof! The hairs all over his body stood on end and his heart started beating rapidly. It really felt like he ran into a monster in the forest. You can feel this much pressure in the just set position. How much worse is it for Milan, who has to face it from the front? Then, he saw her taking a deep breath. Her expression changed to something more serious. All right. Just do what you always do. Her trembling subsided. Simon smiled. She quickly adjusted to the situation, unlike what he expected. Yeah. Who am I worried about? There's no need to worry about anyone here. Simon pulled down the imaginary lever. Let's just focus on my role 200%. Koag. The Cyclops charged while screaming a bloody roar. Its target was obviously Milan. She stepped back with a ghastly face. Come out. Simon pulled the imaginary lever. The subspace opened on the floor, and two skeletons came out. Forward. The skeletons ran forward at a frightening speed. Looking at this, the Cyclops lifted the log in his hands. Cyclops were monsters that used tools, and their main means of attack was uprooting trees and wielding them like clubs. Whoosh! With a horrifying air-shattering sound, a skeleton got smashed into pieces by the wooden club. At the same time, the skeleton that walked up from the side thrust its short sword. Slash! The sword passed by, but only a slight scratch was made on the skin. Enraged, the Cyclops twisted its back once more and swung its club. After all, it's better to use only one in this situation. Simon clenched his teeth and stretched out his arms. He concentrated all his focus only on one skeleton's thought. Duck! Simon's absolute command was imposed. The skeleton reacted immediately, lowering its waist to avoid the club, and ran to the side in a nimble movement. Nice, Simon! Rick's shout was heard. Simon was able to control two undead units at once, but he was the type that showed his true powers when he focused solely on one skeleton. The enraged Cyclops started swinging his club frantically. Swish, 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 swish. The skeleton dodged the attack as if playing jump rope. Jaws dropped from the three people behind him along with the students watching. Simon's role was originally to buy some time with the undead, but he was doing better than everyone expected. Hurry up, I can't last long. On it. Rick and Kamabert prepared Exhaust and Milan prepared Dark Flare, a jet black elemental spell. The three magic circles were being quickly completed. Slam! The skeleton that had barely been buying time eventually got shattered by the club. The Cyclops, fuming and scanning the surroundings with its scorching eyes, found Meilin and jumped in. Cug. Simon took 2 additional skeletons out from the subspace and sent them forth. However, he hadn't yet recovered from the damage caused by the impact of the destruction of his summons, and the skeletons were penetrated by the Cyclops' chariot-like charge. "It's ready," shouted Rick. You could also see Camibras raising her arms. Exhaust. Exhaust. The 2's magic circles flashed and activated at the same time. The curses hit the target accurately. The Cyclops' movement slowed down. It worked. The faces of Rick and Camibras lit up, but Simon's face didn't get any better. "It's still fast." The decrease in speed due to the curse was smaller than he thought. The Cyclops kept running, and Meilin completed the blazing black flame on her right hand. The distance between the monster and Meilin was 3 meters. She let out a powerful shout and swung the right hand. The dark flame flew away while pouring out smoke. Ruua! The dark flame exploded and covered the Cyclops' body. That moment when everyone cheered and clenched their fists. Swish! Through the flames, a wildly swung club struck her head. Beep! Simulation failed. Time spent: 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Damage inflicted: 26%. Barrier gauge: 0%. Overall rating: F! The thick forest returned back to the training room as if the next page had been turned. Meilin was knocked out on the floor after being hit by the Cyclops club and flying several meters away. "Meilin, are you alright?" Everyone freaked out and ran towards her. Fortunately, she seemed fine. She lifted her front up with her hands on the floor while frowning. Meilin, are you really alright?" Camibert held Meilin's hand with tears in her eyes. Meilin forced a smile and said that nothing hurt. "Good work, Group 7. Jane's voice was heard from the loudspeaker in the ceiling. Rick, startled, sprang to his feet. Simon and Camibert supported Meilin from both of her sides. "Group 7. You pulled off the initial plan to some extent." The performance of the summoner who distracted the Cyclops with the skeleton was especially impressive. "Thank you." Simon bowed his head. However, the rest of the members were unsatisfactory overall, blocking the movement with exhaust and using dark flare to defeat the Cyclops in the meantime. It might sound plausible in theory, but you must have realized that in practice it is a little different. Everyone nodded with stiff faces. "The biggest problem is the lack of proficiency. Try to minimize missing when casting dark flare or exhaust. That's all." "Thank you." Group 7 followed the assistant teacher's guide and ploddingly came out of the training room. And then, as soon as they got into the waiting room, loud cheers broke loose. That startled me. Of course, the cheers weren't directed toward Group 7. The training room of Group 3 right next to them. You could see the Cyclops knocked out on the floor, bleeding, and Hector, proudly standing on top of it, letting out a deep breath. Black smoke was constantly flowing from the surrounding floor. Simulation succeeded. Time spent: 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Damage inflicted: 100%. Barrier gauge: 98%. Overall rating: A. They managed to hunt that. The barrier gauge is at 98%. It practically means he didn't receive a single hit, right? The mood of Group 3, the only group that hunted the Cyclops in the first attempt, was at its peak. The group members approached Hector and gave a high five. "Well done, Group 3." The first compliment from the vice president of Kizan, Jane. Students burst out in envy, and even that calm Hector smiled at this moment. After Jane's detailed comments, they finally came out of the training room. "Wooa, nice, Hector." Hector's faction echoed his name. Other students also clapped and congratulated them. Then, the eyes of Hector and Simon met. Hector raised his eyes to see the result of Group 7 and scoffed. He wore an expression as if telling Simon, "Look at you." "Let's." Simon looked back at Meilin's voice. Her eyes were blazing so hot sparks they were sparking. "Definitely win." Everyone nodded. "That's right. There's no time to be disappointed. We still have 2 games left. Let's take it slow and determine what the problem is." Group 7 started an emergency strategy meeting. "First of all, as Professor Jane pointed out, the biggest problem is our proficiency," said Rick. "While Simon buys time with the skeleton, Kami and I need to activate exhaust quickly without making any mistakes." Simon opened his mouth. "That's that, but exhaust is a curse that grows stronger as it stacks. Even when the first curses from you two hit, the Cyclops didn't slow down that much. Having said that, Simon turned his head and looked at Milan. Milan, you have to dodge. Don't think about whether an attack will come from behind, but watch the Cyclops' movements with the thought that an attack will definitely come at you. I'll also do my best to protect you. Milan nodded her head with a firm face. Simon stood up from his seat. You know how to do that thing we learned in combat magic, right? That feeling of stepping on the jet black. Stepping on what? Stand up. I'll teach you again. Simon gave Milan some tips and tricks, and Rick and Kamabra discussed the exhaust magic circles together. Let's take the persistence formula out. Wouldn't that lower the stability too much? It's high risk, high reward. It's important to stack up the curses quickly. After all, if Milan gets hit even once, it's game over. The cycle came back soon, and it was the turns of groups 3 and 7 again. Simon and his party entered the training room. Now, let's do our best. Go team. Everyone lifted the mood and cleared up the uneasy feeling. After a while, the surroundings changed to grass, and the Cyclops appeared with a roar. The nervous feeling toned down after experiencing it once. The battle began as the Cyclops found Milan and jumped in. Forward. Like they were waiting, Simon's skeleton also rushed in. This time too, it unfolded in a way where one skeleton was knocked out first and the other one was persistently holding back the Cyclops. Without a doubt, its movement is becoming familiar little by little. The Cyclops' attack pattern wasn't difficult. It had power and speed, but its movements were simple. You could tell whether it was a swing or a smash by just looking at the movements of its shoulder and arm muscles. However, no matter how great Simon's abilities were, there was a limit to avoiding all attacks with the stiff body of a skeleton. Eventually, the skeleton was shattered, and the Cyclops rushed to Milan. Exhaust. Exhaust. This time again, the two curses successfully hit, and the movement of the Cyclops dulled. Milan also completed the dark flare. In general, they had more time than the first attempt. Hup. She took a deep breath and shot her black flames. The Cyclops paused and raised the club, but the fireball that exploded on the club spread out and stuck to its skin. Alright. It went in perfectly. Dark flare was definitely an effective means of attack. You could see the health gauge of Cyclops displayed on the mana project rapidly decreasing. Milan, we're just getting started. I know that too. Cyclops fixed its eye on Milan from the tremendous pain that burned its skin. Then, it started rushing toward her frantically. Simon sent out the skeletons, but the Cyclops was seeing red due to the pain, no longer paying any attention to the undead. Taking the attacks of the skeleton with its body, it rushed in to kill Milan, who caused this terrible pain. And at this moment, Milan was preparing for the second dark flare. Kug. Milan cancelled the spell and knelt down. The Cyclops club soared into the sky and descended, slashing through the air. The feeling of stepping on it. The club hit the floor. Milan, who had dodged it properly by raising the jet black, roughly tumbled across the grass. The next attack is coming, dodge it. As Milan hurriedly got up after hearing Simon's shout, a raging demon swung its club while fire embraced its whole body. Creak. The club grazed past Milan's leg. A sign that said, right leg fractured, appeared on the mana projector. Milan tried to run away again, but her legs felt weak. The training uniform she was wearing reproduced the symptoms of a broken leg. Exhaust. Exhaust. The next exhausts were fired. This time, the Cyclops' movement visibly slowed down, but Milan couldn't dodge its attack because of her injured leg. Ayak. The Cyclops' club, which was persistently chasing her, fell on her head as she was crawling and running away. Simulation failed. Time spent, 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Damage inflicted, 42%. Barrier gauge, 0%. Overall rating, E. That was close. As the forest turned back into the room, Rick let out an exclamation. Simon also bit his lip and nodded. If it wasn't for the broken leg, it would have been easier to defeat Cyclops, seeing as its movements were slowed by the curses. After hearing Jane's comments and coming out of the training room, Hector's Group 3 successfully hunted the Cyclops this time too. They also managed to shorten the time by about 20 seconds. Kamabra muttered, "Next one will be our last." Rick and Mila nodded bitterly, their morale sinking. "Gather up for a second," said Simon. Everyone turned to look at him. "We can definitely clear it on our next try." Simon's eyes were burning like a fire, like he didn't even care about their previous defeat. I have a plan for guaranteed victory." He looked like he was having so much fun with the difficulty. After another cycle, Group 7's final turn came. If they failed again, it would mean that the chances of winning against a real Cyclops in the actual battle next week would be slimmer. Everyone was very determined. In particular, Milan, the participant, was standing as she seriously warmed up and got ready. "It's coming." With Rick's shout, the Cyclops appeared through the thick trees and roared. This time too, Simon's skeleton was the first to rush out. "I'll hold it up no matter what." While Simon's skeletons attracted the attention of Cyclops, Milan prepared Dark Flare and Rick and Kamabra prepared their exhausts. So far, it was the same as the previous battle. Crack! One skeleton couldn't withstand the Cyclops combo and was shattered. Immediately, Simon ordered the command to attack by connecting to the thoughts of the skeleton standing behind the Cyclops. The Cyclops, with its back slashed, attacked the skeleton in a fiery rage. "Dark Flower is 80% complete," shouted Milan. "My first exhaust is completed." "Me too." "I'll get to the next step right away." They placed the finished exhaust in their right hand and started casting a new one with their left. This is the main point of their new plan. The only time Simon's skeleton could hold the Cyclops was at the beginning, when the Cyclops recognized the skeleton as the only enemy, before Milan and other members started attacking it. By extending the first part of the fight, the possible benefits at the start were maximized. Even after completing the Dark Flare, Milan stood still and waited, and the remaining two were preparing for the second exhaust. Since it was almost their first time doing multicasting, both of them made many mistakes, but Simon held up miraculously well in controlling the undead enough to cover them. Seventh skeleton in. Go. Of course, Simon's role that sustained the early stage was the most important in this strategy. This was because the Cyclops would head straight to Milan if Simon's concentration faltered even a little. "Simon, it's done." Finally, Rick and Kamabra completed the 4 exhausts. Upon hearing that, Simon disassembled the skeleton without hesitation. Skeletons scattered on the floor, and the Cyclops, who had lost its opponent, looked around and found Milan. Thump, 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 thump. The monster ran while ringing the floor. At the same time, it came within the range of the curse. Exhaust, exhaust. The magic circles of Rick and Kamabra lit up, and the curses hit the Cyclops' body. The Cyclops slowed down. Milan took this chance and threw the Dark Flare. The black flame began to burn its skin, and a terrifying smell of burning pierced through the nose. Kaya! The Cyclops floundered and raised its club. Simon, who was observing this scene, shouted, "At the front, a smash!" Milan stepped on the jet black and jumped away. The club fell where she was and left a dent on the floor. "Back off. It's going to fold its body as it is and proceed to uppercut." Swing! The Cyclops, who hit the floor, twisted flexibly and raised the club. But Milan avoided even that too. Frontal charge. Simon, who figured out the movements of the Cyclops, gave instructions, and Milan dodged accordingly. The opponent was affected by 4 stacks of exhaust, so even Milan, who lacked the athletic ability, could avoid it. The exhaust curse was very effective for monsters who moved a lot, such as Cyclops. "Here comes another one." Rick and Kamabra added a pair of exhausts. That was the 6th exhaust in total. That violent Cyclops, who swung its club recklessly, looked like it was out of stamina for the first time. "I'll use blood magic." Kamabra drew blood from the tip of her finger, creating a red magic circle. Blood magic. Blood silk, a carpet woven with blood, rushed forward at a frightening speed and passed in front of the Cyclops' face. Although it was magic with no lethality, the Cyclops flinched and stopped walking at the strong scent of blood. "Now, Simon!" Before anyone knew it, 2 skeletons hanging on the back of the Cyclops placed a chain around its neck. The chain was borrowed from Rick's subspace. The monster roared and tried to charge at Milan, but the chain pulled tight and stopped it from moving. Both ends of the chain had already been anchored to a tree by the skeletons. Kaya, the Cyclops struggled from the pain from the remaining fires of dark flare. Milan got around to speeding up her preparations for the next dark flare. He actually pulled it off. A strategy formed in that short time that used the terrain. When she first heard Simon's plan, she thought he was overplaying it. But Simon carried the plan into practice too easily. Milan shot her second dark flare while being astonished by Simon's plan. Raw. The flame that had been extinguished over time blazed fiercely once more. Small veins on Cyclops' eyes burst open and it screamed madly. It looked like a prisoner in hell struggling with brimstone fire. Here goes the seventh one. Rick continued to stack up the exhausts. Now, followed by Combat, Simon also joined stacking exhausts. Creak. The Cyclops violently struggled. The two trees chained ended up being uprooted. It began to approach while dragging the chains and trees. Leave it to me. When Rick saw that, he cleverly enchanted the chain with jet black. Rick's main specialty was enchantment-based jet black usage. All the jet black in the chain was substituted as weight. It was like the Cyclops was crawling with heavy tools, and just die already. With a shout unlike her usual self, Milan's third dark flower exploded on the Cyclops' body. Thud. Only then did it kneel on the floor. The Cyclops was swallowed whole in the blazing flames, and a disgusting smell of something burning spread throughout the forest. Soon, a pile of ashes was seen falling to the floor. Simulation succeeded. Time spent, 6 minutes and 48 seconds. Damage inflicted, 100%. Barrier gauge, 97%. Overall rating, B. It walked. Milan clenched her fists and shouted, "Whoa, whoa. We actually hunted it. Wahahaha. You guys are the best." The other three came running. Everything went just as planned. On that, everyone pulled off their roles well. Group 7 embraced each other and ran all over the place, savoring the joy. Congratulations on clearing, Group 7. Jane's comments continued. She pointed out that there was a strong tendency to rely on the ability of one summoner, and the length of hunting time was too long, but overall, it was favorable comments. They decided to raise the mastery of Dark Flare and Curses as much as possible during the rest of the time and the weekend. Thank you, Professor. As they walked out of the training room, some students applauded them. There were a lot of envious stares too. It took quite a while, but at least they hunted the Cyclops. Simon. As expected from my rival. Well done. Cindy Vivace came over and raised her hand. As Simon also spread his fingers with a smiling face, she high-fived him loudly. That hurts, Simon asked while shaking his hands off. Did your group make it? Of course. It was easy after I got the feeling of ghosting. If Group 7 was to the extent where Milan was the core, Group 5 was really all in on Cindy Vivace. She turned into a ghosting state that was immune to any physical attacks, dodging the Cyclops attacks, and then returned and repeated slashing with the jet black scythe that her teammates had made. They succeeded in hunting the Cyclops without difficulty. By the way, Simon, weren't you a necromancy aspirant? I said I'm not. While everyone was exchanging stories in a friendly atmosphere, only Hector, who was taking a break after finishing the simulation, had a turbulent glow light up in his eyes. Contrary to the popular notoriety about Kizun, Simon was enjoying the best days in his life at Kizun. The classes of Kizun's professors were tough, but it was without a doubt fun, talking about performance assessment while chatting with friends during break time, running to eat the limited menu Rick found during lunch break, going to the library in spare time, and getting tutored by peer about undead management was all just fun. In Curses, the frequency of Professor Bahill accommodating Simon increased significantly. Milan now had second thoughts about what Rick said. Is Professor Bahill actually in favor of Simon? Of course. Simon shook his head. He had poor grades in Curses, and he fell behind in practical activities because he had no prior learning. He couldn't find any reason why a person like Bahill, a fan of meritocracy, would favor him. Today's class ends here. Have a great weekend. Thank you for your work. With Eric's Mechanics of Jet Black as their last class, another week ended safely. PR/N We've changed epidemiology of jet black to mechanics of jet black after learning more about the class and finding the Latin name more fitting. Tomorrow was finally the weekend. The students were making plans to hang out at Rochester with excited faces. How pathetic. Seeing the students in a cheerful atmosphere, Milan grumbled while packing her things. How can they think of hanging out in Rochester when the Cyclops performance assessment is next week? They're hopeless idiots. Oh, is that so? Rick, who was sitting down in a chair, giggled as he supported the back of his head with his hands. Aren't you actually just being petulant because Kami got asked out, but no one's asking the ace of the ivory tower to hang out? Hey. The two started arguing today too, and as Rick said, Kamibras was asked to go out of the classroom by a male student. Even Simon thought she deserved a lot of popularity. A cute appearance, a gentle personality, being kind, and smiling at everyone. There's no way that male students would just leave her be. Just then, Kamibas, who had just been asked out, ran back into the classroom. Kami, how did it go? Quickly asked Rick. She spoke in a faint voice with her face flushed red. I'm sorry for him but I refused, as expected. Milan's agitated face became 200% brighter. Kami is thoughtful after all. You'll stay with us on weekends to practice, right? Yes. I realized that I fell short during the simulation, so I want to practice with you all. After answering like that, Kamibas moved her eyes and looked at Simon's face. Then, when she met Simon's eyes, she was startled and quickly looked down. I'm sorry but I'll pass. Quite busy with my business schedule, said Rick while shrugging. Milan glared at him, but she didn't say anything more than that. For Rick, who aimed to become a merchant, the weekend schedule was as important as a class. Milan, with her arms folded, turned towards Simon this time. Simon, don't tell me that you also have plans on your weekend like that idiot there? Simon felt a prick of conscience with Milan's question. He planned to go to the ruins to see Pier, on the weekend. Tomorrow might be hard, but he'll participate in the training the day after tomorrow. Oh, gee. Even you? Don't you know that your role is the most important in this performance assessment? Simon quickly waved his hand in denial. I'm not just going there to play. I'm gonna do my personal training. Personal training? Yeah, there's someone in Rochester who looks after my summoning studies. Milan blinked in surprise. Oh, you got a weekend tutor? So you were aware that lacking in prior learning, huh? Well, yeah. Kamibas, who had been lowering her head sullenly, suddenly raised her head. St still, you'll see us at Kizan the day after tomorrow, right? Yeah. I still have to sync with you guys. What a relief. Hey, Rick, at least come that night too. I don't know how it'll turn out, but I'll try. You really act so busy. You're a sad woman for being so free on the weekend, Milan. Just die. Seeing the two of them fighting, Simon laughed out loud. At the same time, he was contemplating the weekend plans in his head. There are only a few days left until the actual battle. Simon was going to train really hard with Pier this weekend. Actually, he didn't tell the other members of the group, but Simon's goal this time wasn't at the level of buying time with the undead. Defeat the Cyclops with a skeleton. Simon was planning something that none of the summoning aspirants of Class A could even dare to do. The next day, the weekend, Simon came down to Rochester for the first time. Wow, Rochester was a very youthful and lively city. Buskings and events were held everywhere, and Kizan students were having fun in civilian clothes, dancing, and playing musical instruments. Of course, it was small compared to the big city, Lannerstein, but for Simon, Rochester felt more appealing. First, Simon opened the map and stopped by the Necromancer shop. Rick personally recommended this store, saying they have the lowest prices. As soon as he opened the door, a young employee greeted him warmly. Welcome you. The employee smiled brightly. Simon. It's you, Simon, right? Who's this again? Simon was putting his brain to work because of the employee who suddenly pretended to know him, but thankfully, he revealed himself first. It's me, Rowan, the guy you met on the first day of school. Ah, that great, chatty person who rode the nether whale along with him. He was the first friend Simon made after coming to Kizan. Hi. I didn't expect to see you here. Good to see you again. Class A, right? I'm in Class D. Class D is also super tough. I never thought that the half-giant Chatelmare would be part of my class. But Thea's special admission number 1 is in Class A. Oh, right. The special admission number 1. Whoa. Right. Yeah. That moment when your identity was revealed at the entrance ceremony, I could feel a shiver go through my entire body. It started again. Simon quickly changed the topic before it got even more complicated. By the way, what are you doing here? As you can see, I'm doing my part-time job. Ryan shrugged his shoulders. I need to earn some pocket money. Part-time jobs at Rochester are great because their pay is pretty high. A part-time job? Huh? Not bad. Simon was also starting to get worried about his wallet. It was too much for him to prepare the materials for classes with the monthly allowance that the school provided. Could I get a part-time job too? To be honest, we're a little bit late now. I think the vacant part-time jobs were all filled last week because there are so many people who want to do it. Bummer. Needless to say, money was important. But he didn't come here to talk about that. As Simon told Rowan that he came to buy a skeleton set, Rowan kindly showed him where they were. 20 sets of Island Rat Man skeletons. A huge sum of money was used from the start, but he had no other choice. He needed a lot of skeletons for next week's Cyclops performance assessment. Of course, even if the skeleton's lifespan expired, he could incorporate them into the Legion's power. So there was no real loss either. After buying some other undead materials he wanted for practice, Simon left the Necromancer shop. Now, next is, Simon rustled and took out the note on the things he needed. Weapons that skeletons will use. This time he headed to the weapon shop. You could also buy weapons at the Necromancer shop, but Rick had a clever tip that it'd be expensive to buy them there. Welcome. A middle-aged man who ran the weapon shop greeted Simon with a bright smile. As he quickly glanced over Simon's uniform, his smile deepened even further. What are you looking for? A new model of a jet black sword made of obsidian was recently released. The shop owner handed a sword hanging on the wall in Simon's hand and told him to remove the scabbard. When Simon applied a little force, the scabbard opened with a clicking sword, revealing a black and shiny blade. This is a great sword, but I don't need this much. Then what about this? Battle gloves for combat magic. Since it's the latest model, its firepower is. I came to buy weapons for a skeleton, said Simon quickly. The shop owner's face quickly cooled, and he sat down and pointed to the corner of the store with a nonchalant face. There were a lot of cheap swords on the shelf. Thank you. Regardless of the shop owner, Simon happily ran towards the shelf. Most of them were failures or second-hand products, but it was perfect for the undead to use. Simon checked the quality by carefully unsheathing the sword, touching the blade, and bouncing it with his fingertips. So he bought 5 swords, 5 spears, and 2 shields. I'll have all these, please. Simon dropped all the weapons on the counter. The shop owner, who was sitting while resting his chin on his hand, asked in surprise, "Why are you going to buy all of these?" Yes. The shop owner started adding up the weapon's price with a much more loosened up face. Still, he asked as though he was worried, "Where are you going to use all this? Aren't you a first year?" Even if it's for a skeleton, operating 2 or 3 simultaneously would be the maximum. Just preparing in advance, since the blade gets damaged very easily. A smile appeared on the lips of the shop owner, who was examining the weapons Simon had chosen. "You still picked the ones that are in good condition at least. Looks like you've been handling a sword quite often before coming to Kizan." "It's nothing like that. My father just taught me how to pick good weapons." "Whoa, you have a great father." The shop owner let out a hearty laugh. Even though it's the era of necromancers and priests these days, there's something called fundamentals, you see. Fundamentals. If you're a man, you should carry a good-looking sword on your waist and, be able to protect yourself with that. Absolutely. Apparently, this old man had a great sense of duty in his job. As Simon chimed in with him, the shop owner kept on bursting into laughter as though he felt great. 250 silver on 5 swords of skeleton exclusive weapon set, 200 silver on 5 spears, and 100 silver on wooden shields. It's 550 silver in total, but he'll just have 500 silver. Thank you so much. I should be the one to thank you. A young noble is trying to please commoners like us. Ah, please wait here a moment. The equipment merchant went to the back and brought out a bow, arrows, and quivers. After a while. It's a bow and arrow set with high jet black efficiency because it's made of ebony wood. Originally, I should get 1 gold for this, but this time, I'll just give it to you. Simon's eyes widened rapidly. For free? I can't receive expensive things like this. Oh, this isn't my first time doing business in Rochester. Even though I'm a commoner, I have a good judge of character. Just by looking at people, I can figure out if they're going home soon, or if they'll survive through to the 3rd year, said the shop owner while putting the bow on Simon's pile of weapons. I'm giving it in a sense for you to be a regular at our store if you're going to come to buy weapons for 3 years. Even better if you introduce our store to your friends. But still, 1 gold is 2. Bows don't even sell well in Kazan anyway. Don't be too pressured to take them. You know how it is, right? Yeah, I know. But it would be rude not to receive it if he went this far. Simon bowed his head in gratitude. Please come again. Simon headed to the next place in a cheery mood as he finished his thrifty shopping. He also purchased some materials needed for other classes, like poisonous alchemy, and placed them in the subspace. Pierre, I'll be on my way now. Got it. Then, he headed to the ruins to train with Pierre. He was a little afraid to go back to the Forbidden Forest, but Pierre was kind enough to pick him up in the forest. As Simon rode on Pierre's back, they reached the ruins in minutes. Click, clack. Were you doing well? As Simon entered, the conscripted skeletons approached him like puppies greeting their owner. Simon smiled and patted their heads. Pierre, here. Skeletons for conscription. Simon took out the broken skeletons from the subspace. Pierre clicked his tongue. There are a lot of injured ones, huh? A lot shattered from the last simulation battle, you see. As Pierre put his hands on the skulls of the broken skeletons, dark blue flames burned like torches in their eye sockets. Now, the Legion had 8 skeletons. Now it feels a lot more boisterous. Nice. After the conscription of the damaged skeletons was finished, the two sat down facing each other. As I said before, training this time will be pretty tough. Are you ready for it? Yes, of course. There was not much time left until the Cyclops performance assessment. Simon was planning on maximizing his skeleton operating abilities. First, Simon assembled the skeletons he had bought from the Necromancer shop. Soon enough, 6 skeletons stood in front of Simon with their weapons, and 6 conscripted skeletons stood on the other side. Simon's summoned type and Pierre's natural type each formed a team. The skeletons also started a war of nerves with each other, making a rattling sound as though they were aware of it. You said that the number of skeletons you can control simultaneously is 2, right? Yes. If he tried to control more than 3 units simultaneously, the thoughts in his head got entangled, and the command system fell into disarray. Most of all, he couldn't bear it as his mental strength rapidly went down, and a bad headache occurred. There's no need to rush things. What matters isn't how many units you can control simultaneously, but how well you can handle them, even if it's just 1 or 2. Understood. I'll also control up to 2 units at the same time. Come at me, boy. Yes. Simon stretched out his right arm. Charge. 2 skeletons with swords jumped off the floor. Pierre also made his 2 sword-wielding skeletons charge in. Clang, clang. A continuous clash. The harsh sound of iron hitting iron resounded as the swords collided. As Simon was contemplating on what move to make next, Pierre's 2 skeletons with spears thrust their weapons from behind. Step back. Simon's skeletons withdrew by a whisker. Then, Pierre's skeletons with swords in front pushed back the skeletons who lost their balance. Clang, clash. Simon's skeletons took the sword strikes in a precarious position with their backs bent. Then, as if they were waiting, the skeletons with spears returned and hit the legs with their spears, and Simon's skeletons fell to the floor, suppressed. I lost. Swallowing his frustration, Simon lowered his arms and turned his head. Cheating? Pierre, you said you'll only use 2 units at once. There's no way he could win since it was 4-2. Pierre chuckled at Simon's complaint. What are you saying? I also controlled only 2 units, just like you, huh? What do you He did. Actually, Pierre first moved the skeletons with the swords, then the skeletons with the spears. He then returned to the skeletons with the swords again, crossed to the spears, and repeated the movement. Well, it's not much of a big deal. It's called cross-operation. It's to expand the scope of limited control by quickly moving the control of the skeletons. If you can connect to multiple skeletons simultaneously, the key is to operate two at a time and make all the skeletons move. Did you understand that? Step. No sooner said than done. Two skeletons with spears came forward among Simon's skeletons. Concentrate. He made the skeletons with swords spread their palms. Then, he went to the skeletons with the spears and high-fived the spread palms. Like this, right? The corners of Pierre's lips, who had stood still for a moment, rose up. Wahi, certainly fun to teach. What? It's nothing. Let's move on to the real deal if you got the hang of it. Yes. Please come. On the first day of the weekend, Simon practiced undead control and cross-operation with Pierre. As his skills had improved, Simon could now control up to 3 units. The next afternoon, he returned to Kizan. He kept in tune alongside Mielin, Kamabut, and Rick to practice for the actual fight. Simon would try to buy some time with the undeads and the battle would start after striking the Cyclops with 4 exhausts and 1 dark flare at the same time. They'd gradually weaken the Cyclops, and the battle will end in victory after giving it 2 additional dark flares. In order to reduce mistakes, they'd only practiced the same pattern repeatedly. It wasn't an Avalon simulation, and it was nothing but an imaginary battle fought in empty air, but that alone was exhausting. Everyone was sitting on the floor, chugging down some fresh water. Simon, that tutor you had in Rochester on the weekend, who was it? Simon felt a sting at Kamabura's question. It's just someone I met through my father's help. Why? I think Simon's undead control has improved by a lot. Yeah, that's actually true. Rick, who was lying on his back in the vacant lot, sat up. Now he's using 3 skeletons at the same time. Is it even possible to improve your skill in such a short time? Mielin also pushed her head in as if she was interested. What kind of person are they? A professional necromancer? From Kizan? All of a sudden, the eyes of the 3 people were focused at once. Simon smiled awkwardly. What kind of excuse should I make? As their interest towards Simon's tutor suddenly rose, Simon smiled awkwardly. Pierre's clone hanging on Simon's school uniform as a decoration grinned as though he enjoyed the situation. Quahahahaha. I'm pretty popular among the kids. My head is ringing, so please be quiet, Pierre. Tell them that I'm willing to teach if they die and become a member of the Legion. You see, in Kizan, it's forbidden to turn a living person into an undead. Simon forced himself to put a smile on his face and opened his mouth. Sorry. He's a person who's really reluctant to reveal his identity. And he's really busy too. Teaching me alone is already a huge hindrance to his work. Mielin made a sullen face. So you're not telling us, huh? How petty. Rick giggled while leaning back into his hands behind his head. It's not being petty, but it's something natural. Simon might have to leave the school if your summoning grade goes up, you know. Would you share if you were in Simon's position? That's true. But it's not like that at all. I can't share because he's just really busy. Now, it was always Kamabura who arbitrated quarrels. She jumped up to her feet and clenched her fists. We rested for 10 minutes already. Let's get back to practicing. Oh, it's already been that long? Let's quickly do one more round. The practice for the performance assessment continued till late at night. The weekend had passed, and a new week came with the scheduled Cyclops performance assessment. At the same time, there was one big change in Kizan's school life from this week on, which was Scott Snyder, deducting you 10 points. That the student protection period had completely ended. The professors could officially evaluate and grade the students now, and they could also punish or take disciplinary action. Did you bring this garbage as an assignment? Too slow. Everyone's so damn slow. Assistants. Deduct 20 points to all students who aren't keeping up with the progress right now. Get out of my class right now. The professors of Kizan revealed their true colors as if they were waiting for it. Their attitudes had completely flipped, to the point that it almost made the students doubt if they were the same professors who treated them with kindness. Classes became harder, and students who couldn't keep up with the classes were mercilessly deducted. Students who were judged to be underperforming were also expelled from class. Students were weeping at the changed attitude of the professors, but only now could they feel the reality that they were in Kizan. Weaklings weren't needed in Kizan. As proof of that statement, 20 people packed their things after the student protection period was lifted for 2 days. Despite the midterm exam, performance assessment, and dual assessment not yet being conducted, the dropout rate was this high. Simon also had a hard time adjusting to the changed atmosphere during the 2 days when the student protection period was lifted. If there was a professor who treated students the same as before. Come on, run. Yes, miss. It was Hong Feng of combat magic. To speak the truth, she didn't really care about the student protection period at all, as she made the students hang on a running hippo and climb a hill with a curse on since the beginning of the class. She even recklessly bumped them into a herd of hippos. So, unlike other professors' classes, where their difficulty jumped, Hong Feng's classes were the same. The students came to a point where they felt relatively comfortable with the combat magic class. Of course, Hong Feng wasn't really a professor who nitpicked students and gave them deductions or put pressure on them mentally either. Huff, huff. Still, it's way better to run thoughtlessly like this. Rick, who was running next to Simon, said this while breathing heavily. I still remember the eyes of Professor Bahill, who gave me 10-point deductions in a row. Huff, huff. Hooray to combat magic. Fucker. I'm going to take it in the second semester too. Simon giggled. Ha. You guys are so relaxed. Simon and Rick turned their heads. Huh? Milan, who was always behind in every running session, was catching up with the two today. She was running frantically even though she looked like she was out of breath and panicking. Huff. Phew. What's gotten into you? Can you just raise your pace recklessly like that? Instead of answering, Milan bit her lip and ran past the two of them in the end. Rick's eyes shook. How desperate. Huff. By the way, what's wrong with her? Tomorrow is the Cyclops performance assessment, you see. As the leader of Group 7 and the participating member, she felt a strong sense of responsibility for this Cyclops performance assessment, more so than anyone else. Milan's biggest weakness was her lack of stamina and slow movements, making it hard for her to dodge the Cyclops attacks properly. So, she focused more on training her stamina than dark flare for the rest of her time. Honestly, she's really amazing. Ranking first in the written entrance exam. First in Class A. The only person with an average score of 90s on Jane's test. Simon thought that Milan was only a genius, but in reality, she was an extremely hard worker. According to Kamibet, Milan didn't even sleep properly so she could study. They studied together until late at night in the female dormitory lounge, and when she went back after sleeping the next morning, she could still see Milan studying with a tissue in her nose. She said that she overcame her fatigue and drowsiness with drugs and potions so that it wouldn't interfere with her during class. From morning until she fell asleep, study, 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 study. Simon had no idea as to what made her so persistent. Now, rest. As soon as Hong Feng's instructions were given, the students laid on the grass as though they were waiting for it. The assistant teachers went around and distributed stamina recovering drinks. Rick, who emptied his drink at one go, sprawled out on the ground. One thing I'm sure of is that, if you take combat magic classes for 3 years, you'll be so buff by the time you graduate. I'm certain about this. Hearing Rick's joke, Kamibet touched her leg. Simon saw that and giggled a little. Doing some running in combat classes won't get you muscles, Kami. What? No, it's not like that. Kami's quite slender, so it's okay for her to be a little thicker. I am telling you it's nothing like that. Milan approached at a quick pace at that moment when the sound of friendly laughter lingered between the three of them. Simon, please take a look at me. That thing where you step on the jet black. She bent her knees and jumped in place. It was considerably high, and jet black was formed properly under her legs. Whoosh! While sliding over the grass, she came down and looked back at Simon with her eyes shining. What do you think? Simon scratched his head. Really good. I mean it. Really? Foo-foo. I kept on practicing for tomorrow, you see. Really amazing. Milan. To overcome a weakness in such a short time, as Kamabra said, it was an amazing achievement. Of course, she must have put in a near unimaginable amount of effort behind the scenes. She looked like she abused her feet till now. The state of them didn't look that good when she was landing. Don't push yourself too hard, Milan, worriedly said Simon. We were able to hunt the Cyclops during the simulation. You see? The success of the performance assessment is somewhat in our reach. Yes, but I won't be satisfied with just success. A fire lit up in Milan's eyes. First place. I'm trying my best to get first place. When Simon was about to open his mouth to say something, the assistant teachers clapped their hands. Come on everyone, get up. Well, run to the next destination now. Yes. The students, who had become accustomed to Hong Feng's class now, quickly got up and stood in line. Let's go. With Hong Feng's shout, everyone went down the hill while enjoying the cool breeze. This place where yellow grape blossoms were in full bloom looked like the whole mountain covered in gold. Simon couldn't help but admire Hong Feng's eye for choosing only the places with beautiful natural scenery as a class location. Simon. Just then, Hong Feng came out of nowhere. Simon replied in surprise, Yes Professor. Are you practicing the jet black operation I taught you properly? Of course. Hong Feng had taught Simon the technique of temporarily increasing the body's capability by activating the jet black in the body. Oh, as expected, you learn it really fast. No matter how much I think about it, combat magic would suit you so much. Ahaha. Professor. It was then Brett, a combat magic assistant teacher, came running. Brett glanced at Simon once, then quickly turned his head to report to Hong Feng. Somebody got hurt in the back row. A student seemed to have cut their leg a bit. I'll go check it out. Hong Feng patted Simon on the shoulder and ran after Brett. Another assistant teacher then led the students down a hill and called a break. Everyone sat on the grass and drank the refreshments. Kami, where's Milan? With Rick's question, Kamabra shrugged her shoulders. I'm not so sure. I thought she's with you guys because I kept on falling behind. At that moment, crowds talking could be heard from behind. After looking back, Simon jumped to his feet and Kamabra covered her mouth with both hands. Hey, don't tell me. Rick's complexion turned pale as ashes. A female student was seen on an assistant teacher's back among the whispering students. A bandage was wrapped around her ankle. Milan. Kizen's central ward. Milan was lying down in the bed like a soulless person. Simon, Rick, and Kamabra were standing around her with hardened faces. Milan Villain. The doctor in white robes said, while turning through the documents, you sprained your leg badly. For the time being, make use of crutches, and going to classes is fine, but make sure to skip all classes with physical activities for around a week. The news struck like a lightning bolt from the blue. Milan raised her upper body with reddened eyes. No. I can walk if it's just this much of an injury. Miss Villain. The doctor smiled and tapped the profile. This is an order, not a recommendation. Milan strongly bit her lip. I get that you're passionate about the class, but there are things without exceptions. I'm going to exclude you from all classes that require walking. This was the reason why Kizen students didn't want to go to the ward, even if they got sick or hurt. Doctors prioritized the patient's recovery, and students had survival in Kizen as their priority. These two values have always been in conflict with each other. It was natural for doctors to give students a break for a few weeks when they were seriously injured in class, but in time, the absence strains the students' necks. It was your own loss if you got injured. The doctor who gave a one-sided notice went out, and a thick silence dropped in the ward with only the four of them left. Everyone prepared so much for the performance assessment, but the participating member injured her leg on the eve of the actual battle. But no one blamed Milan. It was an accident, and everyone knew that Milan worked harder on this group activity than anyone else. Milan, I'm really sorry. Please leave. Milan lowered her head and said, I want to be alone. Her face was of a complete meltdown. It didn't seem like any kind of comfort would work at the moment. Rick and Kamabra looked at each other and nodded. Simon. Kamabra called Simon in a low voice and grabbed his sleeve. But Simon didn't move. Nothing's going to change, even if you cry here like this." Kamabras and Rick were surprised. It was a very cold statement that was unlike the usual Simon. Milan bit her lip even harder and lifted her head. "Then what?" "We have to find another way." "A way? Ha!" She laughed. It was a very self-mocking and hysterical laugh. "You know it too, right? This is the tactic that we worked hard and planned on for a week. We practiced desperately only in this position, and tomorrow is the actual battle against the living Cyclops." "What the hell do you mean by a way?" "I see. Are you being sarcastic to me right now?" Yeah. It's all because of me. The reason why you guys will get the lowest score in the performance assessment. Even if this score will be a hindrance later and drop you guys out of Kizan. It's all my fault. If only I didn't hurt my leg by pushing my say." "Stop." Simon's eyes gleamed. The three of them suddenly felt goosebumps rising up their backs. Was that really Simon? It almost felt like he was a different person. As the surroundings became quiet, Simon let out a small sigh and said, "If it's okay with you guys, I'll go out as the participating member tomorrow." Finally, the morning of the performance assessment day came. Class of students were moving to the underground dungeon in carriages. "Isn't it fascinating?" said Kamabas while looking out the window inside the carriage. "To think that this many dungeons and ruins are gathered on the small rock island." Rick shrugged his shoulders. "From what I heard, Nephthys is a manic collector. If she finds these kinds of ancient ruins, she apparently transfers the whole thing to Rock Island." "Whoa. The whole ruins?" Rick and Kamabas chatted and tried to loosen the uncomfortable atmosphere, but Simon and Milan didn't speak a word until they reached the dungeon. "Come on, we're here." "Everyone, get off." Finally, the carriages stopped, and the students came down. The eyes of the students who were making a lot of noise before the actual battle turned to Milan, who got off the carriage with crutches. "They're doomed. I heard that she's the participating member and injured herself." The students whispered. "If the participating member is in that state, they can't do anything about it. It's all screwed up from the start till the end." "Well, it helps us." SHH. "Hey, your voice is too loud." Milan firmly moved forward while trying her best to ignore the whispers. The members of Group 7 followed right behind her. Kizan's underground dungeon was some sort of supersized prison that kept the monsters from the continent captured. Not only monsters, but all kinds of terrible criminals in the continent were also said to be imprisoned at the bottom of the dungeon. Following the assistant teacher, the students moved their eyes with fear. Terrible screams and monster roars were heard from everywhere. It's an unconfirmed rumor, but they say that an angel is chained and sealed on the bottom floor of this dungeon. With Rick's words, Kamabas flinched, and her shoulders shuddered. Please don't scare me. There's no way an angel exists." He. "You think there are no angels when there are devils too?" Fortunately, they didn't go deep into the dungeon. The destination was a place tightly surrounded by bricks carved out of rocks. Like in the training room, a mana projector was hanging on the ceiling. This way. When they entered, they saw Jane and her assistants, who arrived first and were waiting inside. It was Jane's first class after the student protection period had ended, so everyone stood up with nervous faces. She opened her mouth. "Now, attention. In the morning, we'll conduct a performance assessment from groups 1 to 8. When you enter the dungeon, you'll face a living Cyclops." The assistant teachers went around and handed out paperboards and pens to the students. The life waiver that Jane mentioned in the first class, that no matter what happened in the dungeon, Kizan wouldn't be held responsible. Of course, you can put down the life waiver and leave if your life is more important than anything else. It was something that everyone was prepared for from the moment they entered Kizan. All the students signed the life waiver, and the assistant teachers distributed training uniforms. Again, there are 3 instances in which the performance assessment will be stopped. When the participating member is incapable of combat, when any team member raises their hand and declares abandonment of the test, and when a professor or safety guard determines that further battle is impossible. And Andrew, a personnel dispatched from Kizan headquarters, will be in charge of the safety guard. Standing next to Jane, a man heavily armed with different kinds of equipment bowed his head. He looked taciturn. "Well then, we'll start the performance assessment with Group 1. Group 1 remained, and the other members were guided to the room upstairs. It was a place to take a rest like the waiting room, but one wall was transparent like glass, so you could directly watch the other groups fighting. It's a real Cyclops. The scale, it's no joke. I didn't believe that it was a real battle until the very end. What do we do? For real. The waiting room was noisy with students watching the Cyclops, but Simon and his group didn't have time to leisurely watch the other groups fight. The four of them sat in a quiet corner on the opposite side and discussed plans. Now, let's loosen up the mood a bit. We still have a winning shot. Rick clapped and proceeded with the meeting. Everyone exchanged opinions in a serious atmosphere. Cheering and screaming was occasionally heard from the students. You could also know which teams won and which teams failed. Of course, Hector and Group 3 succeeded in hunting. Time passed faster than light. And finally, Group 7, to the front. Not knowing how an hour or two had passed, it was already Group 7's turn. All of the members of Group 7 went down with the guidance of the assistant teacher. The students, who had been quiet until Meilin went down, rushed to the transparent wall. Meilin injured her leg, but it looks like they're gonna continue. Is that allowed? I'm sure the doctor put a restriction on her. Wait a second. Someone pointed at one side of the wall. Simon was wearing the protective vest that was worn by the participating member. It's Simon. They changed the participating member to Simon Polensha. Would that be okay? Of course not. They've been relying on Meilin's dark flare all this time. All their plans are screwed up at this point. But how will a summoning aspirant hunt down a Cyclops? I guess they're just trying to show that they tried their best till the end. Hector, who was sitting on the two seats, had a sharp shine go across his eyes. Simon Polensha is the participating member? Apparently, yeah, said a male student from Hector's faction while forcing himself to smile. Isn't he someone that got on your nerves? Is it alright for you not to watch them? Hector closed his eyes without answering. Simon took a deep breath, calming his trembling heart. As he put on the vest, a barrier gauge appeared from the mana projector on the ceiling. When this gauge reached 0%, the participating member was automatically judged as incapable of combat, and the test would immediately be stopped. Behind Simon was Rick, Meilin, and Camibra standing in their set positions. Fortunately, Meilin persuaded the doctor, allowing her to play a support role that didn't move from its position. Nothing big has changed, said Simon while turning back to the members. Even if the situation has changed a little, it's not like our efforts disappeared. Let's do our best until the end. The three nodded. Meilin, who had been dazed for a while, had a terribly serious expression on her face, as though she came to her senses when the performance assessment started. Safety guard Andrew looked at his watch and said, "Please send in the next Cyclops." Rattle. The iron bars of the dungeon went up. The real Cyclops in chains showed itself from the pitch-black darkness. Four keepers were whining and pulling the chains, leading the Cyclops. Gulp. As he faced the monster, Simon's throat went dry. Its appearance was the same as he had seen in the simulation, but the real thing was definitely something different. Its stench stung his nose, and the unpleasant breathing was heard irregularly. His heart was beating like crazy with the tension. It was terrifying to think of meeting that kind of monster in the mountains. And above the Cyclops' head, a jet-black magic circle was seen floating around. He has lost his focus because of the curse in that magic circle, but as soon as the curse was lifted, he regained consciousness and began to attack the opponent in front of him. Click, clack. The keepers removed the chains and fled from the dungeon in a hurry. Then, we'll start the performance assessment of Group 7. Jane's voice could be heard from the ceiling. There's no need to overdo it. If you think you can't do it, anyone can raise their hand and ask to stop the assessment. Yes, Professor. Andrew, the safety guard, went invisible and disappeared at some point too. Now, only the four people of Group 7 and the Cyclops were left in this place. Removing the curse. We'll commence with the assessment. The magic circle floating above the Cyclops' head shattered with a clank. At the same time, the monster's eyes, which had lost all focus, flashed and returned. It let out a huge roar. Simon felt like his body would blow away from just the blast of the wind. Simon, hang in there. The battle started immediately. Simon pulled the imaginary lever and took out the skeletons. 3 armed skeletons ran in from different directions. Just do as practiced. Although the participating member changed, the framework of the strategy hadn't changed significantly. While Simon buys time with the skeletons, Rick, Kamibet, and Milan go cursing. It was a strategy to neutralize the Cyclops by stacking up exhausts to the limit and Simon stabbing the vitals of the Cyclops to knock it down. However, bang, the Cyclops didn't deal with the skeletons. It charged like a chariot and smashed the skeletons with his body and rushed towards Simon right away. Huh? What's going on? With bloodshot eyes, the Cyclops swung its club wildly. Thump. Simon hurriedly threw his body to the side. The club fell where he was, and the dungeon shook violently. Rick, why is this happening? Asked Kamibet in bewilderment as she prepared the curse. It's different from the simulation. Are they trying to show that simulations and reality are different? No. But this is. Rick slightly bit his lips. It's as if it's coming after Simon from the beginning. Bam, bam, bam. The Cyclops swung its club frantically while drooling from its mouth. Simon had to avoid it by rolling on the ground like a ball against the brutal offense. Ugh. His back hurt because of the bumpy stone ground. After dodging all the attacks, Simon jumped up and stretched out his right arm. Rattle. The skeleton who grabbed the Cyclops back slashed it with a sword. Cug. It's a lot harder than the simulation. There wasn't even a scratch on its skin. Perhaps because it didn't do much damage, the Cyclops still ignored the skeleton and only attacked Simon. Calm down. Simon's eyes lit up. Smashing down diagonally. Simon bent his legs and momentarily leaned to the side. The club just crossed above the direction where he leaned. Side swing with a wide breadth. The Cyclops attack missed again as Simon took a short step and slipped back. The students watching from upstairs exclaimed at Simon's splendid movements. Of course, Simon, who was doing it, felt like dying. To think that I ended up using the analysis I did to help Milan. At that time, when the enraged Cyclops was about to turn around and rush in, exhaust. The 3 people standing in the set position finally activated the exhausts. The movement of the Cyclops briefly slowed down, and Simon dug into that moment. Simon, who jumped on the jet black, stretched his arm out behind him. The spear thrown by the skeleton went into Simon's hand. A chance. Wish. Simon's spear flashed like lightning towards the Cyclops' eye. Slush. The spear that Simon thrust scraped past the Cyclops' cheek by the width of a hair. That was so close. Holding down his frustration, Simon came down to the ground. The infuriated Cyclops swung its club like crazy. Thump, thump, thump. Every time the club hit the ground and wall, the dungeon shook. Simon's movements in responding and avoiding these attacks looked truly amazing, but in reality, he was in a very precarious state. Thank you, Professor Hong Feng. If it wasn't for the jet black operation that she taught him, he would have been knocked out a while ago. The Cyclops made a huge step forward and struck with a club. Bam! Simon, shouted Kamibet. At that moment, you could see Simon coming out through the hazy clouds of dust on the ground. Barrier gauge, 72%. Simon wiped his sleeve across his mouth. There was no single clean hit. It was all grazes. But what in the world? Thud, thud, thud. The Cyclops approached with its gleaming eyes. Simon felt a strong sense of difference. Even though 3 exhausts hit it, it moved almost as if it hadn't been cursed. The control room on the upper level of the underground dungeon. Jane was sitting in front of the screen where the battle scenes of Group 7 could be seen from various angles. She had a scoring sheet in her hand, and even at this moment, she was moving her quill quickly. Professor Jane, I think there's something wrong with the Cyclops, said the assistant teacher standing right next to her with a hardened face. It far exceeds the stats of the Cyclops that other groups faced. It's enraged and doesn't even get affected with curses that well. We should stop the test immediately and get a new Cyclo. Let's observe first. What? Jane didn't say anything else and focused on scoring. The assistant teacher had never opposed a professor of Kizan until now. but he thought that this wasn't right. "Professor, isn't this unfair? This is an accident." The enraged Cyclops is out of control. "We need to stop the exam immediately." Fairness. Jane, who was shaking her quill, took off her glasses and placed them on the table. "It's not that important to the virtue in Kizan. Professor, do you, assistant teacher, choose only weak opponents in a real battle? Do you turn your tail and stop the mission whenever your opponent exceeds expectations or something unexpected happens?" It's not like that, but..." The teaching assistant bit his lip as though he was speechless for a moment, then quickly continued the conversation. "But this isn't a real fight. Besides, these students are too young. Age doesn't matter. What's important is the fact that they're Kizan." "Professor, let's trust in them and watch," said Jane while her eyes shone. What was important wasn't the numerical values such as tests or scores, but what a student could learn from a particular experience. They seemed to have realized that they now need a change. "Guys." Simon, who retreated far away from the Cyclops attack, looked back at his group members and said, "Let's give up with the cursing. I don't think it's working well." That can't be," shouted Milan. "Didn't you see the other groups doing it? Everyone succeeded in hunting with exhaust, but why are we the only ones?" "I don't really know why either." Simon raised his head and observed the Cyclops carefully. Bloodshot eyes, explosive muscles, and strangely bulging tendons. Was it that we were unlucky to meet the one in good shape? "I also agree with Simon. It's a matter of the fact that the exhausts aren't working right now." Rick also put in a word. Milan was only one reluctant to give up with the exhaust strategy, but it was hard to deny that the Cyclops wasn't affected. Simon spoke again. "So we have to hunt it down in a different way." "How?" Milan looked like she was about to cry. Honestly, it even felt a little unfair. Everything was getting screwed up too much. The participating member, the drawing of attention with the undead, and even the cursing didn't work. Everything they had planned was in vain. What more were they supposed to do here? "Just do whatever you want." Swaying. Simon, who had avoided the Cyclops club falling on him diagonally, continued. "Cancel all the strategies we've made up until now, and just help me as you please." "What do you mean by that?" Thump. Simon slightly lost his posture after dodging the third attack, as the Cyclops, who seized the chance, was about to swing the club again. Slide. A red wave with a strong scent of blood passed by in front of the Cyclops' face. As his vision suddenly turned red, the bewildered monster took a step back. "Got it." Kamabut, who had cast the blood magic blood silk, winked. "I just have to help you as I want, right?" Simon. Rick enchanted the sword he took out of the subspace and threw it. "Use this." The sword that Rick threw was flying behind the Cyclops' back. When everyone who saw this realized where he threw it, a skeleton appeared like a wind and grabbed the sword. Slash! It turned its back and swung the sword. A long scar formed on the thick skin near the Cyclops' waist, and blood gushed out. The Cyclops looked at the skeleton in anger. "Rick." "Nice enchant." While skeletons lured the Cyclops' attack, Simon gave it a little more distance. Rick pulled out a bunch of weapons from the subspace and started throwing them with enchants, and Kamabut annoyed the Cyclops by obscuring its vision with the blood silk. "Now, focus." There were still too many miscellaneous thoughts. As the fierce battle continued, it might have been insane, but Simon closed his eyes. The noise in the field subsided in an instant. His consciousness expanded and his spirit was enhanced. The sound disappeared, and time slowed. It was the world that Bahil showed him in the curses class. With one experience, Simon was able to partially reproduce the image. "Thank you, Professor Bahil." Simon opened his eyes. 20 skeletons burst out at once from the subspace on the ground. "Thank you, Pierre." He sent 3 skeletons at a time to the Cyclops through cross-operation. Soon, the skeletons densely surrounded the Cyclops. The enraged Cyclops swung its club. In one blow, several skeletons were broken and scattered on the ground. Bones flew in all directions and rolled around on the ground. Of course, it didn't really matter. Restore. In an instant, a skeleton that returned to its original shape picked up a sword that had fallen to the ground and swung it. Slash! Cyclops' heel was slashed, and a chunk of flesh was sliced off. Clink! A skeleton on the ground raised its spear and stabbed the Cyclops, who staggered as its heels were cut. Slash! Another skeleton swung his sword and left a long gash on the Cyclops' back. Here comes two more spears. Rick placed jet black enchantments on the weapons and scattered them randomly around the Cyclops. Simon then moved the skeletons. The remains of the skeletons scattered on the ground were restored, and they attacked the Cyclops with the dropped weapons. No matter how fast and strong it was, it couldn't block attacks coming from all sides. The Cyclops could hardly come to its senses. When it looked to its front, its back was slashed. When it looked back, a spear came up from the ground. When it stomped the ground, its sides were suddenly attacked. The Cyclops was like a beast caught in a trap. Its body started to get covered with wounds as it struggled. Go for it. The students of Class A, who were watching from upstairs, stuck themselves against the transparent wall and burst into cheers. It was a different, out-of-the-box kind of strategy, unlike the ones that had been monotonously conducted so far. Engulfed in exultation, Simon swung his arms like a conductor and controlled the skeletons. Still, it wasn't enough. The tip of his nose was itchy. Something was lacking. It felt like he could do better than this. Do you now understand, boy? The stronger your determination is, the higher you can raise the potential power and initiative of the undead. Determination. A determination stronger than anything. Simon opened his eyes wide. Kill it. The restoration speed of damaged skeletons became faster. Kill it. The skeleton's limbs flew around chaotically and slashed the Cyclops. Kill it. The undead roared. The weapons danced. At this moment, under Simon's absolute order, the Legion existed to destroy the Cyclops. A tireless offense. A striking rout without a pattern. A mixture of irregular and regular. It was a scene that really showed the essence of a necromancer. The Cyclops burst into anger from the countless wounds all over its body, pierced through the skeletons, and rushed at Simon. Dodge it, Simon. Simon was now in a state of complete immersion beyond concentration. His reaction was late. Before Simon could be ready, the Cyclops club was falling on his head. The black ice wall that rose from the magic circle on the ground deflected the Cyclops club. Startled, Simon looked back. Go on, Simon. Miellyn clenched her teeth and shouted, since it came to this, don't lose. The ice wall continued to rise, obstructing the movement of the Cyclops. It tried to break out of the wall, and the blood from his wounds soaked the black glacier. Simon, who could take a breath thanks to this, stared at the Cyclops breaking the ice wall and prepared for the next dark spell. Slayer. In the end, the enraged Cyclops broke down all the walls and jumped at Simon. This is dangerous. Safety guard Andrew, who had been watching in silence, stretched out his arm. That attack was strong enough to pierce the barrier of Simon's vest with one blow. He could get crippled if he received a direct hit. For goodness sake, this professor and these students. I need to stop this insanity right now. The moment Andrew decided to shoot down the Cyclops, he saw a magic circle. A blood-red magic circle was drawn in the middle of the Cyclops' abdomen. Now's the time, Kami. Hearing Simon's shout, Andrew hurriedly withdrew his arm. Jet black blazed like flames from all over Kamibra's body, who was standing in the set position. Her hair surged up, and jet black resembling tears of blood flowed from her eyes. The blood magic that only vampires of the Ursula family could use. The flower among flowers in blood magic. Whoosh. Forearms, chest, shoulders, thighs, and heels. Fountains of blood gushed out all at once from the countless wounds that Simon's skeletons had inflicted until now. Bleeding and poisoning spells were the most powerful means of support that a member in the set position could provide. Wow! The scene where that large monster bled from the wounds all over its body was both terrifying and surprising. In an instant, the inside of the dungeon was dyed red. Simon, who was watching from behind, also showed admiration. So this is hemorrhage magic. While talking about each other's powers, everyone in Group 7 knew that Kamibras could use hemorrhage magic. However, it was nothing but a plan B because it wasn't stable enough to use in actual battle, and there was a build-up problem where you had to somehow create a lot of wounds on the Cyclops' body. But now that Miellyn's dark flare was sealed, it was definitely the main plan. Kamibras was the main attacker in this fight. Kamibras, who had poured out too much energy, flopped on the ground while staggering with anemia. Her job was now done. "I'm counting on you, Simon." "Leave it to me." This time, Simon raised his arms up, a skill that he had been practicing over and over until now. In fact, it was a secret skill that, across the entirety of Kizen's first years, was only known by Simon. Skeleton bones scattered all over the dungeon ground soared into the air. "Thank you, Professor Aaron. Everything I learned in Kizen became my strength." Simon clenched his fist. Numerous bones that floated in the air flew forward and dug into the wounds of the Cyclops opened by Kamiba's hemorrhage magic. A secret technique to attack over 100 wounds at once. The Cyclops went berserk from the pain. It screamed, knocked itself over, and started recklessly banging its head against the wall. "I'm sorry, but it's not over yet." Simon clenched his fist and twisted his right arm to the side. "Restore." The bones penetrated into the wounds and started gathering towards the center to carry out the restore order. It cut off blood vessels, ripped organs, and penetrated through muscles. The Cyclops was getting destroyed. "For real?" A male student who was watching through the glass wall in the waiting room opened his mouth. A painful loss called Milan's injury. No one could have imagined such an overwhelming scene from Group 7. But, fuck. That's amazing. Way to go, Simon. Woo. Everyone's expectations were turned upside down. The people who jeered, the people who clicked their tongues, and the people who showed sympathy, they all cheered while banging on the wall. There was something that heated up their hearts as necromancers in the performance that Simon and Group 7 showed, to the point where they completely forgot that they were competing with each other. Huff, huff. Simon's right arm went limp. It was impossible to order further restorations, since he had used up all the remaining jet black on his bones. Meanwhile, Rick and Milan took out the nervy potions and threw them at the wounded Cyclops. You could see its muscles twisting and contracting as soon as the potion liquid entered the wound. "Nice. It's working." Simon was panting while on one knee. They'd now done everything that they could. "Please, just stay like that." Thump. But the Cyclops, covered in blood, began to lift itself back up. Kamiba, who was flopped on the ground, gave a look of terror on her face. It can still stand? Even though the bones of its body were twisted, its blood was drained, and its organs were smashed, the Cyclops was approaching Simon like a living corpse. In its gleaming eyes, he could feel a desperate will to kill him. So it's meaningless unless it's instant death, huh? Receiving those glares, Simon calmly said, "Rick, it's all ready. Take it." Rick threw the enchanted claymore in front of Simon. The sword body was dyed in jet black. "I have put all my jet black in there. The duration is just 10 minutes. Thank you." Simon grabbed the handle of the claymore and took a stance. He could no longer use the activation technique that he learned from Hong Feng either. A situation in which both Monster and Simon ran out of strength. From now on, it was a battle of will. Thud, 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 thud. The Cyclops, resembling a living corpse, came running. Dash. Simon also rushed forward, holding the claymore. The Cyclops swung its club first. Whoosh. Simon twisted his body sideways to dodge it. The movement of the Cyclops was incomparably slow and sluggish compared to how it was at first. And when Simon was about to catch its weakness, his vision flickered. Because he was pushing the Cyclops, he didn't even realize that his power, both physically and mentally, was at the limit. His right leg gave up and slipped, making Simon's body roll on the ground. "Simon, get up." Simon clenched his teeth and stood up. The Cyclops ran toward him again and swung its club. Simon lowered his body to avoid it. "Go Simon, dodge it." Class A students were sticking to the glass wall and shouting at the top of their lungs. Even Hector, who had already approached, violently pushing the students away, was fuming while looking down at Simon. "No way." The assistant teacher who was watching this scene from the monitor room was in shock. Of course, Simon's performance was also surprising, but Professor Jane stood up. She even dropped the scoring sheet she was holding, staring intently at the screen. He had her as his boss for 5 years, but this was his first time seeing her acting like this. Inside the dungeon, Andrew had been on standby while hiding his body, looked at his palm. It was brimming with sweat. How lame. A pro getting excited with the battle of a student. Andrew thought to himself that he was getting old before wiping the sweat off on his pants. Whoosh. Simon took a step back and leaned out of the way to avoid the club. Even if he could close the distance, the opponent was too tall to pierce Rick's claymore precisely into the heart or head. Simon. At that moment, Miellyn shouted, "I'll make a wall of ice under your feet. Step on it and thrust your sword at once. You can do it, right?" "Good decision." Simon nodded quickly. The Cyclops, unable to understand the human language, swung its club sideways. Simon kept his knees on the ground without dodging it, and Miellyn's wall of ice rose from the magic circle on the ground. Slide. The club hit the ice wall. Simon, who had instantly soared 2 meters into the air, stepped on the ice wall and jumped. It worked. Time still passed slowly, and he hadn't lost his concentration yet. The Cyclops' nape could be seen in front of him. Simon put strength into his arm. The moment when the firm tip of the claymore went straight toward the Cyclops' neck. Whack! Ah! Some Yone's scream split the air. The Cyclops struck Simon with its opposite fist. Simon's body flew far and crashed into a wall. "Simon, are you all right?" "Simon." A sad voice broke loose from the set position. Simon opened his eyes in excruciating pain. Barrier gauge, 7%. But time was still slow. Above the punching Cyclops, he saw the claymore, which had slipped out of his fingers, falling in a circular motion. After all, Simon raised the corner of his lips and stretched out his arms. Ending it like this wouldn't feel like a necromancer. A move that he had been saving until the end. Simon gave a restore order. Click click. Above the shoulder blade of the skeleton that had been pierced between the wounds on Cyclops' chest, bones on the ground flew like lightning and fit together to form an arm. Clunk. Soon, the skeleton arm grabbed the claymore, which was falling through the air in a circle, and PSHHK. Without a moment of hesitation, it pierced the Cyclops' neck. Ah! A huge silence fell on the dungeon. Simon stood up with his trembling legs, and at the same time, thud, the Cyclops fell to the floor. Huff, phew, hoo. Simon let out a rough breath and tilted his head arduously. Finally, his heart felt so full, and it felt like he was going to go insane. Simon raised his right arm and clenched his bloody fist. Woo! Thunderous cheers broke loose from everywhere. Hector turned his back, and Jane in the monitor room sat down. Andrew appeared from the air and said while wiping the sweat from his forehead, "Group 7 successfully hunted the Cyclops. We did it." The 3 people standing in the set position burst into shouts and rushed to Simon. Simoon Kamabut, who came to Simon first, hugged Simon with all her might. "Wow, wow, you for real?" shouted Rick in a hoarse voice after coming in after her and ruffling Simon's head. "You did well. You really did well." Wahahahahaha. What a relief. It's a huge relief. As Simon was choking and coughing while smiling, Miellyn, who had left the set position, was approaching Simon. Miellyn had a face containing a lot of emotions passing through her head. After wiping her face once with her hand, she returned to her usual arrogant expression and raised an open hand. "HMPHW, well done. I guess I owe you for this one." As she finished saying that, her voice started trembling. Simon came to her with a smile and gave her a high five. "You did well too, Miellyn." "Simon, I'm sorry for yes." Without having the time to hear her voice, Rick and Kamabut embraced them both from each side. Once again, everyone burst into cheers and rejoiced. "Let me be serious for once, you idiots." While shouting like that, Miellyn had a smile brighter than ever before. After all the performance assessments for the morning and afternoon teams were finished, everyone in class gathered in the beginner dark magic lecture room. "You did a good job today, everyone," said Jane. "Regardless of the results and scores, I'm satisfied as the professor in charge that all members of class are carried out in actual battle without any accidents." "Thank you, Professor," vigorously exclaimed the students while finally freed from the pressure. But in Kizan, results are the most important thing. Jane naturally poured cold water after creating a warm atmosphere. Now that they were all used to her, they waited for her to continue while slightly chuckling. "I'll start evaluation with Group 1. Please come forward, Group 1. Simon sat down on his seat and listened to the other She opened her mouth. Now, attention, attention. In the morning, we'll conduct a performance assessment from groups 1 to 8. When you enter the dungeon, you'll face a living Cyclops. The assistant teachers went around and handed out paperboards and pens to the students. The life waiver that Jane mentioned in the first class, that no matter what happened in the dungeon, Kizan wouldn't be held responsible. Of course, you can put down the life waiver and leave if your life is more important than anything else. It was something that everyone was prepared for from the moment they entered Kizan. All the students signed the life waiver, and the assistant teachers distributed training uniforms. Again, there are 3 instances in which the performance assessment will be stopped. When the participating member is incapable of combat, when any team member raises their hand and declares abandonment of the test, and when a professor or safety guard determines that further battle is impossible. And Andrew, a personnel dispatched from Kizan headquarters, will be in charge of the safety guard. Standing next to Jane, a man heavily armed with different kinds of equipment bowed his head. He looked taciturn. Well then, we'll start the performance assessment with Group 1. Group 1 remained, and the other members were guided to the room upstairs. It was a place to take a rest like the waiting room, but one wall was transparent like glass, so you could directly watch the other groups fighting. It's a real Cyclops. The scale, it's no joke. I didn't believe that it was a real battle until the very end. What do we do? For real. The waiting room was noisy with students watching the Cyclops, but Simon and his group didn't have time to leisurely watch the other groups fight. The 4 of them sat in a quiet corner on the opposite side and discussed plans. Now, let's loosen up the mood a bit. We still have a winning shot. Rick clapped and proceeded with the meeting. Everyone exchanged opinions in a serious atmosphere. Cheering and screaming was occasionally heard from the students. You could also know which teams won and which teams failed. Of course, Hector and Group 3 succeeded in hunting. Time passed faster than light. And finally, Group 7, to the front. Not knowing how an hour or 2 had passed, it was already Group 7's turn. All of the members of Group 7 went down with the guidance of the assistant teacher. The students, who had been quiet until Milan went down, rushed to the transparent wall. Milan injured her leg, but it looks like they're gonna continue. Is that allowed? I'm sure the doctor put a restriction on her. Wait a second. Someone pointed at one side of the wall. Simon was wearing the protective vest that was worn by the participating member. It's Simon. They changed the participating member to Simon Polensha. Would that be okay? Of course not. They've been relying on Milan's dark flare all this time. All their plans are screwed up at this point. But how will a summoning aspirant hunt down a Cyclops? I guess they're just trying to show that they tried their best till the end. Hector, who was sitting on the 2 seats, had a sharp shine go across his eyes. Simon Polensha is the participating member? Apparently, yeah, said a male student from Hector's faction while forcing himself to smile. Isn't he someone that got on your nerves? Is it alright for you not to watch them? Hector closed his eyes without answering. Simon took a deep breath, calming his trembling heart. As he put on the vest, a barrier gauge appeared from the mana projector on the ceiling. When this gauge reached 0%, the participating member was automatically judged as incapable of combat, and the test would immediately be stopped. Behind Simon was Rick, Milan, and Camibra standing in their set positions. Fortunately, Milan persuaded the doctor, allowing her to play a support role that didn't move from its position. Nothing big has changed, said Simon while turning back to the members. Even if the situation has changed a little, it's not like our efforts disappeared. Let's do our best until the end. The 3 nodded. Milan, who had been dazed for a while, had a terribly serious expression on her face, as though she came to her senses when the performance assessment started. Safety guard Andrew looked at his watch and said, "Please send in the next Cyclops." Rattle. The iron bars of the dungeon went up. The real Cyclops in chains showed itself from the pitch-black darkness. 4 keepers were whining and pulling the chains, leading the Cyclops. Gulp. As he faced the monster, Simon's throat went dry. Its appearance was the same as he had seen in the simulation, but the real thing was definitely something different. Its stench stung his nose, and the unpleasant breathing was heard irregularly. His heart was beating like crazy with the tension. It was terrifying to think of meeting that kind of monster in the mountains. And above the Cyclops' head, a jet-black magic circle was seen floating around. He has lost his focus because of the curse in that magic circle, but as soon as the curse was lifted, regain consciousness and begin to attack the opponent in front of him. Click, clack. The keepers removed the chains and fled from the dungeon in a hurry. Then, we'll start the performance assessment of Group 7. Jane's voice could be heard from the ceiling. There's no need to overdo it. If you think you can't do it, anyone can raise their hand and ask to stop the assessment. Yes, Professor. Andrew, the safety guard, went invisible and disappeared at some point too. Now, only the 4 people of Group 7 and the Cyclops were left in this place. Removing the curse. We'll commence with the assessment. The magic circle floating above the Cyclops' head shattered with a clank. At the same time, the monster's eyes, which had lost all focus, flashed and returned. It let out a huge roar. Simon felt like his body would blow away from just the blast of the wind. Simon, hang in there. The battle started immediately. Simon pulled the imaginary lever and took out the skeletons. 3 armed skeletons ran in from different directions. Just do as practiced. Although the participating member changed, the framework of the strategy hadn't changed significantly. While Simon buys time with the skeletons, Rick, Kamibet, and Milan go cursing. It was a strategy to neutralize the Cyclops by stacking up exhausts to the limit and Simon stabbing the vitals of the Cyclops to knock it down. However, bang! The Cyclops didn't deal with the skeletons. It charged like a chariot and smashed the skeletons with his body and rushed towards Simon right away. Huh? What's going on? With bloodshot eyes, the Cyclops swung its club wildly. Thump. Simon hurriedly threw his body to the side. The club fell where he was, and the dungeon shook violently. Rick, why is this happening? Asked Kamibet in bewilderment as she prepared the curse. It's different from the simulation. Are they trying to show that simulations and reality are different? No, but this is. Rick slightly bit his lips. It's as if it's coming after Simon from the beginning. Bam, bam, bam. The Cyclops swung its club frantically while drooling from its mouth. Simon had to avoid it by rolling on the ground like a ball against the brutal offense. Ugh! His back hurt because of the bumpy stone ground. After dodging all the attacks, Simon jumped up and stretched out his right arm. Rattle! The skeleton who grabbed the Cyclops back slashed it with a sword. Cug! It's a lot harder than the simulation. There wasn't even a scratch on its skin. Perhaps because it didn't do much damage, the Cyclops still ignored the skeleton and only attacked Simon. Calm down. Simon's eyes lit up. Smashing down diagonally. Simon bent his legs and momentarily leaned to the side. The club just crossed above the direction where he leaned. Side swing with a wide breadth. The Cyclops attack missed again as Simon took a short step and slipped back. The students watching from upstairs exclaimed at Simon's splendid movements. Of course, Simon, who was doing it, felt like dying. To think that I ended up using the analysis I did to help Milan. At that time, when the enraged Cyclops was about to turn around and rush in, exhaust. The 3 people standing in the set position finally activated the exhausts. The movement of the Cyclops briefly slowed down, and Simon dug into that moment. Simon, who jumped on the jet black, stretched his arm out behind him. The spear thrown by the skeleton went into Simon's hand. A chance. Wish. Simon's spear flashed like lightning towards the Cyclops' eye. Slush. The spear that Simon thrust scraped past the Cyclops' cheek by the width of a hair. That was so close. Holding down his frustration, Simon came down to the ground. The infuriated Cyclops swung its club like crazy. Thump, thump, thump. Every time the club hit the ground and wall, the dungeon shook. Simon's movements in responding and avoiding these attacks looked truly amazing, but in reality, he was in a very precarious state. Thank you, Professor Hong Feng. If it wasn't for the jet black operation that she taught him, he would have been knocked out a while ago. The Cyclops made a huge step forward and struck with a club. Bam! Simon! Shouted Kamibet. At that moment, you could see Simon coming out through the hazy clouds of dust on the ground. Barrier gauge, 72%. Simon wiped his sleeve across his mouth. There was no single clean hit. It was all grazes. But what in the world? Thud, thud, thud. The Cyclops approached with its gleaming eyes. Simon felt a strong sense of difference. Even though 3 exhausts hit it, it moved almost as if it hadn't been cursed. The control room on the upper level of the underground dungeon. Jane was sitting in front of the screen where the battle scenes of Group 7 could be seen from various angles. She had a scoring sheet in her hand, and even at this moment, she was moving her quill quickly. "Professor Jane, I think there's something wrong with the Cyclops," said the assistant teacher standing right next to her with a hardened face. "It far exceeds the stats of the Cyclops that other groups faced. It's enraged and doesn't even get affected with curses that well. We should stop the test immediately and get a new Cyclo. Let's observe first." "What?" Jane didn't say anything else and focused on scoring. The assistant teacher had never opposed a professor of Kizun until now, but he thought that this wasn't right. "Professor, isn't this unfair? This is an accident. The enraged Cyclops is out of control. We need to stop the exam immediately." "Fairness." Jane, who was shaking her quill, took off her glasses and placed them on the table. "It's not that important of a virtue in Kizun. Professor, do you, assistant teacher, choose only weak opponents in a real battle? Do you turn your tail and stop the mission whenever your opponent exceeds expectations or something unexpected happens?" It's not like that, but..." The teaching assistant bit his lip as though he was speechless for a moment, then quickly continued the conversation. "But this isn't a real fight. Besides, these students are too young. Age doesn't matter. What's important is the fact that they're Kizun." "Professor, let's trust in them and watch," said Jane while her eyes shone. What was important wasn't the numerical values such as tests or scores, but what a student could learn from a particular experience. They seemed to have realized that they now need a change. "Guys." Simon, who retreated far away from the Cyclops attack, looked back at his group members and said, "Let's give up with the cursing. I don't think it's working well." That can't be," shouted Milan. "Didn't you see the other groups doing it? Everyone succeeded in hunting with exhaust, but why are we the only ones?" "I don't really know why either." Simon raised his head and observed the Cyclops carefully. Bloodshot eyes, explosive muscles, and strangely bulging tendons. Was it that we were unlucky to meet the one in good shape? "I also agree with Simon. It's a matter of the fact that the exhausts aren't working right now." Rick also put in a word. Milan was only one reluctant to give up with the exhaust strategy, but it was hard to deny that the Cyclops wasn't affected. Simon spoke again. "So we have to hunt it down in a different way." "How?" Milan looked like she was about to cry. Honestly, it even felt a little unfair. Everything was getting screwed up too much. The participating member, the drawing of attention with the undead, and even the cursing didn't work. Everything they had planned was in vain. What more were they supposed to do here? "Just do whatever you want." Swaying. Simon, who had avoided the Cyclops club falling on him diagonally, continued. "Cancel all the strategies we've made up until now, and just help me as you please." "What do you mean by that?" Thump. Simon slightly lost his posture after dodging the third attack, as the Cyclops, who seized the chance, was about to swing the club again. Slide. A red wave with a strong scent of blood passed by in front of the Cyclops' face. As his vision suddenly turned red, the bewildered monster took a step back. "Got it." Kamabut, who had cast the blood magic blood silk, winked. "I just have to help you as I want, right?" Simon. Rick enchanted the sword he took out of the subspace and threw it. "Use this." The sword that Rick threw was flying behind the Cyclops' back. When everyone who saw this realized where he threw it, a skeleton appeared like a wind and grabbed the sword. Slash! It turned its back and swung the sword. A long scar formed on the thick skin near the Cyclops' waist, and blood gushed out. The Cyclops looked at the skeleton in anger. "Rick." "Nice enchant." While skeletons lured the Cyclops' attack, Simon gave it a little more distance. Rick pulled out a bunch of weapons from the subspace and started throwing them with enchants, and Kamabut annoyed the Cyclops by obscuring its vision with the blood silk. "Now, focus." There were still too many miscellaneous thoughts. As the fierce battle continued, it might have been insane, but Simon closed his eyes. The noise in the field subsided in an instant. His consciousness expanded and his spirit was enhanced. The sound disappeared, and time slowed. It was the world that Bahil showed him in the curses class. With one experience, Simon was able to partially reproduce the image. Thank you, Professor Bahil. Simon opened his eyes. 20 skeletons burst out at once from the subspace on the ground. Thank you, Pierre. He sent 3 skeletons at a time to the Cyclops through cross-operation. Soon, the skeletons densely surrounded the Cyclops. The enraged Cyclops swung its club. In one blow, several skeletons were broken and scattered on the ground. Bones flew in all directions and rolled around on the ground. Of course, it didn't really matter. Restore. In an instant, a skeleton that returned to its original shape picked up a sword that had fallen to the ground and swung it. Slash. Cyclops' heel was slashed, and a chunk of flesh was sliced off. Clink. A skeleton on the ground raised its spear and stabbed the Cyclops, who staggered as its heels were cut. Slash. Another skeleton swung his sword and left a long gash on the Cyclops' back. Here comes 2 more spears. Rick placed jet black enchantments on the weapons and scattered them randomly around the Cyclops. Simon then moved the skeletons. The remains of the skeletons scattered on the ground were restored, and they attacked the Cyclops with the dropped weapons. No matter how fast and strong it was, it couldn't block attacks coming from all sides. The Cyclops could hardly come to its senses. When it looked to its front, its back was slashed. When it looked back, a spear came up from the ground. When it stomped the ground, its sides were suddenly attacked. The Cyclops was like a beast caught in a trap. Its body started to get covered with wounds as it struggled. Go for it. The students of Class A, who were watching from upstairs, stuck themselves against the transparent wall and burst into cheers. It was a different, out-of-the-box kind of strategy, unlike the ones that had been monotonously conducted so far. Engulfed in exultation, Simon swung his arms like a conductor and controlled the skeletons. Still, it wasn't enough. The tip of his nose was itchy. Something was lacking. It felt like he could do better than this. Do you now understand, boy? The stronger your determination is, the higher you can raise the potential power and initiative of the undead. Determination. A determination stronger than anything. Simon opened his eyes wide. Kill it. The restoration speed of damaged skeletons became faster. Kill it. The skeleton's limbs flew around chaotically and slashed the Cyclops. Kill it. The undead roared. The weapons danced. At this moment, under Simon's absolute order, the Legion existed to destroy the Cyclops. A tireless offense. A striking rout without a pattern. A mixture of irregular and regular. It was a scene that really showed the essence of a necromancer. The Cyclops burst into anger from the countless wounds all over its body, pierced through the skeletons, and rushed at Simon. Dodge it, Simon. Simon was now in a state of complete immersion beyond concentration. His reaction was late. Before Simon could be ready, the Cyclops club was falling on his head. The black ice wall that rose from the magic circle on the ground deflected the Cyclops club. Startled, Simon looked back. Go on, Simon. Miellyn clenched her teeth and shouted, since it came to this, don't lose. The ice wall continued to rise, obstructing the movement of the Cyclops. It tried to break out of the wall, and the blood from his wounds soaked the black glacier. Simon, who could take a breath thanks to this, stared at the Cyclops breaking the ice wall and prepared for the next dark spell. Slayer. In the end, the enraged Cyclops broke down all the walls and jumped at Simon. This is dangerous. Safety guard Andrew, who had been watching in silence, stretched out his arm. That attack was strong enough to pierce the barrier of Simon's vest with one blow. He could get crippled if he received a direct hit. For goodness sake, this professor and these students. I need to stop this insanity right now. The moment Andrew decided to shoot down the Cyclops, he saw a magic circle. A blood-red magic circle was drawn in the middle of the Cyclops' abdomen. Now's the time, Kami. Hearing Simon's shout, Andrew hurriedly withdrew his arm. Jet black blazed like flames from all over Kamibara's body, who was standing in the set position. Her hair surged up, and jet black resembling tears of blood flowed from her eyes. the blood magic that only vampires of the Ursula family could use. The flower among flowers in blood magic. Whoosh. Forearms, chest, shoulders, thighs, and heels. Fountains of blood gushed out all at once from the countless wounds that Simon's skeletons had inflicted until now. Bleeding and poisoning spells were the most powerful means of support that a member in the set position could provide. Wow! The scene where that large monster bled from the wounds all over its body was both terrifying and surprising. In an instant, the inside of the dungeon was dyed red. Simon, who was watching from behind, also showed admiration. So this is hemorrhage magic. While talking about each other's powers, everyone in Group 7 knew that Comabras could use hemorrhage magic. However, it was nothing but a plan B because it wasn't stable enough to use in actual battle, and there was a build-up problem where you had to somehow create a lot of wounds on the Cyclops' body. But now that Mielin's dark flare was sealed, it was definitely the main plan. Comabras was the main attacker in this fight. Comabras, who had poured out too much energy, flopped on the ground while staggering with anemia. Her job was now done. I'm counting on you, Simon. Leave it to me. This time, Simon raised his arms up, a skill that he had been practicing over and over until now. In fact, it was a secret skill that, across the entirety of Kizen's first years, was only known by Simon. Skeleton bones scattered all over the dungeon ground soared into the air. Thank you, Professor Aaron. Everything I learned in Kizen became my strength. Simon clenched his fist. Numerous bones that floated in the air flew forward and dug into the wounds of the Cyclops opened by Comabras' hemorrhage magic. A secret technique to attack over 100 wounds at once. The Cyclops went berserk from the pain. It screamed, knocked itself over, and started recklessly banging its head against the wall. I'm sorry, but it's not over yet. Simon clenched his fist and twisted his right arm to the side. Restore. The bones penetrated into the wounds and started gathering towards the center to carry out the restore order. It cut off blood vessels, ripped organs, and penetrated through muscles. The Cyclops was getting destroyed. For real? A male student who was watching through the glass wall in the waiting room opened his mouth. A painful loss called Mielin's injury. No one could have imagined such an overwhelming scene from Group 7. But, fuck. That's amazing. Way to go, Simon. Everyone's expectations were turned upside down. The people who jeered, the people who clicked their tongues, and the people who showed sympathy. They all cheered while banging on the wall. There was something that heated up their hearts as necromancers in the performance that Simon and Group 7 showed, to the point where they completely forgot that they were competing with each other. Huff, huff. Simon's right arm went limp. It was impossible to order further restorations, since he had used up all the remaining jet black on his bones. Meanwhile, Rick and Mielin took out the nervy potions and threw them at the wounded Cyclops. You could see its muscles twisting and contracting as soon as the potion liquid entered the wound. Nice. It's working. Simon was panting while on one knee. They'd now done everything that they could. Please, just stay like that. Thump. But the Cyclops, covered in blood, began to lift itself back up. Comabras, who was flopped on the ground, gave a look of terror on her face. It can still stand? Even though the bones of its body were twisted, its blood was drained, and its organs were smashed, the Cyclops was approaching Simon like a living corpse. In its gleaming eyes, he could feel a desperate will to kill him. So it's meaningless unless it's instant death, huh? Receiving those glares, Simon calmly said, Rick, it's all ready. Take it. Rick threw the enchanted claymore in front of Simon. The sword body was dyed in jet black. I have put all my jet black in there. The duration is just 10 minutes. Thank you. Simon grabbed the handle of the claymore and took a stance. He could no longer use the activation technique that he learned from Hong Feng either. A situation in which both Monster and Simon ran out of strength. From now on, it was a battle of will. Thud, 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 thud. The Cyclops, resembling a living corpse, came running. Simon also rushed forward, Holding the claymore, the Cyclops swung its club first. Whoosh! Simon twisted his body sideways to dodge it. The movement of the Cyclops was incomparably slow and sluggish compared to how it was at first. And when Simon was about to catch its weakness, his vision flickered. Because he was pushing the Cyclops. He didn't even realize that his power, both physically and mentally, was at the limit. His right leg gave up and slipped, making Simon's body roll on the ground. "Simon, get up!" Simon clenched his teeth and stood up. The Cyclops ran toward him again and swung its club. Simon lowered his body to avoid it. "Go Simon, dodge it!" Class A students were sticking to the glass wall and shouting at the top of their lungs. Even Hector, who had already approached, violently pushing the students away, was fuming while looking down at Simon. "No way!" The assistant teacher who was watching this scene from the monitor room was in shock. Of course, Simon's performance was also surprising, but Professor Jane stood up. She even dropped the scoring sheet she was holding, staring intently at the screen. He had her as his boss for 5 years, but this was his first time seeing her acting like this. Inside the dungeon, Andrew, who'd been on standby while hiding his body, looked at his palm. It was brimming with sweat. How lame. A pro getting excited with the battle of a student. Andrew thought to himself that he was getting old before wiping the sweat off on his pants. Whoosh! Simon took a step back and leaned out of the way to avoid the club. Even if he could close the distance, the opponent was too tall to pierce Rick's claymore precisely into the heart or head. "Simon!" At that moment, Merlin shouted, "I'll make a wall of ice under your feet. Step on it and thrust your sword at once. You can do it, right?" "Good decision." Simon nodded quickly. The Cyclops, unable to understand the human language, swung its club sideways. Simon kept his knees on the ground without dodging it, and Merlin's wall of ice rose from the magic circle on the ground. Slide! The club hit the ice wall. Simon, who had instantly soared 2 meters into the air, stepped on the ice wall and jumped. It worked. Time still passed slowly, and he hadn't lost his concentration yet. The Cyclops' nape could be seen in front of him. Simon put strength into his arm. The moment when the firm tip of the claymore went straight toward the Cyclops' neck. Whack! Simeon's scream split the air. The Cyclops struck Simon with its opposite fist. Simon's body flew far and crashed into a wall. "Simon, are you all right?" "Simon!" A sad voice broke loose from the set position. Simon opened his eyes in excruciating pain. Barrier gauge, 7%. But time was still slow. Above the punching Cyclops, he saw the claymore, which had slipped out of his fingers, falling in a circular motion. After all, Simon raised the corner of his lips and stretched out his arms. Ending it like this wouldn't feel like a necromancer. A move that he had been saving until the end. Simon gave a restore order. Click click. Above the shoulder blade of the skeleton that had been pierced between the wounds on Cyclops' chest, bones on the ground flew like lightning and fit together to form an arm. Clunk. Soon, the skeleton arm grabbed the claymore, which was falling through the air in a circle, and PSHHK. Without a moment of hesitation, it pierced the Cyclops' neck. A huge silence fell on the dungeon. Simon stood up with his trembling legs, and at the same time, thud, the Cyclops fell to the floor. Huff, phew, hoo. Simon let out a rough breath and tilted his head arduously. Finally, his heart felt so full, and it felt like he was going to go insane. Simon raised his right arm and clenched his bloody fist. Woo! Thunderous cheers broke loose from everywhere. Hector turned his back, and Jane in the monitor room sat down. Andrew appeared from the air and said while wiping the sweat from his forehead, "Group 7 successfully hunted the Cyclops. We did it." The 3 people standing in the set position burst into shouts and rushed to Simon. Simoon Kamabut, who came to Simon first, hugged Simon with all her might. Wow, you for real?" shouted Rick in a hoarse voice after coming in after her and ruffling Simon's head. "You did well. You really did well." Wahahahahaha. What a relief. It's a huge relief. As Simon was choking and coughing while smiling, Merlin, who had left the set position, was approaching Simon. Merlin had a face containing a lot of emotions passing through her head. After wiping her face once with her hand, She returned to her usual arrogant expression and raised an open hand. HMPHW, well done. I guess I owe you for this one. As she finished saying that, her voice started trembling. Simon came to her with a smile and gave her a high five. You did well too, Milan. Simon, I'm sorry for Yest. Without having the time to hear her voice, Rick and Kimaba embraced them both from each side. Once again, everyone burst into cheers and rejoiced. Let me be serious for once, you idiots. While shouting like that, Milan had a smile brighter than ever before. After all the performance assessments for the morning and afternoon teams were finished, everyone in class gathered in the beginner dark magic lecture room. You did a good job today, everyone, said Jane. Regardless of the results and scores, I'm satisfied as the professor in charge that all members of class are carried out an actual battle without any accidents. Thank you, Professor, vigorously exclaimed the students while finally freed from the pressure. But in Kizan, results are the most important thing. Jane naturally poured cold water after creating a warm atmosphere. Now that they were all used to her, they waited for her to continue while slightly chuckling. I'll start evaluation with Group 1. Please come forward, Group 1. Simon sat down on his seat and listened to the other head. Simon presented the student ID from Kizan and the request form signed by Jane to the Irnish territory in the Kalos Kingdom. Is this correct? Yes, that's correct. Please sign here. Okay. Upon receiving the document with Simon's signature, the manager smiled brightly and stepped aside. Confirmed. You may go up now. Thank you. Simon got up onto the teleporter. Then, he saw a student who had gotten there first. It was a familiar face. She even took the oath as the student representative. At that time, Simon was the male representative, and she was the female representative. With her beautiful, ivory hair fluttering away, she was putting on a white coat over her Kizan school uniform and was using her neat-looking parasol gracefully. She also curtsied and greeted Simon when their eyes met. We ran to each other again. The official successor of the Ivory Tower, Special Admission Number 2 Serene Endek. Somehow, there was a tension forming, not because of her background, but because of a foreign energy flowing from her. It's suffocating. Among the many students of Kizan, Lorraine was the only other one with such a unique aura. Lorraine had a strong feeling of coerciveness and roughness, but in the case of Serene, you could feel a far higher class of dignity, the monarch's dignity that humbles and embarrasses their opponents while showing them up. It made him wonder if she was really the same age as him. Then, her mouth opened. I heard that our Milan is being taken care of. She knew that Simon and Milan were in the same class and group. She's a little bit of a whiner, but she's kind and tender on the inside. Please take good care of her. Simon took a slow, deep breath. Little by little, the trembling, the tension in his body, and the trivial thoughts in his head all flew away. Finally, a relaxed smile appeared on Simon's lips. Why are you telling me that? What? Milan isn't a person under your protection. She's a freshman at Kizan, just like you. Simon noticed the meaning in her words and intonation. Serene was treating Milan as someone naturally inferior to her, and that fact was very much irritating Simon. Milan is doing well without you needing to worry about her. A deep smile appeared on Serene's lips. I see. It was the first time he had drained his mental strength like this by just talking to someone. Simon turned his head, not wanting to deal with her anymore. But Serene looked at Simon while blinking her jade-colored eyes. Drops or sweat started to appear on Simon's brow. Then, I'll activate the device. Thankfully, the manager picked the right time to say they were operating the device. Whoosh! The teleportation device activated, and a dazzling light engulfed Simon and Serene's bodies. Serene said with a smile, "See you again next time." I don't want to see you again. With that thought in mind, Simon completely entrusted himself to the sensations floating in his legs. In the office of the castle lord from the Kalos Kingdom's territory of Arnish and an area under the domain of the Dark Alliance, it happened again. A middle-aged man with a long brown beard was sighing with a grimace. He was Count Raymond, the person in charge of Arnish. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. The guard captain bowed his head with a hardened face. Next to him was a corpse on a stretcher, covered with a white cloth. Its face was hidden by the cloth, but its droopy hands were twisted and dried up like a mummy's. These incidents are happening more and more frequently. This is already the third case this month. The Count hit the table. He then undid his shirt collar and let out a sigh. I can't live with this feeling of anxiety anymore. What about the mercenaries we hired from outside? They are still on the search, but even after scouring the territory, there was nothing. The Count frowned. Eating up the money without being able to work properly. Send them back too. Yes, sir. And I'm sorry to ask, but was there any news from Kizan? There's still no news from Kizan. The Count ground his teeth. It had been 3 months since he placed the request. The number of victims continued to increase due to the unknown situation, but there has been no response from Kizan. The guard captain bowed his head. After all, maybe we should put this as a formal request to the HQ of Kizan instead of as a general rick. You want to call a necromancer from HQ? Do you want to blow the entire budget of our territory on a commission fee? I misspoke. The Count spoke while leaning deeply into his chair. You may leave now. Yes, sir. Rest well, sir. The guard captain and the guards took the corpse and left the room. The Count sighed and filled an empty glass with wine. Would you like a glass? Said the Count, raising his glass. Then, he heard Samion's voice from behind the curtain. Thank you for your offer, but I'll decline as I'm still in training. The curtain lifted, revealing someone sitting in a chair. She was dressed in a robe, her hood was pressed far down, and you could see whitish hair visible under the hood. The Count drank the wine at once. I apologize for calling a special guest like you all the way here, but as you can see, the situation is quite urgent. The Crown Prince was scheduled to visit the territory just next month. It'd be bothersome to have a shady thing happening at such an important time. The Count's eyes gleamed. Are you really sure that you can solve it? The person sitting on the chair slowly got up. As the wand in her hand pushed up the end of her hood, her plentiful hair flew down, revealing the face of a young girl. Do you not trust in the Ethanol? The Count flinched. That's not what I meant. Don't worry, Count. It's the will of the great goddess to save the people of the continent from the evil acts of the undead. A bright smile formed on her lips. On the honor of His Holiness, I, Ellen Zyle, a 2nd-year student at Divine University Ethanol, will surely solve the case. Simon and Pierre arrived in Arnish. It was a city with winding residential areas centered around a tall castle for a lord, resembling a spider web. Since it was close to the Holy Federation's side, and because of the rough terrain, the size of the territory was small and the houses were old. However, Simon could feel some kind of strange affection for it. I love this kind of neighborhood more than a big city after all. It's so suffocating. Damn it. At that moment, Pierre, who was inside the armor, coughed out a complaint. You could hear the rattling sound of metal clashing as he moved. Hang in there just a little, Pierre. Buy a bigger one next time. This size isn't right after all. Yeah, I'll do that. To say that the size was small when he didn't even have the flesh. Simon thought that Pierre was being such a baby, but he just laughed it off. The two walked around the streets, talking about different things. Perhaps the street wasn't so lively due to the recent uneasy happenings. Doors were firmly shut in every house, and curtains were drawn on the windows. It felt like everyone was sparing themselves. We're at a loss. How do we find the undead here? I did a lot of missions like this while I was traveling with Richard. There are 3 main methods. Pierre raised his fingers with the stiff gauntlet, making it creak. The first is to meet the client. Since it was mentioned that the client is a lord, reveal that you're from Kizan and ask for all the information they have so far. Perhaps we can also get some financial or physical support. Oh, that's a great idea. But if the client hasn't been able to solve this problem till now, there's always a reason for that around them. Simon could understand the meaning behind Pierre's words. He was saying that, if you contacted the client, it'd be a factor of the variable intervening. The second is an investigation by questioning. Borrowing Richard's words, it's basically legwork. That's a bit. But in my experience, surprisingly, There have been times when this was the quickest shortcut to the truth. And lastly, Pierre raised a third finger. Buying information from the Thieves Guild. The Thieves Guild? Are they called differently these days? Think of it as an information guild. There are always informants in a city of decent size who buy and sell information. No one is as sensitive to issues as them. After hearing Pierre's advice, Simon closed his eyes for a moment and pondered. Alright, then let's find a place to stay first and find the Thieves Guild. That's great news. I want to take this fucking armor off already. Simon and Pierre wandered the streets around the square. Because of the rough terrain, the number of inns was small when compared to the size of the city. However, they managed to find an inn by asking around. Welcome. As soon as Simon opened the door, the innkeeper greeted them. He was a man in his mid-40s who looked like a native of this region that knew a lot about this place. One large and clean room, please. Sure, got it. It's gonna be 300 silver per night. Do you need a meal too? If you eat wheat bread and soup, it's gonna be 50 silver, and a meat dish is an extra 150 silver. Inns are quite pricey. Must be because there aren't many inns around, huh? With that thought in mind, Simon searched through his pockets, pulled out one gold coin, and flicked it with his finger. Wheat bread is enough for our breakfast tomorrow. The innkeeper grabbed the coin with wide eyes. It was 1,000 silver per gold coin. Shall I provide you with the change? You don't have to. But instead, I'm curious about the location of the Thieves Guild. The innkeeper's expression changed strangely. Aha, so you want to buy some information. You seem to be an outsider. How did you get Simon slowly raised an open hand. Randomly asking for the identity of the customer. I think I should receive 1 gold for that information. Giggles. Standing next to Simon, Pierre laughed out loud while twisting his sides. A little kid who's still wet behind the ears is playing around with an old man. The innkeeper's face froze. He could tell the gold wasn't the problem. He had an uneasy feeling that his head would go flying if he returned the 1 gold and asked for his identity. What were these outsiders? The innkeeper put the coin in his pocket with that thought in mind. So curious about the location of Thieves Guild, right? Ting. Simon flicked his finger again. Another gold coin flew into the innkeeper's hand. And all the information you have about the disappearance case too. Simon shone his penetrating eyes. You seem to know something. Am I right? The innkeeper gulped with an obviously nervous face. Simon felt like he could hear him putting his brain to work. I'll return the 1 gold. The moment the innkeeper was about to approach Simon, shing. Before he knew it, a pure white greatsword was aimed at his neck. His face turned pale, and you could hear a dark laugh sounding from the helm of the armored man pointing the greatsword. It was a terrible laugh that couldn't exist in reality. What's wrong? Simon still held out his palm and smiled kindly. Weren't you gonna return it? Kug. After shaking for a moment, the innkeeper fell to the floor. I don't know who you are, but I'll do as you say. In return, please keep the fact that I was the one who provided the information a secret. Simon nodded at Pierre. Pierre retrieved his greatsword and carried it on his shoulder. Please stand up. I'll do that. The time allotted for solving the case was only 5 days. There wasn't much time for measured approaches to different things. Simon and Pierre decided to go tough for this mission. Simon heard everything from the innkeeper. He was able to check all the detailed information about the disappearances so far. After the disappearance of the people of the territory, a skinny mummy is found a few months later. Yes, the victims of the disappearances are mostly young men, but the ones found as mummies are mostly women. That's right. Simon put on an agonized look. There wasn't enough evidence to get the hang of the situation. For the female victims, was there by any chance traces of abuse? The Lord also suspected that the gangs in the territory were committing sexual assaults, but he said that there were no such traces. Simon's head started to hurt more and more, but Pierre, who was listening next to Simon with his arms folded, was giggling over and over, making Simon think about what was making him so happy. Pierre? I'm sure of it. Pierre smirked. Elizabeth, she must be somewhere in this city. It's certain to think that we found her this easily. Pierre certainly seemed to get the hang of it. Then there was no reason for us to be here any longer. Simon stood from his seat. We'll come back in the evening. Yes, please be careful out there. The territory is unsettled these days. Simon and Pierre came out. The next destination was the Thieves' Guild, which they knew from the innkeeper. Pierre, how can you be sure that this case is the work of that ancient undead? That's obvious. Pierre grinned. Toying with young men and draining up and killing the women since she doesn't really care about them. It's exactly what that devil of a woman would do. An undead does that. Isn't she human? Didn't I tell you? Undead are beings that can't be understood by a human's common sense. The ancient undead, who have lived for a long time, are even more eccentric. Simon rested his chin and pondered. What are you thinking so hard about? Well, I'm also a young man, you see. Why don't I use myself as bait to pull that devil of a woman out? Pierre burst out laughing through the helm. What is this kid who's still wet behind the ears blabbering about? Ha 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 ha. Pierre ruffled Simon's hair with his palm. Simon pouted his lips. Is there something wrong with me? What I'm telling you is that you're too far from her taste. The chances are still small, even if you put on a beard. After talking about different things, the two finally arrived in front of the Thieves' Guild. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary pub. The two opened the door and went inside. A bar-style pub. A handsome middle-aged bartender was wiping the glasses, and the bearded men occupying the table were drenched in alcohol. Unlike the empty streets, this place was crawling with people. But the atmosphere of selling information is nowhere to be found. It just looks like a local pub. Simon and Pierre sat down at the bar's side. What can I give you? Simon stretched out his finger at the bartender's question and drew a T in the air before holding out a silver coin. Please, this way. It really worked. It was easy when just following what the innkeeper had told them. Simon and Pierre followed the bartender's guidance. As they exited the store's back door, he saw a door and a staircase leading to the basement. The bartender bowed his head politely and went back right away. Phew. Simon took a deep breath and went down the stairs. The sound of the stone floor resonating was particularly loud, and the moldy smell of the basement stung the nose. As he went down the stairs, two men wearing masks carrying crossbows stood in front of the door. Without saying a word, they stepped aside and opened the door. Creak! The door opened with the sound of an old hinge. The atmosphere here was quite different from upstairs. People with robes drawn over their faces or masks sat quietly at the tables. Three middle-aged men were sitting face to face playing poker. Two young men. He glanced up, and an elderly man and a young woman were drinking beer alone. Behind the bar, there were several doors that seemed to be places to purchase the information. For now, Simon and Pierre sat down at a table in a quiet corner against the wall. Welcome. A young hostess approached the two. She was dressed in a tight, wine-colored dress clinging to her body, and her voluminous blonde hair was tangled into bubbles. Tap, tap. A black band was worn on her white legs that could be seen through her dress, and beside the band, you could see blades secretly shining. Simon gulped. Well, then, sitting in the chair opposite to them, she said with a business smile, what brings you to our guild, dear outsiders? Pretty obvious. We came to buy some information. What kind of information do you want? About people who are missing from the territory and dead bodies that have dried up like mummies. Everything you know about this case. The hostess smiled. Everything? It's going to be very costly. Can a first year from Kizan really afford it? Exclamation mark. Simon was flabbergasted inside, but asked back expressionlessly, what are you talking about? It's simple deduction. She continued to speak in a relaxed tone. Everyone knows that the Lord is desperate to solve this case. In fact, he has commissioned the case to many kinds of people, and there's no way that Kizan's not part of them. However, a small territory like this wouldn't be able to call the Necromancers of Kizan's HQ, so he would have chosen to place a request on the students. Her body leaned towards Simon. One knee came up on the chair, and the scent of dense roses wafted through her. A narrow curve could be seen behind her smiling face. And at this time, There are only first-year students in Kizan. The students who received the mission are first-year students whose student protection period has been lifted. And a young-looking outsider. She removed Simon's hood with a furtive hand, appeared in our territory in good time. She lifted Simon's chin with her fingertips and smiled. Am I wrong? How disrespectful. But he shouldn't be so obvious. It was just a matter of offering the information that he came from Kizan to the Information Guild. Of course, if you don't have enough money, you could also reveal your identity. Get us on our knees right now and grab the information by force. The name Kizan is that great, isn't it? Simon didn't falter. Instead, he grabbed her slender hands, grabbing his chin. Interesting deduction. Then shall I try it this time? What? Simon leaned over, pulling her hand slowly. A grave incident occurred that is shaking up the entire territory. The Lord was in crisis, and as you've said, he asked for help from numerous organizations. The grip of the hand holding her became stronger and stronger. Her smile stiffened slightly. And the only information guild that exists in this territory, whether it was the Lord's side or the commissioned people's, everyone must have stopped by here to get information. In conclusion, no one has been able to solve it. Simon approached her little by little, and this time, she was the one who moved away from him. The same incident has been happening for several years, yet the culprit hasn't been found, let alone the case being solved. Don't you think that there's strangely too little information? If it's this much, the information wasn't really controlled, but everyone was getting lost because of the clever lies mixed with the given truth. He didn't know what kind of recognition and influence this thieves' guild had in this territory, but for Simon, an outsider, they were defying common sense. Looking at her hardened face, Simon coldly said, "Am I wrong? There's no way that the Thieves Guild, located in the middle of the crime scene, hasn't known the key information until now." Incompetence? Nah, I don't think that's the case. Looking at you. Revealing her true character, Simon's palm touched the back of her head. Then, he whispered as he slowly pulled her toward his face, "Before I flip everything on its head, give me the truth." The hostess, who had been grabbed by Simon, gradually narrowed her eyes. "Damn it, be careful." Pierre's seemingly nervous voice echoed in his head. Simon focused all his attention on the hostess' legs exposed through the dress because of the dagger on the band tied to her thigh. But in the end, her hand didn't head towards the dagger. She closed her eyes and opened her mouth. "I'm sorry, but could you please release my arm?" Simon belatedly realized that he had put too much force on his hand holding her wrist. As Simon let her go, the hostess sat back down and combed back her disheveled hair. "Very well," she nodded. "If you want the truth that badly, there's nothing we can do about it. However, you'll have to bear all the risks that come with the information. Are you okay with that?" "Yes, of course." "Then please wait here for a moment." The hostess got up and walked to another room. The warlike atmosphere eased up, and Simon let out a small sigh. "Pierre, it was just a hunch, but it looks like there's actually something here. If we're lucky, we might be able to find out the whereabouts of Elizab." "You ha ha he." Pierre, sitting next to Simon, heaved his shoulders with laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha." Simon frowned and covered his ears. Of course, that didn't really make the voice ringing in his head any weaker, though. What's so suddenly wrong?" "I was dubious about it, but now I'm certain." "Stay alert, boy." Pierre's eyes gleamed inside the helm. "That woman is Elizabeth." At the moment Simon uttered a surprised voice without knowing, a change began to take place inside the Thieves Guild. The bodies of people sitting, drinking, or playing poker swelled up with cracking noises. "Ha ha 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 ha. Really a bold one, boy. To threaten an ancient undead right in front of you. If I hadn't emitted bloodthirst from your side, your neck would have been blown away already." Zip. Rip. The skins of the people were torn, and spiders with dozens of eyes popped out from within them. Simon stepped back in terror. SHHHHHHHK, SHHK, SHHHHHHHHHHHHHL. A type of undead known as a corpse spider. They were Elizabeth's kin. Simon and Pierre were surrounded by spiders in an instant. "That was a great force, kid of Kizan." The footsteps of the hostess rang out as she re-entered. Then, she crossed her legs after getting on the table with a voluptuous figure. As she dropped her forehead down with the tip of her index finger, The flesh flowed down like a garment, revealing her foreign crimson eyes. "Kill everyone." Her voice turned dark. Using it as a signal, the corpse spiders began to jump in from all sides. "Boy!" shouted Pierre. Simon quickly activated the subspace equipped on his finger and called out Pierre's great sword. Lightly grasping that heavy weapon with both hands, Pierre stepped forward with his right foot and made a wide sideways swing with it. Bwash! A huge line split the air, and the bodies of the corpse spiders that entered the gap were split in half. Green blood splattered into the air, wetting the floor and ceiling. "Elizabeth!" Pierre's loud cry resounded as though it would destroy the basement. "Oh my, so it was you after all, Pierre." Elizabeth crossed the other leg and smiled. "What kind of wicked plan are you plotting in a village like this?" "The Legion has revived." "Stop this nonsense and come back immediately." She smiled with her eyes and stretched out her arm. "I refuse." The ceiling was destroyed with a loud noise, and the corpse spiders dangling on spider webs attacked them. Simon quickly noticed it and ducked down, and Pierre swung his great sword to slash them. Blood and entrails splattered across floor. "Pierre, stupid!" "Richard used us to his liking and kicked us to the curb." "Do you still have lingering attachments for the Legion even after that shuddering experience?" "You idiot!" shouted Pierre after piercing through the body of a rushing spider with his great sword. "Did your mind rot while living along with humans? Legion is strength and will." "Blabbering things like kicking us to the curb or a shuddering experience." How could a captain of the Legion be swayed by such trivial emotions? How could I not? There was a great hatred in her crimson eyes. "I hate Richard to the point of death with how he pushed his comrades that shared sorrows and joys for decades to a deadly place just because of a woman." The undead spiders rushed in endlessly. In fact, this basement was full of corpse spiders, and her gaze turned to Simon. "Pierre, I pity you too. A 1st-year boy in Kizan, just like when you and Richard met. So you wheedled a kiddo'll behave well instead of him too." Whap! In an instant, the white great sword ripped through the air and flew in front of Elizabeth. She urgently grabbed the great sword with both her hands. The shockwave alone blew away objects and shattered glass. "That's it." Being too arrogant now, Pierre stretched out his hand. The handle of the great sword flickered with jet black and returned to Pierre's hand at a tremendous speed. Seeing that, Simon's eyes lit up. The attraction of a skeleton. Pierre twisted his waist like a combination lock and swung his great sword. The slash shot out like a tsunami and once again struck Elizabeth's body. Wham! She frowned and received the slash with both arms. "Have you already forgotten the time you crawled like a dog under me? How dare you try to walk over a marshal of the Legion?" At that moment, jet black as red as blood gathered on Elizabeth's fingernails. The slash pushing Elizabeth to the end of the wall cracked with a loud noise, and then shattered like pieces of glass. "And you've weakened a lot, Pierre. It seems like it hasn't been long since your seal has been released." She stepped on the crumbled debris and climbed to the ground. "Are you running away?" With his great sword raised, Pierre tried to chase her, but the corpse spiders blocked his way. Pierre's face contorted. "You small fries. See you next time, Pierre." And, waving from above, Elizabeth's gaze focused on Simon. "Boy of Kizan." After leaving those words, she disappeared along with a spider waiting above. So that's how it is. The only thieves guild remaining in this territory was actually Elizabeth and her group. Controlling and modifying information would have been a piece of cake. No wonder why the Lord couldn't solve the case, no matter how much time and money he invested. Other than that, there were disgustingly high numbers of spiders, even after Elizabeth left. Pierre was struggling, but at this rate, they might lose Elizabeth. Oh, what a shame. Simon got goosebumps for an instant. A third person's voice was heard at an unexpected moment. When he turned his head quickly, he saw someone from right behind him standing up. It was that woman wearing a robe, drinking alone in the Thieves' Guild. The spiders noticed her and jumped at her. "Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I guess I'll just get rid of everyone here and chase her." Flash! A pure white flash of light erupted from the end of the staff she lifted above her head. Simon couldn't help but be terrified after realizing what that power was. SHHK, SHHK. The spiders twisted and suffered like vampires who were exposed to sunlight. The white light at the end of the staff grew brighter and became big enough to swallow the entire Thieves Guild. Peer, let's run, using this as a chance. What? Hurry. She lowered her staff. Farewell, everyone. Whap! The divine explosion exploded, turning all undead spiders within range into dust. The entire Thieves Guild was coiled in a pure white light. Phew. After using her divine magic and placing her staff over her shoulder, she looked around her. Looks like I lost that huge skeleton in the boy. Guess I can't help it. She turned her head and jumped into the crumbled debris in the direction Elizabeth had fled. QE, a priest is breaking in at this moment. Huh? The situation is going crazy. Peer was running shoulder to shoulder with Simon. A priest. Simon was lost in deep thought. He chose the blue request form and came to the country of the Dark Alliance, but he never imagined that he'd meet a priest here like this. She seemed to have the skills too, right? Since she wiped out that many at once. I saw white clothes in that woman's robe. It's definitely the uniform of Efnel. Ah, she wasn't just a priest, but a student belonging to Efnel, the antipode of Kizan. By the standards of Kizan, it was like she was taking on a mission from a black request form. Considering that she came all the way to Dark Alliance, she must be a 2nd-year student. Be careful, boy. She's a tough opponent for you to deal with now. Yeah, I'll be careful. Just like Simon, she seemed to be chasing Elizabeth. Then that meant the Lord of Varnish had commissioned this mission to both Kizan and Efnel. Double request. I'll have to quibble about that next time. By the way, the scale was becoming too large for a blue request form, an ancient undead opposing the Legion, and even a student from Efnel. Simon started to wonder what the best way was to untangle this twisted thread. Peer, what is it? Tell me more about Elizabeth, please. What I told you while on the way here was everything. Not about her abilities or physical strength, but more personal things. Simon gulped. What happened between my father and Elizabeth? Peer let out a faint laugh. He. What happened my ass? Damn it. What? Fine, I'll tell you. Elizabeth loved Richard. Simon's jaw dropped. An undead to a human. An entity belonging to the Legion ended up having feelings toward the commander. Peer had a displeased look while saying that. She was unusual from the beginning when she joined the Legion. She was emotional, unlike an undead, and she was often swayed too much by those emotions. Peer lined up the stories related to Elizabeth, Elizabeth's love, her obsession with Richard, and even her jealousy toward Anna. Simon closed his eyes, and pondered. We're here, boy. The place that Peer dropped Simon off was somewhere in the forest near the Arnish territory. Simon looked around him, looking at the dense coniferous forest. But there's nothing here. Step back. Peer swung his great sword and cut through the air. Then, the space split apart as though it was tongue, and an old ruined castle surrounded by cobwebs was revealed. This is their main base. Let's head in. Simon and Peer opened the door and entered the abandoned castle. And as soon as they entered, a quite explicit scene was laid out in front of their eyes at the entrance of the abandoned castle. A dozen people who seemed to be on the verge of being eaten by spiders were caught in a spider's web and hung like cocoons. Looks like these were the people who had disappeared from the territory. A corpse was also found on the floor, and it was the same kind of desiccated corpse as the ones found at the scenes of the incidents. It seemed inevitable that Elizabeth was, as expected, behind the missing cases. Person. It's a person. Some people in the territory found Simon at that moment. Help me. Please let me out of this. The spider monsters are trying to eat us. Large amounts of clamor broke loose. Simon nodded calmly, pulled out his sword from the subspace, and cut the cobwebs. Please help too, Peer. Hey, what a bunch of useless bastards. As Peer clicked his tongue and swung his great sword, the 5 people hanging from the spider's web fell. Because they fell while hanging upside down, groans could be heard from everywhere. Simon said while making a wry smile, Peer, be gentle. I don't want to waste my time on such pathetic bastards. Still, Peer swung his sword once more and dropped the people to the floor. After using his short sword to cut the spider's web binding a person, Simon handed the sword to them. Please release the rest of them with this. Well, go hunt those spider monsters. Thank you so much. We'll never forget what you have done for us. While they freed each other from the webs, Simon and Pierre started moving back into the abandoned castle. Boy, aren't you too merciful towards captives for a necromancer? Simon asked, tilting his head. Then what should a necromancer do? Obviously, you should kill them every time you see them. Raise them up as a skeleton to use as your power. I told you that, in Kizan, killing people to turn them into undead is prohibited. This place is the site of an accident, and there'll be no witnesses. So what's wrong with it? Aren't you the type of person who's not bound by such notions? Simon scratched the side of his head and smiled bitterly. The truth is, there's a saying that my father always told me. You see. What is it? Do not turn into a monster. Pierre shut his mouth after getting startled by those words. And he said that it's very important to set a line to not become a monster. The corners of Pierre's lips rose up terribly. An advice that can be given because it's Richard. Huh? What? He. No, it's nothing. If that's your will, I, as the Marshal of the Legion, will gladly respect it. The two passed through the hallway and entered the spacious area of the old castle. The windows were a destroyed mess, and the moonlight shone through them. It was a place full of dust and cobwebs, and you could see Elizabeth sitting on a large chair and drinking tea in the distance. Did you give up on running away? Pierre spoke while raising his sword. She took a light sip of her tea and smiled with her eyes. Not really, Pierre. Since you have sensed my jet black, you would chase me to the ends of the continent no matter where I run, right? You know it very well. Then I just thought I'd have to get rid of you here. She snapped her fingers. Spiders rushed in through the ceiling and broken windows. Simon and Pierre quickly stood back to back. And now that you've released my toys, I think he'll need a new one. She licked her lips and looked at Simon. I think it'll be a pleasant entertainment if I tease that kid of Kizn taking care of in front of you. Don't you think? The moment Pierre frowned and was about to open his mouth, Simon reached out and stopped him. It's fine, Pierre. Boy, I'm the commander of the Legion. I'll try to talk to her from now on. Simon strode forward. The spiders made screeching sounds and prepared to jump at any moment, but Simon didn't mind them. Captain of the former Legion, Elizabeth? She looked at Simon with curious eyes. I'm making a formal proposal. Please join my legion. Ha! She let out a small laugh. Didn't you hear what I was talking about with Pierre? I have no intention of rejoining the legion that had already abandoned me once. Furthermore, the tip of her index finger pointed at Simon. Telling me to work under a necromancer who has no fundamentals like you, and was just chosen by Pierre getting nostalgic of his past? I hate such vulgar jokes. PFT. Wahahahahaha. Suddenly, Pierre's loud laughter broke loose from behind. Elizabeth's expression stiffened up terribly. What's so funny, Pierre? He. I chose him because he resembled Richard. How ridiculous. You don't know anything about him. A question mark appeared on her face. I guess there's no need to hide it anymore. Simon put his hand on his chest and continued. I'm the son of Richard Polenscher and Anna Polenscher, Simon Polenscher! Exclamation mark. Her face distorted beyond expression. Richard and Anna's, the worst enemy who had forsaken her, and the woman she hated more than anyone else. The child born between the two. The traces of the two uniting. I'm saying it again, Elizabeth. As if adding fuel to a burning fire, Simon coldly said, you once belonged to my father. Stop. So, as his son and as commander of the Legion, it would be natural for me to retrieve you. Something that she hid somewhere in her heart. Something she wanted to keep buried. The thought that she forgot about already. Those rotting emotions exploded and took over her head. Elizabeth twisted her entire body painfully. Her fingernails scratched and tore at her neck and shoulders, blood gushing out. Her body spread out, and 6 huge legs protruded from her thighs and side, stepping down to the floor. The mask covering her face disappeared, a woman with monster-like eyes taking its place. Her upper body was a human's, and her lower body was a spider's. This was the true form of Elizabeth, as an undead. Elizabeth, who lost her mind and went out of control, jumped straight at Simon. If she couldn't get rid of this terrible remnant right now, she thought she'd go crazy. Her nails formed up with jet black grew longer, going straight at Simon's neck, and Simon just stood there expressionlessly. "Well done, boy." Flap. In an instant, Simon's vision was covered by Pierre's back and his gape. A loud and clear sound of something being slashed was heard through the gape. Soon, the cape went down, and revealing Pierre wielding a greatsword and Elizabeth falling to the floor with 4 of her legs severed. A chance. This time, Simon moved. He held a spear that came out from the subspace in his hand. Jet black enchantment. The tip of the spear was dyed in jet black. Pierre smiled before stepping aside, and Simon leapt out like lightning, thrusting his spear. PSSSHK. But it didn't fully penetrate. Elizabeth held the tip of the spear with her right arm to hold it. Simon brutishly trampled on Elizabeth's face and put more force on the spear. "This is the last chance," Simon said in a cold voice. "Are you going to join the Legion, or are you going to perish?" HMPH. She stretched out her still remaining legs like a gimlet. Pierre quickly jumped in front of Simon. Slash. Kag. It was so powerful that Pierre's plate armor ripped like a piece of paper. Simon clenched his teeth and put strength on the tip of his spear. The corpse spiders were approaching to rescue their master between the human and 2 undeads fighting, and right above that, where a white light emerged. Seeing that, Pierre shouted, "Damn it!" Dodge. Soon, the light expanded at an incredible speed and landed on the floor. A dazzling scattering of light spread out and tore apart the surrounding. Humble. TSK. Pierre, retreating from the explosion's radius, went to a knee and put Simon down. The spiders caught in the explosion disappeared without a trace. Elizabeth was leaning against the wall gasping for breath. Looks like she somehow dodged, even with half of her legs slashed. What a waste. That was perfect timing, though. Everyone's eyes turned. A girl with staff was seen from behind the collapsed wall. "How dare a priest like you!" Elizabeth stretched out her hand violently. The spiders on the ceiling jumped straight at her. "Well, I guess I can't help it." As she swung her staff lightly, daggers of light flew and lodged themselves in the spiders' bodies. The spiders twisted and screamed as though in pain. "She's strong after all." Simon's expression hardened. "The old evil spirits, and disgusting swarms of spiders. I shall annihilate all of you in this place." She took something like a jewel from her pocket, threw it over her head, and hit it with her staff right as it dropped. As the jewel broke, a huge amount of divinity erupted like an explosion. "Goodbye." Whap! The expanding white light soon turned into countless daggers of light and scattered in all directions. Simon and Pierre quickly escaped by hiding behind the pillar. Heavy daggers of light indiscriminately stabbed down on the floor, and the corpse spiders splattered into blood. "This is hard." Simon bit his lip. Elizabeth should be captured, not killed. Dealing with her alone was already difficult, but the spiders kept on flocking, and there was even the FL student boy. "Now that it has come to this, we need to deal with that priest first." "Can we win?" "Hey, the divinity just gets in the way, but one strike is enough for that level." Simon nodded. Elizabeth was basically captured. They'd cut off her legs and sealed her mobility. Pierre hid behind the pillar. "Oh my!" At that moment, the priest spun her staff and smiled. Her gaze was directed at Elizabeth. "Looks like your legs are in pain." Elizabeth had daggers of light stabbed all over her body, unable to dodge them with her injured legs. As the priest stretched out her staff, a pure white magic circle came into sight, and a spear made of divinity appeared from within. Mission accomplished. Whyish! The spear of divinity flew at a frightening speed, while Elizabeth was staring blankly at it. Stuab! It was something that shouldn't have happened. Simon stood in front of her with his arms outstretched. Elizabeth's eyes shook frantically. Kug! The divine spear went straight through Simon's back and out his chest. There was no physical damage, but for something with a core in its body, like a necromancer or natural undead, divinity was more lethal than a deadly poison. Why did you? Elizabeth was still in shock. Simon fell to his knees. His vision flickered with the excruciating pain. Slowly, his vision darkened, and Simon collapsed. Crackle crackle. Simon slowly opened his eyes to the sound of a bonfire burning. The atmosphere was so quiet. The chaos a while ago felt awkward. As he moved his head, he suddenly saw a multi-eyed corpse spider right in front of him. Simon sat up in surprise. SHH, SHHHHK. But the spider didn't attack. Rather, it rubbed its face on Simon's arm and looked up at him as if asking if he was okay. "Oh, are you awake, boy?" Pierre, who was sitting on the floor with his great sword sticking on the ground, smiled. Simon got up with blank eyes and looked around. They were still inside that abandoned castle. Those terrifying spiders were quietly crawling around the floor. Pierre also didn't seem to attack the spiders. And Elizabeth, she had returned to her human form. She turned her head away as soon as she made eye contact with Simon. Simon remembered that she was badly injured, but fortunately, she appeared okay. Cough, cough. The sounds of coughing rang out from above. When he raised his head, that priest was hanging upside down from the ceiling, bound in a spider's web. "Why, young master?" Because of the smoke from the bonfire coming from below, she was gushing out tears and snot. "Please save me." "You cough, cough." Simon let out a silly laugh. What the hell was going on? Simon heard the whole story from Pierre. Simon went unconscious as he received the attack flying towards Elizabeth instead of her, and Pierre and Elizabeth formed a temporary alliance to face a common enemy, working together to capture the priest. According to Pierre, it was a very boring battle. Let her down first. Simon decided to listen to her story first. Before dying from suffocation by the smoke from the bonfire, the priest came down from the ceiling and knelt, tied in a cobweb. Thank you. You. I was so scared." Melting in tears, she looked as young as expected. She clearly looked like she was Simon's age, or a year or two older. "I don't think it's time to say thank you yet. Answer the questions that I'll be asking from now on." "Yes." Sniffle. "Are you a student of Efnel?" It was quite an important question. Kizan and Efnel were on an armistice, but they were definitely in a hostile relationship, and Simon letting her go could be a problem. But she frantically shook her head and denied it. Definitely not." Lying from the first question. Pierre grinned and pointed his great sword at her. The priest's face turned pale. "I'm telling the truth." "Please trust me." "Stand." She jumped to her feet, terrified. Pierre cut off her robe from bottom to top with his great sword. White legs were exposed through the cut robes, and a pure white skirt was visible. As it went to the top, you could see an outfit anyone would know. Efnel's school uniform made with holy shroud, said to surpass that of Kizan's, armed with advanced defenses against dark magic. Even the pattern of Efnel attached to the school uniform was exactly the same. Sly priests always lie through their teeth anyway. Elizabeth placed her hand on the priest's shoulder and moved her tongue. Yuck. The priest shut her eyes tight. "There's no need to listen anymore. Let's kill her right now and continue our talk. Trust me. The truth is, I." She blushed and lowered her head. She then gently bit her lip and opened her mouth carefully. "I was expelled from Efnel 2 years ago." "So she wasn't a second year?" Simon blinked at her unexpected answer. Pierre and Elizabeth looked uninterested, but Simon had a reaction. She looked at Simon with desperate eyes. "Please trust me. I was indeed in Efnel for a while. However, I'm just a mediocre commoner like anyone else and couldn't hold out in their first year. Getting kicked out. Killing someone like me won't bring any benefit to Kizan." "Then why are you still wearing the uniform of Efnel?" "I'm sure they retrieve it when someone gets expelled." Her face turned even redder. I impersonated them." "Impersonated?" "Yes. Times were really tough back then, and I also couldn't accept the fact that I was kicked out of Efnel, so I forged a fake student ID and school uniform, took missions, and made money as an Efnel student. That's it." Her expression contorted with shame and sorrow. "But I couldn't find any mission with rumors spreading in the Holy Federation, so I took missions in the dangerous Dark Alliance." "Are you telling us to believe such an obvious lie?" Elizabeth smirked at her and grabbed the hem of her top. Elizabeth ripped her clothes as the girl looked up with a puzzled face. "Rip, Kaya!" she screamed and shrank back in surprise. Elizabeth frowned as she looked at the torn pieces of clothing in her hand. "It's really nothing but fabric." The girl sobbed and lowered her head more. "Don't be too harsh on her." Simon got up from his seat and moved toward her. She shrank even more, turning her body away so that the torn part couldn't be seen. Russell. Simon took off the robe he was wearing and covered her body. Are you okay? Cover yourself with this. Ah, thank you. The priest's eyes welled up with tears, and Elizabeth, who was watching that, immediately felt a mixture of complex emotions. I'll ask you again. Simon returned to his seat at a leisurely pace and sat down. First of all, what's your name? It was a very kind tone. She answered, quickly sitting on her knees, facing Simon. It's Ellen Zyle. How did you get this mission? Through a middleman that goes in and out of the border. I was told that there was a high-paying job eliminating undead in the Dark Alliance. Not a word of Simon's interrogation could enter Elizabeth's head. Have you seen the Lord of Varnish? Yes. I heard the details of the mission from him. Do you have any evidence to prove that you received the mission from the Lord, like documents or down payments? Everything was very annoying. Simon treating the priest kindly. The priest looking at Simon with interest and talking. Purple petals were fluttering. Elizabeth felt something overlapping between the two of them talking. The memory was still clear. The image of man and woman whispering their love to each other in a field full of violets. The man she once loved more than anyone, Richard Polentia. The woman who stole such a man from her, Anna Cross. It was like this at that time too. Elizabeth, who followed after Richard on a hunch, hid in the grass and witnessed the two of them hugging each other. She saw the necromancer and the priest kissing each other. I thought I had forgotten it already. This feeling, this terrible thing called feeling, was once again forming an eternal nightmare in her heart. Okay, this should do. Simon obtained the documents provided by the middleman, the down payment from the Lord, and even the forged FNU student ID. Ellen also didn't care about the money as long as she could save her life. Whatever it was, she just wanted to live. Boy, what are you going to use all that for? I'm going to visit the Lord later. Simon grinned. I need to extort everything I can. Ha 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 ha. Very well. Very well. As expected from Richard's son. Ellen carefully asked while reading Simon's countenance. Then, can I now? Simon Polentia, was it? Elizabeth spoke, cutting off Ellen. Sure, I'll accept your offer to join the Legion. Simon's eyes widened. Really? Yes, but I have one condition. Her eyes gleamed fiercely. Suffocate that priest to death with your own hands. Right now. Ellen's face turned pale. That's my only condition. Simon raised his head and looked straight at Elizabeth. As their eyes met, Elizabeth felt her heart beating rapidly. He really looked like him. That man. She thought it was going to be disgusting. The child born between Richard and the woman she didn't even want to mention. But it wasn't. That expressionless face made her heart race frantically. It broke down the nightmares of the heart and made warm springs appear. She couldn't understand her own feelings either. Was it Richard again? You couldn't forget him in the end? Was hating him just words? Don't you have pride or anything? Half of him has that woman's blood flowing, you know. But Elizabeth wrenched her eyes closed. She really didn't want to admit it, but he was already irresistible to her. Former captain of the Spider Troops, Elizabeth. Finally, Simon's mouth opened. Tell me why I have to strangle Ellen to death. It's to prove if I want to know if worthy of being my master. I know. Simon's voice was weighty. I'm asking why I have to prove my worth to you. What? You seem to be misunderstanding something. Simon slowly rose from his seat. It's true that you once belonged to my father's legion, but he's him, and I'm me. I'll form the legion with my own judgment and standards. But after observing you for a while, Simon's cold voice, disqualified, pierced her chest. He broke her heart and set loose the nightmare of her feelings once more. Even though undead, you have too many emotions in your thoughts. You don't even know what's important after being swayed by your emotions. What in the world can I prove by strangling that woman? Her heart sank with the feeling of a guilty conscience. It felt like she was naked. Telling me to prove it must also be an excuse. Just doing what you want to do. You want to manipulate me according to your impulsive and vulgar desires. I can't believe or trust you like that. There's no value in an uneasing existence like you in my new legion. Simon turned his back. Let's go back, Pierre, Ellen. The moment she saw Simon's back, Elizabeth almost unconsciously reached out her arm. Looks like Simon's eyes as he glanced back were so cold. We wasted our precious time. The night was getting late. Simon, who had gotten out of the abandoned castle, was heading to the Lord's castle with Pierre and Ellen. "By the way, boy," said Pierre, "are you really going to give up on Elizabeth? Her abilities are useful in many ways, you see." "Hey, no way," answered Simon with a soft smile. "This is just fighting over dominance. It was inevitable in order to not be swayed by that obsessive Elizabeth. But for sure, she'll have no choice but to come to me in the future." The corners of Pierre's lips rose up. "If so, don't tell me it was all part of your plan to get struck by that divine spear?" "No comment." Pierre giggled. "This little kid thinking of petty tricks just like your father." Ha. Ellen, who was furtively looking at Simon from the side, intervened. "I'm sorry for that attack back then." "It's fine, Ellen. You didn't shoot it aiming at me anyways." "But is your wound really okay?" "Your chest was pierced by a divine spear," Simon said while touching his chest. "I'm fine. Fortunately, I don't think the spear went right through my core." "Ah, that's a relief." Actually, Simon didn't realize it, but the divine spear properly pierced the core. Pierre also saw it. He was going to rip both Elizabeth and the priest to pieces with the anger of losing the contractor, but when he checked the condition of Simon's core, it was intact. The Legion's contract was also unaffected. It was something that couldn't happen with common sense, so even Pierre had no choice but to think that. Luckily, it didn't hit the core. How mysterious. No matter how much he thought about it, it made no sense. "Pierre, what are you doing there on your own?" "Nothing. I'm on my way." Simon and Ellen walked through the forest, talking about different things. During this, he was able to hear various things about Ellen. Back in the time when she was still in Ethnal, she was the type who went all in on the firepower of divinity. However, outside of her firepower, she lacked abilities, and she was expelled from school because she couldn't use the common healing magic. It was a pretty serious reason for disqualification as a priest. When he asked her why she was furiously trying to make money, it seemed that she had lost her parents and was raising her younger siblings by herself. He was able to know a new side of Ellen. "You, Mr. Simon." He smiled. "Just call me Simon." Yes, Simon." Ellen had an unexplainable interest in this boy. During her time at Ethnal, she was taught that all necromancers were terrifying and horrible monsters. But this boy was different. In fact, necromancers were also human beings, and they had warm hearts. "Anyways, what is it?" Now that we have gotten closer, we formed an alliance together, and I don't even have the skills to deal with the two of you." She glanced at Simon and stretched her arms bound by ropes. "So, could you please release this?" Instead of answering, Simon still had a smile on his face. Ellen was sweating profusely. So that means number QE. "So you finally went insane." Pierre glared inside the helmet. "Look, boy, if you treat the captives well, they'll walk over you without knowing their place. Let's cut off some of her fingers to make her obedient." I am sorry. Something must have happened to my head." She quickly fell flat on the floor, and Simon stopped them. "It's fine as long as you know." "Pierre, stop it too." Pierre put down his great sword, and Ellen's face returned to normal. She thought that Simon was endlessly kind, but still quite alert. Soon, they arrived at the Lord's castle. As planned, Ellen hid inside Pierre's robe, and Simon and Pierre approached the gate of the castle. "Stop right there." "Who are you?" The guards of the gate raised their voices and their spears. Simon said, while pretending to raise his arms, "I came for the Lord's mission. I want to see the Lord in person right now." "What? Did you get your head hit by an arrow or something?" "Meeting the Lord at midnight." Simon nodded. "Yes. It's an urgent matter, so I think he'll have to see him right now." The guards gave forced laughs as though dumbfounded. "Now I'm seeing all sorts of crazy bastards." "Do you think that the Lord is someone you can meet whenever you want to? Get lost while we're talking nicely?" "No, this bastard is suspicious. Let's just tie him to that pole until the sun comes up." The guard nodded and held the rope he had on his waist. Simon said, while still putting on a smile, "Going to regret this." "You arrogant little brat, who are you?" "Identify yourself." "I'm from Kizan." The movement of the two guards stopped. Fuck. This bastard is actually really fucking crazy. "If you're from Kizan, Then Nephthys, you crazy bastard. The two guards walked up to tie up Simon. Simon obediently stretched out his arms as if to let them. What's the commotion? At that moment, the guard captain appeared from the wicket gate. The guards got frightened and saluted him. A suspicious bastard wanted to see the Lord, so we were about to arrest him. Suspicious bastard? Yes, he all of a sudden said he's from Kizan. Hearing those words, the guard captain's face turned pale. Kizan? Mysterious disappearances within the territory. The Lord, who wanted to hide this uneasy case ahead of an important event, secretly commissioned Kizan. Only the closest associates of the Lord were aware of this. However, there was no response even after 3 months, so the Lord stopped expecting anything from Kizan. But they actually came? The guard captain observed Simon's appearance carefully. Smart-looking eyes, a relaxed attitude, and even a tall, armored man accompanying him as a bodyguard. There's no mistake. Goosebumps ran across his entire body. This boy really was Kizan. Drop. Why yes. Drop your damn heads, you shitheads. Suddenly shouted the guard captain. The guards immediately put their weapons down and prostrated, hands clasped behind their backs. Simon was scratching his head from the sudden change of atmosphere, and the guard captain approached Simon with his sword drawn. What is it? Pierre grabbed the handle of their great sword, but Simon raised his arm to stop them. The guard captain stood in front of Simon, stabbed his sword on the ground, and knelt down on one knee. The training of my subordinates is entirely my fault. I'll apologize with my neck. Then he took a pose as though sticking out his neck. The guards raised a clamor as they saw it. Gosh, how uncomfortable. Simon gave a bitter laugh inwardly. Was there a need for him to go this far, even if Simon was from Kizan? And he wasn't even a second-year student. Simon was a first-year, a cheap life who never knew when he would return to his home. If he got expelled from Kizan, he would return to being a normal person. So, he thought he was never in a position where he could control people's lives at will. Stop. Please stand up. The guard captain stood up with a stiff face. It was my fault for making a fuss late at night. The guards just did their job, so don't be too harsh on them too. Please stand up. You too. The guards with sweat-soaked brows sprang to their feet and stood at ease. Simon looked at the guard captain once again and said, "May I see the Lord? I have something important to tell him about the mission." "Yes, of course." "Please, this way." Ki. Simon followed the guard captain, and Pierre scoffed at the guards as though teasing them. The guards couldn't even raise their heads. Does this make sense? Why would Kizan be in this rural area? It was nearing dawn. The Lord's castle went into uproar at the sudden visit of Kizan's personnel. The treatment with the utmost devotion continued. As Simon entered the spacious reception room, hot bread and food, tea, and wine were served. The maids even brought buckets of water and tried to wash his feet. But Simon quickly refused, it being too much for him, and after a while, "I'm honored to have you as a guest." A middle-aged man of short stature with a belly appeared, smiling widely. His face was swollen, as though he had just woken up. "I'm the Lord of Arnish, Count Raymond." "I'm Simon Polenscher, a first-year student at Kizan." "You must be exhausted after such a long journey." "I heard that you came all the way here for my mission." "Yes." "Ha. I wonder how I should repay this favor. You must have accumulated a lot of fatigue from traveling." "Forget about your work and please take a rest." "We'll do our best to serve you during your stay." "I barely had any fatigue from traveling," said Simon, sinking into the back of his seat. "I came with the teleportation magic circle." I see. Kizan's extraordinary, after all." Ha. Well, take a glass. It's a special product produced from the grapes of this land." Raymond drew the cork out of the wine bottle. A clear and strong smell of alcohol flew out. He poured wine into a glass and offered a toast. "Come on." "Sure." Raymond cleanly emptied his drink first. It wasn't polite to refuse, so Simon only pretended to drink with his lips. After a while, the maids served sumptuous dishes, such as a huge whole pig barbecue. After declining it, saying he had already finished eating dinner, Simon said, "Other than that, I'd like to talk about the mission." "Ah, the mission. That's important too, but it's already nighttime. And wouldn't it be more important to relieve the fatigue built up in your body? You wouldn't call life in Kisner school life. It's a battlefield. Ha ha ha. As Raymond clapped his hand, the side door of the reception room opened. Simon was terrified. Scantily dressed women swarmed Simon. About 5 people also stood behind Raymond. Now, take your time to pick the one you like. Ha ha ha. He had nowhere to settle his gaze. Raymond grinned with satisfaction when Simon looked down at his knees, blushing. Even if he's Kizen, he's still a baby beast that hasn't even grown any teeth yet. I might be able to coax him more easily than I thought. As Raymond gave the signal, the women behind him embraced Simon's shoulders and arms. The other 2 knelt at both sides of Simon and began pouring a drink into a golden glass. Lord. Ha ha ha. Yes, which one would you like to pick? I'm still a minor, and it's a bit embarrassing to be in a place like this. There was a hint of embarrassment, but the strength and will in his voice were clear. I have an important thing that I want to discuss one-on-one with you, Lord. Could you please return these people? Raymond gulped as he met Simon's eyes head-on. Wasn't this little fellow quite powerful? There was something about him that made people shiver. I guess there's no choice if you say so. Raymond reluctantly made the women leave. As they turned around with bummed faces, they winked or flirted with Simon. Simon thought that he'd never be able to adapt to these cultures of adults. Now, the night is getting late. If the thing that you want to talk about is the mission, then let's do it tomorrow. I have to do it right now. Raymond forced a smile. As long as he was coming out hard from that side, it was now harder for him to pass this mat nice and gently. This was his final option. Come in. When Raymond gave the signal, another door was opened. A butler dressed in a formal uniform bowed deeply and placed the box in front of Simon. The box contained various jewels and the commission fee of 50 gold. It's the commission fee. Sorry to inform you late, but the case has already been resolved. Please have comfortable rest in the castle for the remaining time, receive this commission fee, and return to school. That's quite different from what I found out, softly said Simon. I brought information from the Thieves Guild. I heard that another case happened this morning. Raymond gnashed his teeth. Those damn bastards. They don't do any good after all. I can't receive the rewards before completing the mission. I don't want to be bothered by Kizen's inspection later on. Ha ha ha. I'll take care of that matter cleanly. Please tell me about the mission. Raymond's expression turned cold. You only stay still if I tell you to. Even if you're from Kizen, a first year like you is trying to go against me, a lord and a count. Walk away from this while I'm still being nice. I'm saying that I'll even pay the commission. Why are you being so picky about this? Had he finally revealed his true colors? Simon grinned. From solicitation to threats, playing it hard. Lord. Looks like you're too agitated. I'll be back early tomorrow morning. Let's talk again then. Simon slowly got up from his seat, the corners of his lips rising. Now, take the bait. And exactly as Simon expected, Raymond slammed his fist down on the armrest. I told you to stay here. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Different doors opened, and more than 10 armed guards rushed into the room. He was quickly surrounded by guards, but Simon didn't have the slightest sense of worry on his face. Resorting to force in the end, Simon pulled the imaginary lever with a relaxed gesture. Then we can't just stay still either. Whap! A subspace opened on the floor, skeletons with blue flames swirling in their eye sockets coming out. You undead. It's undead. With the sound of rattling bones, the guards were instantly outnumbered by the conscripted skeletons. The guards' faces stiffened sharply. All the people of the continent had a deep-rooted fear of the undead and necromancers. The fear passed down through education, history, and brainwashing wasn't something you could easily get rid of. How many are there? And Raymond's eyes were also shaking. He heard that the measure of a necromancer's strength was their number of summons. But a first year who could control a platoon? He definitely wasn't an ordinary guy. No. It must have been a lie when he introduced himself as a first-year student. Quah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Pierre took off the helmet on his head and threw it. A skull with blue flames lashing out of his eyes appeared. It wasn't a human? Good. Very good. Looks like we'll be having lots of new additions to our family today. The loud voice resounded out. Pierre's mouth opened up like a monster's. Fear spread like a plague. and the soldier's legs trembled. Now, Simon slowly walked up. Raymond unknowingly stepped back in terror, and Simon sat down on the Lord's seat, smiling. "Will you continue?" the undead cried for blood. In the end, Lord Raymond retreated the soldiers and knelt at Simon's feet. He was boiling with rage inside as he was doing it in front of a boy his son's age, but there was nothing he could do in front of the undead legion. "Even if it's Kizan, you'd be in trouble if you used your force like this." Still, he hadn't completely surrendered yet. The Lord strained his eyes. "The Dark Alliance firmly acknowledges the autonomy of the countries and territories it belongs to. This is an area that Kizan can't be involved in. If it develops into a diplomatic issue, how do you plan to deal with it?" Simon, who was sitting down on the Lord's seat, gave a faint smile. "I'll get straight to the point." He took the evidence from his pocket and dropped it on the floor. "The contract from the middleman, advance payment given to Ellen, and even the remains of a torn Ethnal school uniform. You seem to have secretly communicated with a priest of Ethnal." Raymond felt his blood chill to the bone. "What was worse is that you did it after entrusting the mission to Kizan. In addition to treason, you led a clash between a necromancer and a priest." "Can I interpret it this way?" "No, that's..." Simon's eyes gleamed coldly. "And you said that my actions could turn into a diplomatic issue." "Your actions could turn into a war across the continent with that logic. Am I right?" Raymond was covered in a cold sweat. He was trying to keep Simon at the castle to prevent a clash between Kizan and Ethnal due to a double booking of the mission. But he had already been caught by Kizan's side. He was agonized. "At this point, I'll end up being killed. It won't just be me either. The entire territory will be annihilated. I need to do something. At this point, it's sink or swim now." Raymond jumped to his feet. "How dare you!" Then, he shouted, "How can a person who has no power other than belonging to Kizan discuss treason with such crude evidence?" Simon let out a smirk. It was like the Lord was rushing in with his neck exposed. But it didn't really feel bad. He thought that watching the opponent struggle while holding all the cards by himself was quite enjoyable. "Kurahi, your true personality is starting to reveal, boy." "My head's ringing, so please stay quiet, Pierre." Simon looked back at Pierre and bobbed his head. Then, Pierre removed the robe wrapped around his body. "Haha!" Raymond's eyes began to tremble. This was wrong. This was really wrong. Revealed from Pierre's robe was Ellen. She was standing blankly, eyes glazed over. Her head was tilted and drool fell from her mouth. A magic circle was drawn on her forehead. "We captured the Ethnal priest during the mission," said Simon as though sentencing someone to death. "She's unconscious for now with a curse. If we send her to Kizan for interrogation, we'll be able to draw out a lot of stories, don't you think?" Thud. Raymond fell to the floor. The situation was settled. Raymond confessed all his crimes and begged to spare at least this territory in exchange for his life. One thing that was a little surprising was that Raymond was a well-known person among the people of the territory. He risked all his political life to develop the territory and attracted investment from the merchants by running on his own feet. He even somehow managed to arrange a visit from the Crown Prince. But the disappearance incidents held him back. If it became an issue, there was a fear that all his plans would be in vain, including the Crown Prince's visit. So, Raymond joined hands with Elizabeth, who was running the Information Guild, and blocked all information leaks. Apparently, Elizabeth didn't realize that she was the culprit of the incidents. He also secretly commissioned various mercenaries, famous knights, and Kizan. However, there was no response from Kizan for 3 months, and Raymond became impatient, eventually contacting the priest through a middleman. However, Simon intervened in the request that was about to be discarded in Kizan, and the situation twisted like this. "Pardon me, all to hell." Raymond lay on the floor and burst into tears. "To speak the truth, I didn't believe in the middleman from the beginning. They said that she's a priest from Ethnal, but I thought there was no reason for such a person to go through a middleman. I just accepted the offer out of desperation, but to think that an Ethnal priest would actually come, I was too naive about this." Simon, who was sitting down pretending to be dignified, felt his guilty conscience rise to his face. At the same time, Ellen, lying on a sofa and pretending to be unconscious, also had a face full of a guilty conscience. In fact, The magic circle drawn on her forehead was also fake. This incident was solely my fault. You can freely take my life, but please, spare this territory. Simon, who was starting to feel guilty, coughed, and said, "All right. I understand the situation. Lord Raymond, let's make a deal." "What?" "I just got here, but I have managed to like this territory. The front line close to the Holy Federation. I don't want this strategic point where we have to support many soldiers to be devastated when an all-out war breaks out." Raymond raised his head with a blank face. "Of course, if things go according to procedure, Kizan will annihilate everything that was in this territory." But I don't think you caused this situation with malicious intent. I'll try to cover this case as far as I can to not damage the territory." "See, could you really do that?" "I'll try." "But," Simon lowered his voice and said, "it may cost quite a bit." Raymond hurriedly put his forehead to the floor and shouted, "I'll pay it, even if it costs my entire fortune." Just like that, Simon obtained 500 gold. 10 times the initial commission fee of 50 gold. He placed the huge money bag into the subspace and left the reception room with a sincere guide. "What was that, boy? You only extorted a little compared to your vicious act." "It's fine. I want to be satisfied with just getting this much in exchange for causing trouble," said Simon while shrugging his shoulders. "In fact, aren't all these precious taxes of the people from the territory? It's not like we're robbing bad people." The corner of Pierre's lips rose. As the son of former Legion Commander Richard, they had many similarities, but in the end, this boy had something fundamentally different from Richard. "You did a great job too, Ellen." Ellen, who had been inside Pierre's robe, stuck her head out. "Hee. How was my acting? Wasn't it good? Why don't you wipe your saliva off first before speaking?" "Ayek." She quickly went back into the robe out of embarrassment, and Simon giggled. When he was leaving the castle relaxedly with the feeling that he had settled a case, the surroundings suddenly became noisy. "Move your asses. Hurry up." Fully armed guards were rushing somewhere. "What's going on?" "Looks like someone came to attack." "Let's go check it out." Simon also ran after the guards. Looking down from the second floor of the castle, countless corpse spiders were swarming in front of the castle gate, and in front of them stood a familiar person. Simon quickly turned his back and ran down the stairs. "Boy, slow down a bit. Kaya, it hurts." Simon ran faster than the two of them and came to the front of the castle gate. The heavily armed guards were preparing for battle. "What's going on?" In response to Simon's question, the guard captain, who was wearing a helmet, found Simon and saluted him. "It's an undead. It seems that they are trying to attack the Lord's castle. It's dangerous, so please stay in. Please open the gate a bit." "I'll try going." What? But that's too dangerous." Simon smiled and placed his hand on his chest. "I'm still learning, but I'm also a necromancer. Dealing with the undead is my job, so trust me." Eventually, the guard captain opened the gate a little. Simon escaped through it, and Pierre and Ellen, who followed Simon, joined him. As Simon looked back and nodded his head, the guard captain nodded with a firm face and closed the gate. "I didn't expect her to act this reckless." Simon started walking slowly. In front of the swarm of spiders besieging the castle, you could see a woman in a wine-colored dress. The hostess of the Thieves' Guild, and at the same time, the captain of the spider troops, Elizabeth. "What is it, Elizabeth?" "Simon Polenshaw, son of former Legion Commander, Richard Polenshaw." "I, Elizabeth, want to serve you as my master. Therefore, am begging for a chance to join your legion and take your test." Pierre giggled and folded his arms. Simon calmed his expression and cleared his throat. "Please send away your subordinates. Let's talk in a quiet place." Simon decided to part with Ellen before moving to his inn. He himself untied the ropes that bound her arms. "There's nothing good if today's incident gets known, so please keep it a secret." She stared at Simon's face. "What's the matter?" You do seem a little different from the rumors of necromancers I've heard. After all, you see." Pierre grinned and raised his great sword. "If you mean the stories of turning a person into a skeleton to keep a secret, I can fulfill it right now." Eek. She got startled and hid behind Simon's back. Pierre laughed out loud, and Elizabeth, who was watching from a distance, was biting her tongue and glaring at Ellen menacingly. "And this?" Simon held out a pouch from the subspace. "It's your share of the commission that I got from you earlier." "Ah, take care of your siblings." Touched, tears began to form in her eyes while she held the pouch to her chest. "Thank you so much, Simon. I'll never forget what you've done for me." "Where are you heading to again?" "It's a territory called Lohiran, in the Holy Federation." "Yeah, I hope you'll safely get to the Holy Federation." "Yes, thank you. I'll never forget this." When Simon was about to leave, turning his back, Ellen loudly shouted, "Will we be able to meet again someday?" Simon shrugged. "Well, next time we meet might be on the battlefield." Ha ha. Ellen thought to herself that Simon was really good at drawing the line. "If I ever have to go to the Holy Federation, I'll be expecting you to guide me." "Yeah, of course." As though she was truly moved, she waved her hand vigorously until Simon and the others couldn't be seen. "Not only did you spare a priest, but giving her money and sending her away." "Yeah." "What's the reason behind this?" Simon smiled slightly and crossed his arms. "I just thought that it'd be a good choice to make connections with a priest when I have to carry out a black request for mission someday. And I just handed over the money to truly make her an accomplice and gain her trust." I can't tell whether good or bad by watching your actions. I wonder." Simon put his hand in his hood pocket and titled his head. "Is it really necessary to separate it in such a black and white fashion? Half of my blood is a priest's. I have no intention of hating people just because they live on the other side, and there's no reason to do so." "It's the same reason for sending off Ellen this time and extorting only a bit of money from the territory. I don't have to get extreme, right? It's fine as long as I take my profits in the middle." The corners of Pierre's lips rose up deeply. "It seems that it'll take time for me to fully understand a human like you after all." Simon smiled and turned his head. "Elizabeth." "Yes." "You wouldn't attack Ellen, who I let go safely, by releasing spider troops, would you?" She flinched inside, but then lowered her head. "Oh, of course, as long as you know it." Simon started joking around with Pierre again. While following these two, Elizabeth was captured by strange emotions. Simon's back receiving the divine spear instead of her flickered in her vision. After being rejected by Simon once, Elizabeth made up her mind over and over again. She had no advantages for herself even if she joined the Legion. She'd just be bound by a cumbersome contract, gaining nothing. However, in the end, I'm walking toward hell again with my own feet. She had never been, not a single time, able to overcome her own feelings. Elizabeth? Yes, I'm on my way. Still, even if she regretted it, even if she couldn't see the future, even if the end would be terrifying, she'd make the same choice over and over again. After returning to the inn, Simon presented several requirements before signing a contract with Elizabeth: to not kill humans without permission, to hunt monsters when she needs to intake bodily fluids, to not harm the people around in any way, unconditional obedience to orders, and so on. In order to insert these terms into the contract, Simon rejected Elizabeth once. In Simon's opinion, Elizabeth was more emotional and impulsive than humans. Rather than like a trustworthy mentor like Pierre, she was more likely to become the troublemaker of the Legion. He had to make sure that she was definitely under his control. And now, instead of him asking her to please join the Legion, she was asking him to let her join the Legion, so Simon had firmly taken the initiative. "I'm telling you again. But if you head to Oak Island with me, it might feel suffocating in Pierre's ruins. The Forbidden Forest is your area of activity, and you won't be as free as you are now." "Yes, I'm aware." Elizabeth lowered her head and said, "Feel free to restrict my freedoms. I'll do anything to be with you." Wasn't this undead all of a sudden too obedient? Of course, it was convenient from Simon's point of view, but it was also a bit bewildering. "All of my body and mind are yours. And I ask for only one thing in exchange for absolute loyalty." Her eyes shone. "It's your affection." The pressure was rushing in. "I'm a human, and undead." "If you want physical stuff, then it's a different story if you want to, but I won't force you." She smiled. "For now, adoring me is enough." To be honest, it was super pressuring. Things she wanted, like affection or adoration. Simon had never received such a request from anyone in his life. TSK. Pierre clicked his tongue. She's totally into you. What? Nothing. Anyways, it was pressuring in many ways, but he thought that this condition was acceptable in return for her loyalty. In the end, Simon decided to officially sign a contract with Elizabeth. Then, let us proceed. She grabbed the top of her dress with both her hands and pulled it wide open. What are you so suddenly doing? His guard being lowered, Simon got startled and covered his eyes. Seeing his reaction, Elizabeth tilted her head. Didn't you say you'll proceed with the contract? Her chest opened, revealing a black core beating like a heart. Simon peeked through his fingers and looked at her core. Ugh. How lovely. How could being embarrassed be that cute? To think that he was really the same person who forced an unfair contract with a brazen face just a few minutes ago. She felt herself getting more and more excited. Now, come on. Simon had no choice but to approach her. Then, he took a deep breath and placed his hand on the open core inside her chest. The jet black of the two then exploded and went wild. It was painful. But unlike the first time he signed the contract with the Legion, the time passed quickly. The jet black stabilized, and Simon's dark blue jet black could be seen flowing from her body. Welcome back to the Legion, Elizabeth. She slowly got up from her seat. It's been so long since I was last an undead bound by a contract. When Elizabeth reached out the tip of her hand, a spider's web shot out and stuck to the ceiling. Soon, her jet black was overlaid on her webs, and it changed its color into a soft, dark blue light. Rather than an unsightly spider web, it looked like a beautiful, fluorescent interior decoration. It was amazing from Simon's point of view. It really felt like she had become undead of his possession, so he felt like he grew close with her. How is it, Elizabeth? She smiled after retrieving her webs. It's unbelievably weak. As expected, you must be a beginner, Master. Simon leaned his back against the wall, upset. Pierre giggled while looking at him. It's a little ironic to think that I became weaker after joining the Legion than when I was a natural undead. The Legion's undead were connected to the jet black of the commander, and the stronger the commander, the stronger the Legion. Of course, in the same manner, the opposite could happen too. Simon's face turned redder than ever. Pierre was laughing so hard he looked like he was about to die. I am sorry for being a beginner. Still, I'm in Kizan right now, so in a month or two, I'm sure you'll get. But she raised dark blue jet black to her fingertips once again, and her face turned red. It's a gentle and soothing jet black. However, the wound already inflicted on the pride of the 17-year-old boy didn't heal. Simon strode over to the bed and covered himself with a blanket. I'll sleep. Upset. Are you upset, boy? Why would I be upset when it's a matter of the fact that I'm weak? Oh my, I've hurt your feelings, Master. Please let me apologize at your bedside. Go away, both of you. Pierre and Elizabeth's laughter filled the room. A whopping 50 gold mission. Simon cleared the mission within a day of teleporting in when even Jane saw it as difficult. If he returned to Kizan like this, he might be questioned about how he had cleared this mission in one day, so Simon decided to stay in the territory and train the Legion as much as he wanted while he was at it. Simon, Pierre, and Elizabeth came to the northern mountain of the Arnish territory, where a large-scale habitat of orcs had formed. Well then, Master, I shall begin the tutorial for the spider undead, corpse spiders, which you'll be controlling from now on, said Elizabeth while putting her hand on her waist. Spiders that had been conscripted for Simon's training were walking around her. Unlike the skeleton's eye sockets burning with jet black, a dark blue light shimmered from the ends of the 8 legs. At that moment, Simon raised his hand. Oh my, Master, the class hasn't even started yet. Do you already have a question? No, it's something unrelated to the class, but Simon scratched his head. Are you going to keep calling me that, Master something? Ho ho ho. Are you shy? As she laughed while covering her mouth, Simon turned his head, blushing. No, it's not like that. but it's just a little. If you say so, then I'll just call you Commander. I'll proceed. She gave her signal by snapping her fingers. One of her corpse spiders spat its web out of its mouth. The main ability of the corpse spider would be the spider web ability called web. It's a binding skill as well as a movement skill. Now, control the two corpse spiders that approached in front of you, Commander, and try shooting the web at the tree. Simon nodded and accessed the thoughts of the two corpse spiders. He then ordered, web, thwip, thwip. The corpse spiders shot webs from their mouths and accurately hit the tree. The spider web spread out slightly as it was fired, and as soon as it touched the tree, it wrapped up the tree's trunk. Well done. Usually, the webs figured from the mouth are used for binding, and the webs fired from the tail are used for movement. This time, the two corpse spiders fired webs from their tails. It was shot high and attached to a tall tree, and the spiders walked a little forward to lift their bodies off the ground. As though riding a rope, the spider's body moved like a pendulum. Whoa! It's moving like that, but it's a lot faster than I thought. Then, it clung to the target tree and stabbed its fangs into it. It made a dent in the bark, and a green liquid flowed out. This is the basic combination. Would you like to try? Of course. Then, your target will be. Her gaze turned to one side as she looked around before grinning. Alright. Let's try with those orcs. Behind the tree, two grunting orcs were approaching. Their skin was gray, their noses were flat like a pig's, and they had abnormally developed molars protruding from their mouths. Grey orcs. Monsters that ruled the nearby mountain range. They were a threat that, at one time, drove Anish to the brink of collapse. An actual fight all of a sudden, huh? Still, since the stage was already set, there was no reason for him not to do it. Simon connected to the thoughts of the two corpse spiders, and the two orcs detected Simon, running toward him. Shoot the tail web. The two corpse spiders turned and shot their webs into the tree opposite to the orcs running. Lift up your body and dash, dash, tap. The corpse spiders moved like a pendulum. However, it might have been too uncontrolled. They narrowly missed the running orcs. Oh, that was close. Elizabeth, who stood in front of Simon, readied her jet black. But Simon grabbed her by the shoulder as she was about to step in and sent her behind him. Shoot, thwip, thwip. Cross operation. He connected to the thoughts of the spiders on the other side and sealed the movement of the orcs by shooting webs at them. Ugh, ugh. The orcs struggled to break free from the sticky web. At the same time, the spiders that had flown to the end of the pendulum movement returned from the opposite direction and attacked the backs of the two orcs. They stuck their fangs into the orcs' necks, and the orcs fell down screaming. It worked. The flinching orcs eventually stopped moving due to the spread of poison. Awesome. Your control is quite good already. This is basic. Ugh, you gurg. It was then. Perhaps there was an orc village nearby, but grey orcs kept appearing from the forest. There are quite a few of them. I believe it's a good situation to showcase the power of the spider troops. Oh, is it a gift? Let me out too, boy, said Pierre's clone attached to Simon's school uniform. When Simon opened the subspace, Pierre and his skeleton troops rushed out. Since we've come this far, why don't we earn the 500 gold? What? Let's wipe out all the orc villages in this mountain range and return to Kizan. Pierre grinned as if he had been waiting for those very words, and replenish the forces of Legion with their corpses. That sounds interesting. You get to train, and you get to replenish your troops. This was why being a necromancer was good. Oink! The orcs who had lost their comrades came running with a terrifying force. Pierre and Elizabeth prepared to fight, and the skeletons and the corpse spiders also made menacing sounds, awaiting orders. Now, let's go. Simon's face formed a toothy grin. Finally, for the first time, the stage was set to properly reveal the strength of the Legion.